my mic on? I'm sorry, ma'am. Do you have your mic on? Ma'am, do you have your mic on? Excuse me, lady. It's time to start the show, fool. Get on the air. There we are. It's on. Ha ha, I fooled you. I fooled you. No, I didn't. Oh, Max Flower. Max Flower is unique handle 13. You can tell by the bogagnette. She leaves the bogagnette. So it's Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Oh my goodness. Kevin and Max and Oomph and Neil and Lee. Oh my gosh, Lee and Gal. Holy crap. And Mask says, oh my god. This is amazing. This is totally amazing. Okay, I'm just gonna jump right into it. Did I see the, no, oh god. Gal, I'm useless I'm useless. That's all there is to it. That's all there is to it. Okay, you know what? I need to turn my chair around. Can you guys hold on for a minute? I think it's really weird, and I don't want to talk about it. I just want to do it, so hold on. I don't want to talk about what I'm doing, but my chair's all whack. Okay, you need to get off of my chair. Ow. Ow. This chair is... I don't want to tell you why this chair is so hard to get off of. But it is. Look at how these get out of here. Go. Get off the chair. Okay, hold on just a minute. I'm coming back. Hold on. It's a matter of time. Hold on. Oh my god. Oh, it's too much work. Oh god, I don't know you guys. Look at, I just built up a sweat. I'm just trying to move my shit. Woo! Woody woo woo, that's hot. Why is it so warm? Okay. Anyway, why did I get so warm all of a sudden? I didn't even do anything. I think it's the lights, that's all. Anyway. Oh my god, why do you even come to this show? Did I hear about Air Force One? Watched it on Laura O'Donnell. Military grounded. Wait, what? What? Now, it's one of my... No, it's one of my alts. Oh, L's not out, L my alts. Wait, what's that mean? Your voice is much lower than the rest of the videos I've been watching. I can hear though. Oh, well that's interesting. I wonder how because I feel like I have everything turned all the way up, but maybe I don't. Maybe I don't. Maybe you don't. Did you ever think of that? Maybe you don't. I could increase the decibels, but I feel like that's a terrible idea. Okay, I increase the decibels. So maybe that'll help a little bit. Turn the music off. I wish I could hear the music. Maybe that would help. I'm telling you, you guys, don't fret, okay? Because Bobo is coming back. Bobo's coming back soon, and she's gonna help her mommy figure out how to fucking fix everything. Because she's amazing. Oh my god, I need some air. Where's the music? Oh, there it is. Yikes. I haven't talked to her, so I'm a little worried, actually. But, I mean, I think she's fine, but I have the mommy worry, right? But she also told me that she wouldn't necessarily call me, like, when she got up or, like she might not get up at the usual time. So she told me that. But she's staying home from work today because I made her. She's really sick. I just need to wipe my sweat off my brow because I worked so hard this morning. Oh, my God. I work so hard and my nose is snotty. Why? Why is my nose snotty? Okay, anyway. Blah. Hi, Teresa. I'm a mess this morning, but I didn't mean to be a mess. I thought I was going to be fine, but all right, here we go. Doesn't matter. Okay, anyway, let me pull up Signal because I want to see this painting. And then we have a lot to get to. Oh, my gosh. And I organized it. kind of proud of myself. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. All right, let me see. Where is home? Ooh. Lee, I just saw your note, so I could be so inclined. Oh my gosh. Oh, gal, I really like those. Wait, I'm going to show them. Hold on. Hold on to your love, my darling. Hold on to your love. Where's my other picture? Oh, I know why. I need to. I'm just going to download those. What? This is dumb. Why is it doing that? Okay, fine. Ugh. You're so silly. You're so silly. Oop, shit balls. It's okay. One screen or another. Mama told me not to, I did anyway, misbehaving. Mama told me not to, I did anyway. Why is this not in here? I downloaded you. Oh, I see. No, never mind. I understand what I'm doing. Mama told me not to, I did anyway, misbehaving. Come on, open. There we go. Open. Okay. Now we can do it. Okay. Mama told me not to, I did anyway, misbehaving. This is the first painting. I'm telling you, gal, I would put these on sweatshirts. Hello, Pep. How are you doing? Kim Thompson. Hi, sweetheart. Where's Joan? Is Joan here? Oh, my goodness. Hi, Joan. Craigslist in Boston offering $50 to people to go to the Melania. Is the Melania film showing in Los Angeles? Why am I not going to that? What the fuck? I'm going to look. We got to look that up. We got to look that up. Gal, this is absolutely gorgeous. That is absolutely gorgeous. I love is love, and I love that. Now, this one, this is so gorgeous. Pretty good day for a revolution. In the hand, the way you painted the hand, I really like this. I really love these. Pay for a different theater and hop to Melania. Oh, that's an interesting idea, Jay. That's a very interesting idea. I would love to. You know what? I should, Max. I should try to be a serious interviewer and ask people what they thought of the movie. Oh, my God. I'm totally doing this. I'm totally doing this. Can I order it today? See, Jane wants this on a T-shirt, gal. People want to show this love. Love is love. We need to figure that out for you, because I would love to see you get in a dino. Well, yeah, definitely in a dino costume. I mean, you know, why not? Someone said a great way to get a smile is take a look at all the open seats for Melania. I mean, you know, she's another Dinesh D'Souza who has to buy her tickets, you know, and give them out to people. That's what they did with all Dinesh D'Souza's movies, too. Literally, I asked people. They got tickets from, like, their local Republican Party or something. You know what I mean? Like, literally. You definitely get caught trying to sneak into Melania, as they're most likely completely empty. And like, nobody paid for a ticket to see this slop. Why are you here? Yeah, let's put it somewhere. I need to paint a new dino thing for you. Yes. I want all three as stickers. I'll have to decide which for a shirt. All right, Karen. I think there's sites where, gal, you could put the designs up and people can just attach them to any product they want. I think there are sites like that where you don't have to pick the products, but you can just put the designs up. I don't really know, but I'm sure we could find out easily. And just like for the kids could have their own business. Oh my God, so cute. I would love that. I would love the kids to be able to have their own business. Like a digital download. Yeah, you could do it as a digital download for sure. Oh my gosh, yeah. Or yeah, I think there's just like I don't know which sites are the best cuz frankly they're all kind of problematic if you think about it. But these are really gorgeous. Thank you so much. You're really an amazing artist and I hope you know that because you're very good. And I'm so proud of you. I'm really proud of you. So that's what I want to say about that. Okay. I also wanted to mention that this morning I was watching a little bit of PBD broadcast with Michael Cohen. Stickers, definitely. The stickers are stickers would be beautiful. Oh my gosh. Those all over Los Angeles, I'm doing it.
Chairman Cotton, Vice Chairman Warner, and distinguished members of the committee, I'm deeply honored and humbled to appear before you today as...
Okay, so we're going to get into the Joshua Rudd, but I've got lots of other things. So today's going to be a pretty packed show. So please don't miss it. The first up is Joshua Rudd. He is the former head of something in the Indo-Pacific Command. Gal, you may know, I don't know. But where is Michael still broadcasting? Well, he had to drag his ass to the Nazis at PBD. So what does that tell you? No, we're going to listen to some of his little what happened with Air Force One? Yeah, sorry. Thank you for that. But anyway, we're going to start with Joshua Rudd, who is the candidate to take over the NSA, National Security Administration, and also the NSA and Cyber Command. So this guy, and gal, one thing I'm interested in since he was in the Indo-Pacific high up leadership is, does he know Charles Flynn? Yeah, that's the Bet David guy, Karen Diggs. Oh, Joan, do you have a link? Wow, how'd you do that? Oh, I can't go to X. I can't go to X. And then we have to chat about Georgia. Gal, you and I are totally in sync. I pulled up, let me show you. I pulled up a bunch of things. Well, I won't show you. But I pulled up a bunch of articles about Georgia in specific, about Garland Favorito. Now, you have to understand, Garland Favorito is definitely in this kind of mix. So we will be talking about Garland Favorito. And let me tell you something about Garland. Garland Favorito does not like Gal Suburban. Okay? Okay? Gal Suburban makes Garland Favorito very, 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 very mad. Okay? Do you understand? Are you picking up what I'm putting down? Okay? Because I'm Garland Favorito. And this is really how he talks. I'm not fucking kidding right now. But Garland Favorito, on Twitter at least, hated Gal Suburban. So I'm just saying, Garland, we're looking at you. We know all your secrets, Garland Favorito. And we're going to get you. Yeah, judge me by my enemies, gal. Rudd. Okay, here we go. Whoop, whoop, whoop. This is why I love our community. Rudd. He most recently served as the Chief of Staff of the Indo-Pacific Command. Okay, from 22 to 24. He previously served as Command of Special Operations Command Pacific from 20 to 22. So what do you think his relationship is with Charles Flynn? It's probably decent, right? I don't know. I'm just interested. I mean, you know, he seems like a whatever run-of-the-mill kind of person, but I don't know. I'm just wondering. At Jim or Kim, did you mean Kim, Neil? They think they're hiding nothing. They totally overt about their obsequiousness. Oh my God, what a great word! I love that word. Let me see. So what is it? Okay, Air Force One. Hold on. Let's just. We got time. We don't have to do shit. We don't have to like fucking rush. Air Force One. Air Farce One. What happened? Well, they're giving me shoes. I'm sorry. Trouble. We got trouble right here in River City. And that trouble starts with T and it rhymes with P and it stands for pool. It stands for pool. That's a week ago. You mean there's something now? I don't have anything on like standard news. Is this a anyone at Indo-PACOM would have dealt with Charles Flynn, of course, for sure. My husband even had to when he was doing exercises out there, and that's a different branch. Ah, got it. Okay. I think they're hiding nothing. Wait, what is Air Force? Air Force One, I don't have any other than the thing that happened when he was coming back from Davos. What am I missing? Okay, hold on. Let me go somewhere else. Hold on. Don't panic. Don't worry. I don't have anything, you guys. What is it? What's going on? What's going on? I know you're right. I'm not saying you're not right, but I'm just like, I can't find anything that is like telling me. I'm gonna go to X cancel and go to who? Nate. What's his name? Oh shit. What's his name? Nate. What's his name? Joan. What's his name? Nate Gilbert. Okay. Hold on. Actually, I want to. Oh, suspicious. Visit anyway. Oh my God. I hate this. Oh God. This thing is so scary. The internet is a very scary place. Okay, can we just admit that? All right. So this is this is Craigslist. This is Melania. Oh, okay. There is now a Craigslist ad that will pay you to go see Melania. 10 Melania documentary free tickets plus $50. Must remain in seats for entirety of film. Oh, Lawrence O'Donnell. Thank you, Easily. Thank you. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious though. I love that. Compensation $50. You're worth $50, Melania, and a bag of popcorn that they have to buy themselves, so it's not really like helpful, right? Okay, let me go to Lawrence O'Donnell. Was it on his clip? Like, is there a clip? I'm sorry, I'm asking so many questions. I'm also wanting to have a show about the economy. I think we need to talk about the economy. Because even Glenn Beck this morning was talking about the economy. And, yeah, wait. Is it the one with Stephen Miller? How will you say no to Donald Trump? No. Oh, man. I don't know, you guys. What's the clip? I don't know what the clip is. Is it that? No. They are paying. Yeah, they're paying seat monitors. No, they're not even seat monitors. They're seat fillers, like for the whole thing. LTG is one of the cutting off points in the Army. Oh, Lieutenant General. You can't make it past that if you have to find another job. Oh, Lieutenant General Failure Flynn. I don't know about him. He's found another job. Did you see ex-Minnesota Governor Jesse Ventura said the state should seek to join Canada? I love Jesse Ventura. I mean, has been problematic, so don't get me wrong, but he's really coming correct in this latest situation. So I'm all here for Jesse Ventura and his like, I've had it with you bitches. I think that's pretty good. So this is the Lawrence O'Donnell shit that comes up. This is from 10 hours ago. This is his whole show. Shit. Okay, well. Oh, wait, it's this. News about Jack Smith. Snyder. I don't know. I can't find it. I'm so sorry. Okay, well, you know what? I'll figure it out while we're listening to something else, hopefully, and find it. But I want to get into this Joshua Rudd guy, and I will find the article that I had pulled on Joshua Rudd and pin it in the chat because he was supposed to be confirmed or like have this hearing like a couple days ago. So I'll go find the background information that I've been able to find on Joshua, Lieutenant General Rudd, and I will go ahead. I've got to figure out what questions I would ask Melania. I know one question. Do you think there are multiple Melanias? Like just for national security reasons. Not because they're acting weird, but what do you think? Which one's your favorite? Which one's your favorite Melania? That's what I'm going to ask. That's what I'm going to ask. What's your favorite Melania? If we get out of this shit show, and I think we need a new capital, it will be in Minnesota. Jane, you're probably not wrong, man. Minnesota is fucking showing up. Showing up. I am so incredibly proud and like impressed and feel I have learned so much from the people in Minnesota. Can I also say that? I have taken away so much for my own protesting, and it's made me feel like I want to, I want to be out there more. It's just a little hard for me to get there, but that's fine. I'm saying I really want to get out there more, and that type of stuff is so inspiring to me. So Minnesota has been very inspirational. Inspirational. Ask them why they went to it. Yeah, but I know what they're going to say. I got to trip them up. Ask them why she can't speak English after living here for 30 years. They think she speaks English. Come on. That's what they think. They don't think she doesn't. Oh my God, I'm on Top Chat. What the fuck is Top Chat anyway? Here's a question. What contemporary issue would you say she doesn't really care about? Were you shocked when she said fucking Christmas? Were you shocked when Melania said fuck Christmas? There's going to be no one to interview. Fuck Christmas. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good Melania. Seriously, that's the first thing. How does someone English get worse? Fuck Christmas. I'm sorry. Fuck Christmas. I love that. I'm never going to stop saying that. Holy shit. Okay. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay, I'm going to stop. Oh, wait. Let me bring this down a little bit. Okay. Here we go. Joshua Rudd. The one and only. One night only.
The nominee for Director, National Security Agency, Chief Central Security Service, and Commander, U.S. Cyber Command. I want to thank President Trump, Secretary Hegseth, the Chairman, and the Chief of Staff of the Army for the nomination and their trust in me to lead this critical national security role. I would like to acknowledge my family in attendance. First of all, Ansley, my wife, best friend, and partner in this journey for the last 35 years. Our daughter Hayden, who works on the Senate Committee for Commerce, Science, and Transportation, is also here, along with our son-in-law, JT, who is a data scientist and AI engineer. Our other daughter, Hollis, who lives in Texas, couldn't be here, but I know she is watching, along with our extended family in South Carolina. Each of you have made profound sacrifices that have been instrumental in my life of service. You have positively impacted our military, their families, and civilian communities, and I am eternally grateful for your unwavering support. My career has also been shaped by the remarkable men and women with whom I've served. I'm particularly indebted to the Non-Commissioned Officer Corps, whose leadership and professionalism have inspired me for the past 3+ decades. And we must always remember and honor our nation's fallen and their families who have made the ultimate sacrifice. My path in the Army has been unconventional, starting as a logistician before I transferred to Special Forces. This background has given me a unique operational lens. I spent over 25 years leading our nation's special operations missions, integrating high-consequence capabilities, which has given me a deep, practical understanding in how to use intelligence to drive operational success, while ensuring the protection of our most critical sources and methods. These leadership roles involve pioneering highly technical solutions through close collaboration with American industry and ensuring these complex multi-domain systems were seamlessly woven into operations. My last 6.5 years in the Indo-Pacific have made clear that we are witnessing a surge in adversarial activity. These complex threats are amplified by low-cost, widespread proliferation of disruptive technologies, including AI, cyber capabilities, and autonomous systems, which place advanced capabilities in the hands of a broader range of actors. Today's threats are no longer distant. They are immediate challenges to our critical infrastructure and democracy. However, through a growing ecosystem of trusted partners in industry and academia, we are developing, experimenting, and rapidly improving solutions to address these challenges head-on. This relentless pursuit of excellence is central to my personal.
This is a good point Gal's bringing up. Overall, I'm pretty biased to the upper leadership class of our military. The principles and morality of our military is ingrained into them. 1 year of BS isn't going to change that or disrupt that. I agree with you, and I think I definitely, I feel that the people I have met that are in the upper echelons of the military are really take their oath quite. I mean, to the death. They take that oath seriously. And they are, the people I've met have been and remained pretty nonpartisan. You know, they definitely were more towards human rights kind of thing and leaning that way. But yeah, it's the retired folks lobbying for foreign governments and contractors, et cetera, that are concerning. Absolutely. These people don't have time for all that noise, truly. I would imagine because they have real jobs. Like they're, the military... Military doesn't sit around and wait for, things to happen and wars to start off. And, that's why I just, I think it's, I don't know. I just think I'm not assuming everyone is dirty. I'm always curious if they've been in proximity of weird people like Charles Flynn. But yeah, I totally understand what you're saying, Gil.
Personal and professional ethos, and it reflects the spirit of American innovation, a critical asymmetric advantage that ensures we remain ahead of dynamic adversarial threats. As a leader, consumer, enabler, generator, and integrator of NSA and Cyber Command's capabilities, my focus has been on defending the homeland. So many stupid
memos, making extra work for a ton of people in leadership. Oh my God. Jim, I grew up speaking with a Mississippi accent. I learned that from my mama. That's nice.
Deterring adversaries and strengthening partnerships by delivering credible, technologically advanced capabilities in all domains. If confirmed, I am prepared to lead these organizations as an integrated and essential team, dedicated to increasing the speed and agility of our support for the nation's toughest challenges while cultivating and retaining a uniquely qualified workforce. Central to this will be the delivery of accurate and timely intelligence, advice, and options, always conducted with frequent, transparent communication with Congress and absolute fidelity to our Constitution. With this committee's support, my focus will be to lead the NSA in its vital foreign intelligence mission, driven by the pursuit of innovation with a commitment to unbiased, objective analysis. Thank you for the privilege of appearing before you today. If confirmed, I look forward to working with you closely, and I look forward to your questions.
That's a great point Gal makes also. Guys like this will have aides who help him craft a statement that hit Keg's breath favorite words. So there you go. Not sure the two hats on the same head is an ideal. Yeah, I agree. And Oomph, you brought that up when we first started talking about this, that this gentleman is going to take over both the National Security Administration and Cyber Command. And I think it's interesting that this has been like a tool of this regime is to give people multiple jobs. And I just have to wonder if that in itself is strategic. You know what I mean? I don't really put a ton of strategy on like the cabinet and the president or any of those people. Oh, baby, Audrey, how are you? Oh, I'm sorry you didn't sleep well, sweetheart. I'll put you to sleep. Don't worry. Just put on this. I'll put you to sleep, Audrey, love. So don't take it as confirmation that he agrees with PD. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, people in those positions, I remember I mentioned yesterday I had a friend who worked in what was initially, I think it was initially INS or something like that. But she worked at it before it became like, Homeland Security and ICE. And then I remember distinctly talking to her when that stuff started happening and people were actually in the office, making policy changes and removing people from certain jobs and putting people. For her, it was a very scary time because she didn't philosophically agree with the people coming in that were like ICE and raids and this and that. But she still wanted to do her job, right? So it's very, it was a very, I've lost contact a little bit with her, so I'm not sure. I think she retired actually shortly thereafter. But I think it was very hard for people who are just trying to do their job, you know, like she was an analyst, I think, and, you know, did stuff like that. It just was like, do I stay? Do I stay and just keep trying? You know, even though some of the things are really like impossible for me to support, it was a very difficult time. So I think I assume that most people in the government or in the military leadership, of course, feel that way, right? They've taken a duty, they've taken an oath, and that is very important. We've seen it. People die for that oath. So they're clearly not taking this, you know, lightly. So I guess I'm just hopeful. I think we've seen, unfortunately, some members of the military go along and do the bombings and things like that and the double taps. That's concerning. But that's also hopefully isolated to people who are in line with the regime and don't mind making people's life. But I don't know. I always hope for the best in people. I really do. And that's because my dad beat it into me, not because I normally feel like benevolent towards humans, but he was really benevolent. And I remember that every time now where it's like, oh, I gotta be nice. Fuck. Okay. I always hope their heart is in the right place. Stay apolitical. Yep. Just say the right thing out loud to appease. I mean, that happens. You know, you can argue about it, but that's human. That's a very human thing to do, is try and stick in there. This is their lives. Like this is his life. This is his life's work. I don't know. I just think it's, what a weird time.
General, you have an extensive career as a Special Forces operator. You've deployed numerous times on combat
Josh
operations.
Cotton would love
in the
to
Middle
have
East and the
more
Pacific.
balls.
During that career,
Can you
we've
share your
seen
balls with me,
cyber
sir?
play an increasing role in Special Forces operation. Could you give us a flavor of how you've used or supported cyber operations throughout your career and what lessons you've learned from that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The vast amount of joint, combined, and interagency leadership
Very
roles
good
that I've
point,
had the
Gal. And I know it's a
privilege
lot to. I'm sorry, you have to
fulfill throughout
do
my
it in
career,
characters.
especially in combat operations.
We need to do a
It's,
show.
Generated an
We need to do a show.
experience that is
Not just
rich
about the military, but just
and
about you.
replete with examples where I've worked closely with the interagency. Again, the most recent example that I can share on that one was the committee briefing that we had previously with one of our interagency partners. So a rich experience of working collaboratively across interagency, but more specifically to NSA and Cyber Command. Throughout my career, the foreign intelligence capability and the mission set of the NSA has informed and certainly enhanced and enabled the mission outcomes on a variety of mission sets. Equally paired is experience with Cyber Command and cyber capabilities. They work hand in hand. They work best when they're integrated across the joint force and in all domains. And increasingly, when we think about and talk about deterrence, there's opportunity to couple what DoD is doing with the whole of government.
Thank you. As I mentioned at the outset, and you alluded to, this is technically two jobs, NSA Director and the Commander at Cyber Command. How have you thought about balancing the roles of those two jobs and ensuring that both missions are executed effectively?
So, Mr. Chairman, I think I would draw upon my experience right now at U.S. Indo-PACOM as an opportunity to learn and highlight the responsibility of Indo-PACOM. Not only geographically is vast, but it spans the entirety of the joint force. It has over 300,000 assigned forces. So, as to your point, two giant organizations that I would be responsible if confirmed for this. I think the scale and the size of it are manageable. What I would hope to do, if confirmed, is ensure that the unique capabilities, the unique authorities that both of these organizations bring to bear are fully integrated, both in support and interdependence of each other's missions, but then in support of the warfighter and providing the best option to our decision makers.
Cybercom is significantly smaller than NSA. Have you developed any thoughts yet on how that organization might need to grow or change to ensure the missions are balanced?
Hawley looks dead. What's the matter?
Mr. Chairman,
eat some spinach.
one of my priorities, if confirmed for this,
Oh
would be
my
scale
God.
across both organizations, not only
He does
in the
look like an
workforce,
ash
but
heap,
also
Teresa.
in the capabilities, the technologies, and how we enhance that. But my understanding is there is a
Girl,
deliberate approach
eat your Wheaties.
in effect right now under Cybercom 2.0 to man, train, and equip the cyber force. Certainly, if confirmed, I would like to understand how that's being implemented. Are there ways to accelerate it, and then provide best advice on how to do that?
As the Vice Chairman noted in his opening remarks, FISA Title VII, specifically Section 702, expires in less than 3 months unless Congress reauthorizes it. Section 702 explicitly applies to foreign nationals on foreign territory. Can you talk to us about how critical Section 702 is for the NSA's mission and how detrimental it would be if the authority expired?
Senator, or Mr. Chairman, from an operational perspective, as you highlight, that foreign intelligence mission focuses on non-U.S. persons outside the U.S. As throughout my career and my firsthand experience as a consumer of that intelligence and enabler to those capabilities, it's indispensable. I know it's been critical to mission outcomes. It's forced protection of our men and women in harm's way, and I know it's saved lives here in the homeland.
Thank you. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, General, enjoyed our conversation, and I'm going to ask you
Tom
a couple
Cotton
questions.
doesn't get his Tom Hawley, Josh Cotton, the ash heap, as I'd like to now call him because Teresa named him that. And that's a grayish suit, and I hate it. All right, it's gray enough for me to hate. If you know me, you know I hate gray suits. That's just the thing. And they don't look good on anybody. Flynn hates 702, so that's a good sign. Yeah, I think that exchange was actually a really good sign. Okay, because what the Lieutenant General said was, FISA is incredibly important to the safety of our troops and the safety of Americans. So this is a good sign. This is a person who is following the rule of law and not afraid to say it. That's the most important part. He's not afraid. He doesn't say it as if it's something he's got to whisper. He says it full-throatedly. This is important. It's coming up for renewal. I urge you to renew. You know, like he's definitely taking a stance. And that, all right, okay.
You can simply answer yes or no as well. I have great faith that you will answer yes, but I want to make sure we get these on the record. First, do I have your commitment that if you're confirmed that you will stand up for your workforce if they are unfairly targeted?
Mr. Vice Chairman, you do.
Thank you. Do I have your commitment? And this is one of the things I'm extraordinarily concerned about. You know, the IC's got to speak truth to power. And so do I have your commitment? You'll always be candid with policymakers, even if you have to tell them something they don't want to hear?
Mr. Vice Chairman, I will, and you do have my commitment.
No, I think your record reflects that. One of the things, and again, I touched on this in my opening statement, where the Director of National Intelligence is suddenly appearing at a FBI raid around elections from, frankly, 2020, which I have no idea what she was doing there. But I am concerned that we've seen much of the election security infrastructure that was put in place extraordinarily well by the first Trump administration, where, again, the NSA played a critical role, be dismantled. And there's no less threat from foreign adversaries about trying to mess with our elections. So do I have your commitment that if confirmed, that the NSA will continue to prioritize information sharing on threats to U.S. elections, on foreign
We call it
threats to
sludge.
U.S. elections?
Mr. Vice Chairman, you do. The electoral process is fundamental to our values, our way of life, and throughout my entire career, I've been committed to upholding those and protecting those. I think anything that poses a threat to the electoral process needs to be taken seriously. And if confirmed, Mr. Vice Chairman, I commit to working with the executive and the legislative on this.
Thank you. Because again, the NSA, particularly in the 2018 through 2020 cycle, played a very important role. This is something we've not
Hey,
talked
Will.
about, but,
Good morning.
we all know AI has enormous potential, and both DOD and the intelligence community is looking to take advantage of those AI capabilities. But we also know that there's a number of the AI tools that still have a tendency to hallucinate, and with that tendency, sometimes that poses major security risks. I've been concerned that Secretary of Defense Hegseth has starting to unleash AI both across classified and unclassified networks, including models such as XAI's Grok model, which has got, again, more of a history of hallucination than most. If confirmed, will you ensure that appropriate policies are in place to safeguard DOD and NSA's critical mission, and that while we use these AI tools, that there are appropriate safeguards?
Mr. Vice Chairman, this is a critical area of competition, and I know INDOPACOM is relying heavily on the adoption of AI, and I suspect and expect that Cybercom and NSA are as well. In fact, I know they are. My understanding and really the approach that we've taken with the adoption of these technologies is, while they are absolutely imperative to advancing our skill set as joint warfighters, enabling us decision superiority, we will never abdicate our responsibility to maintain those guardrails. The guardrail is the human on the loop or in the loop in terms of what those technologies are providing, what they're producing, and then how we apply them. So you have my commitment.
Thank you. I
Mr.
look
Vice
forward to
Chairman.
working with you on that. Finally, and I know this was in
Hey, good luck
over
with that,
SASC,
Lieutenant General. Good luck
I
with
think in your
Grok.
testimony,
Yep.
you noted North Korea's heavy reliance on cryptocurrency. I'm in the midst of looking around the table. I don't think any of my colleagues are as deeply involved in trying to make sure we've got some rules of the road around market structure for crypto. I think it's going to be an incredibly important part of our financial system going forward, but boy, it is complicated. So do you believe that the federal government needs to do more across the interagency to track, disrupt, and abate foreign malign actors' access to these digital ecosystems?
Mr. Vice Chairman, that's something that I would have to take a closer look at. Certainly, we're looking at it from an INDOPACOM lens on what it means for national security and its implications. But, Mr. Vice Chairman, if confirmed, I commit to looking
One of the
into
things I
that.
just said, my time's up, but I just want to make the comment that crypto has great possibilities. It's not going away. But boy, oh boy, there are some national security implications around this that we have to get right. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General,
A lot
I
of
want to follow
concerns.
up on a discussion that we had in our meeting, and it relates to some degree to questions
Spy
that have already
ethos?
been
No.
raised. I have been greatly concerned about cybersecurity issues affecting all branches of government, the private sector, and our critical infrastructure. Ransomware attacks and Salt Typhoon
BRB.
intrusions continue at an alarming rate. However, when it comes to the federal government's defensive and offensive capabilities, we seem to be stovepiped. There's a cyber czar, FBI's involved. CISA, your predecessor, have all used terms like team effort, collaboration, coordination, and yet there appears to be no lead. And yet we see these ongoing attacks that get ever worse. In fact, just last month, another Salt Typhoon intrusion was detected against staff of the House of Representatives. So we need to stop Salt typhoon intrusions. We need to secure our critical infrastructure from being taken over by hostile actors. We've seen in the state of Maine hospital data being hacked with some of the most sensitive data possible. What can we do to detect, seize, and get ahead of these cyber intrusions?
Senator, again, I appreciate the opportunity to meet, and thanks for the time. On this particular topic, first
Oh,
and
sorry, I
foremost,
didn't realize the
it's
mic was on. I'm so
aggressive
sorry.
vigilance. We have to understand what the threats are, where they emanate from, and then what are the options of capabilities that can be applied. And then to your point about the various entities across the government.
Did I miss something? Did she say that she had a conversation with Nome and now DHS is leaving Maine? Is that true? Is that true? I know. Susan Collins is a mess. Does she have a bottle of barbecue sauce? Hi, Josh. How are you? But you guys let Doggy have it all. So what now? Yeah, exactly. He can't answer most of these questions because he hasn't done the job yet. And yeah, you did see that? Oh my God, really? Seriously? They're backing down. Taco is true. Nothing is true. Everything is real. That's, you know what? You're right. You're right. Soylent Green is people, by the way. Okay, here we go.
That have responsibility for this. My experience says continuous collaboration, coordination, unity of effort is what makes us most effective in that. And if confirmed for this role, I would pledge to be a part of that.
Do you see yourself as the lead in trying to combat this ever-increasing threat?
Let's hope this is the beginning of the end
Senator,
of ICE.
I see us as a lead from the department.
What I need to, what I really need to see is a complete pullback and a complete failure of this regime to try and Gestapo us. Oh, no, she is in a competitive race, Joan. You're right. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because there's some really up-and-coming people in Maine, politicians in Maine. So she's got to be scared. I think she's trying to steal the governor. Yeah, she is. And you know what? The governor of Maine is awesome. I fucking love that woman. I fucking love Janet Mills. I think she's amazing. And my family still lives in Maine. And so I know on the ground that she is a good person. Like, she is a good governor. And that's a tough state. That's a fucking tough state. You know what they do in that state? I lived there for 7 years. You know what they do in Maine when they're having an election? They put a fucking hunting measure on every ballot so that they get the chuds to come out and vote. I'm not kidding. That's literally what happens in Maine. They come up with a stupid, like, fucking bear hunting, ballot measure. And that's the only thing that gets the chuds out there to vote. And of course, once they're there, they're going to vote Republican because they're fucking assholes. I'm serious. I've watched it happen. It's well known. And I'm sure they do that in other states where hunters are big, right? I'm sure they do that in other states. I don't know, but they did it like clockwork when I lived in Maine. So anyway, I'm just saying, don't fuck with Maine, man. And don't fuck with Maine women. Jesus Christ. I'm not from Maine, and you're never from Maine if you live in. I lived there 7 years. I am still not. I am from away. That's what they would call me. And I don't blame them. So you're never a Mainer. You got to be born there to be a Mainer. But I'm going to tell you right now, Mainers are fucking tough. They are fucking tough. Uh-oh. Wait, here's Bobo. Feel like such doo-doo black. Oh, baby. I do not like her being sick so far away. Oh, I hate this. Anyway, serious question. What is the origin of the term chud? Well, I mean, chud comes from that movie, and then actually the origin came from UCLA. I looked this up once, Joan. The origin came from UCLA, and I think it was students calling. Oh shit! I can't remember what they. I'll pull that story. I'll pull that. But yeah, the movie was Cannibalistic Humanoid Underground Dwellers, which actually, fun fact, Bobo took a class from the director of Chud at NYU, because Bobo went to NYU for film school, so she took a class from the guy who directed Chud. So I can't remember which class it was. It probably was on directing, actually, now that I say that. Anyway, saw a recent gloss that the general response to woke as a slur. I mean, it definitely is. I've adopted it as just a blanket term that easily describes the type of person that I'm trying to convey. So I use it probably too much, but I don't care because it works for me. Yeah,
And
so there.
from the military aspect, certainly on the cyber capability piece of this question, I don't know that we've been designated the lead for this effort.
I think that's part of the problem, that we do need a designated lead. Let me switch to another issue. We understand that the Department of Defense has prioritized the effective adoption of artificial intelligence to secure American military AI dominance.
It's elite
My
chuds.
understanding
Those
is
are
that
elite
this is meant
chuds.
to help drive
Or chads.
efficiencies
Maybe they're chads.
and improve decision making. The adoption of these technologies, however, is not without risk. It has the potential to introduce significant cyber risk if the AI systems themselves are not properly protected and managed. As the incoming director of NSA and Cyber Command, how will you bridge that gap between the adoption of AI and AI security?
Well, Senator, I think that's a critically important topic. And with any new technology, there's always risk. But what I see in this particular technology is an imperative that we adopt it, apply it, understand it. And to your point, how do you secure it? I know there's efforts going on right now within NSA around AI security that extends through collaboration and intel-driven recommendations to commercial partners. And certainly we have to make sure that we protect that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General, we have talked in the past about this question of cyber, and one of the
It is
huge
Maine
gaps
Day
our
in the
cyber
Senate.
policy in this country is
Angus
the lack of
King,
any
also a
cyber
Mainer.
deterrent. Our adversaries pay no price for their attacks, whether it goes back to the Sony hack or the recent Volt and Salt Typhoon. Do you believe that it would be important for us to establish a deterrent strategy that our adversaries would be aware of and would color their
He used to be so
decision-making as
good,
to
I
whether or not
think.
to
When he
launch an
was in
attack, a
Maine, when he
cyber
was,
attack
I
against
lived
this
there,
country?
I think he was the governor when I lived there.
Hey,
I liked
Senator,
him. I met him at a couple
thanks
of
for the
events. I
opportunity
liked
to-
him,
to
but
meet,
he's
and
gotten
I appreciate
weird.
the opportunity to revisit this topic. The short answer is yes, I do.
I appreciate that, and I think that's very important, and I hope you'll work with
I don't think Susan
NSA
Collins
and
would win.
Cybercom to
I don't think
develop
she's
that
going to win.
capacity,
I
because
don't think she would win
otherwise
for
we can
anything
never
anymore.
patch our
I really
way out of
don't.
this
I think people are
problem.
tired of her. I think the Chuds are tired
adversaries
of her,
gonna continue
and the
to
liberals,
evolve,
of course, don't ever
and
like her.
At some point, we
So,
have to make
yeah,
them have
I don't think
second
she's going to
thoughts
have
about
much of a
whether
career. She
to
needs to
attack
go
this country
retire in
cyberspace.
Bahaba.
Second
That's
question,
what
I
she
just want
needs
to
to do.
reiterate.
She needs to go down east.
Your conversation.
She needs to go down east and just retire. You know, up there, down east in Arcadia. Yeah, in Bahaba. Yeah, she needs to go way up there, way down east. Yes, that's right. She needs to retire to her home on in Booth Bay. I don't know where she lives. I can't remember. I actually used to know where she lived. It wasn't Falmouth or anything like that, but maybe it was Yarmouth. She might have lived. No, maybe she lived up near like Augusta. But anyway, yeah. She needs to go down. Pepperidge Farm remembers. I'm sorry. We're not getting very far on this day, are we? I'm so sorry.
with the
gonna
Vice
shut
Chairman.
up for a while.
It's so important that our intelligence community provide candid, clear, unvarnished, unpolitical advice to policymakers, because otherwise we can have real catastrophes involving our national security. So I just want to reiterate that you answered the question, yes, you're committed to that. It's somewhat easy to answer that question here. It's going to be a little harder in practice if you're sitting in the Oval Office or in some other setting that is inherently intimidating. But I want you to reiterate your commitment. Straight talk, straight advice, and the facts to the policymaker. Is that correct?
Senator, I am committed to that, as I have been throughout the entirety of my career. I pride myself on a leader who has always been candid and given best advice, even if it wasn't popular.
Thank you. Final area, in your work in
Well, strap in, sweetheart, because that resolve is going to be tested, girl. Oof. The shit you're going to have to listen to. Oh, God. That's right. Because he's going to have to be in Washington as the head of the NSA. His ass is going to be dragged into the Oval more times than you can say Trump is a pedo. Oh, my God. Girl, run. I mean, I mean, I know he's ready for it, but Jesus, this is going to be a shock to the system, Lieutenant General Rudd.
PACOM,
Director
I know you
Rudd.
came to realize the value of the allies that we have in the Pacific. In my work on this committee and the Armed Services Committee, I've come to realize our asymmetric advantage in the world is allies. China has customers. We have allies. Russia doesn't have much in the way of customers or allies. But it's so important to maintain those relationships, particularly in the intelligence community. Talk to me a little bit about the Five Eyes and how important it is to maintain that intelligence sharing enterprise, and particularly to be sure that there's a trusting relationship so that we will have the maximum advantage of the ability of our allies to work with us in order to protect the national security of this country.
Senator, I've had the incredible fortune throughout my career to serve alongside with and through allies and partners. I think our strategic documents identify clearly the importance of that and the emphasis that we put on that. The Five Eyes in particular, some of my closest colleagues in professional relationships are within that community and certainly rely upon them. As it relates to Indo-PACOM, it's a daily effort. We have embedded liaison officers from throughout our allies and partners within the region, and it's a consistent engagement. We operate together.
I wonder how this guy got
we
through.
exercise together.
You know what I'm saying?
We train together. And
like, why him? Like, why? Because he seems, I mean, obviously, most people are reasonable, I guess. And so he seems like a pretty reasonable guy. Like, why him? I wonder why the regime chose him. Or would it be, Gal probably knows, would it be more recommendations made by other leadership? How would he get to this point? Because he's not the regular simp, right? He's got the bona fides on this, clearly. So I just wonder, I do wonder sometimes how rational people get through. That's what I really want to say. How do rational people actually survive in this regime? I don't understand.
that's part of our strategic
I guess that is inevitable.
approach to delivering deterrence.
It's true, is it not, that allies
Raising
are
Cane or
a
whatever was just like
tremendous force
This-
multiplier?
Oh, yeah. Okay. That's a good point. Raisin Cane. No, it's raisin like Raisin. Wrinkly and purple. Anyway, whatever, this was just like as a confirmation. Very standard military speech. Okay, got you. I got you. Compartmentalization. Totally. Understood. Check on Discord, Air Force One being grounded. Okay, great. A few good ones slipped through. I mean, obviously, that's probably true. Time to hear an update from the Deputy Chief of Staff for Ways and Means. Okay, bye, Lee.
for
love our
ability
fam.
to have our policies respected and have our national security protected.
Senator, I think that's a great way to characterize it.
Thank you. I'll leave it at that when he leaves the question.
Senator Langford.
Sharon, thank you, General. Thank you. Thank you for your decades of service already to the nation and for stepping up into this role. It's a tough role. We'll have lots of conversations in the days ahead, but they won't be in open settings like this. So I think it'd be helpful just for you to be able to articulate what do you see as the principal threats that NSA needs to be focused in on? As you look around the globe in the issues that are out there in this open setting, what would you see as some of the principal threats?
Yeah, thanks, Senator. My assessment aligns with our national security strategy and national defense strategy and how we articulate the priorities. Certainly from where I sit at US Indo-PACOM, day in and day out, China, Russia, North Korea, those are all critical threats that we pay attention to, varying degrees of how we characterize those and how we prioritize those. But I think it's pretty clear that those two state actors, certainly Iran continues to pose concern and threat to the nation. I would couple alongside with that, violent extremists will be an infinite problem, and I think increasingly narcotics and narco-terrorists.
Okay, thank you. I want to follow up on Senator King's question to you as well. I have a similar question dealing with how we prepare for a response and a deterrent. You would have the unique responsibility of preparing a portfolio for the president if we have a cyber attack to be able to hand to the president, here are the options. Then he has to obviously make the decisions on that. But you'll have the role of actually handing that to him and saying, here's a set of options. So my question to you is, what do you plan to do to be able to prepare that set of options? What are your boundaries and limitations for the options that you would hand to any president? And to say, these are the options that you have that fall within legal bounds, but that also are an effective deterrent.
Well, Senator, I think it speaks to how I would frame my priorities if confirmed for this in the initial approach. Obviously, making an assessment of where the organizations are at, but first priority is speed. Second one is scale. The next one is innovation, and then integration. We've got to move as fast as we can to ensure that we've got the right technologies, the right capabilities, and able to generate multiple options. We need to be able to scale those options, and not only just scaling within the size of the workforce, as we mentioned relative to Cyber Command size. Certainly, there's an approach by the department to address that. But I think increasingly we look at other partnerships as a means to scale. Innovation, as I highlighted in my opening comments, that is an asymmetric advantage, and that is something we as the United States do better than anybody. So we have to continue to harness innovation. As a leader, I would empower the workforce to explore, test, try, fail, and figure out what's working.
I'm not sure I would brag about that.
And then ultimately, those capabilities and
Max,
options
I
have got
got
to be
you.
integrated. They've got to be
I got
integrated
you,
across
girl.
the joint force. They've got to be integrated in all domains, and increasingly, those options should be provided that enable us to integrate and pair those with other elements of national power.
Okay, it's helpful. You've been a consumer of some of the intelligence information that's come across your desk and trying to be able to prepare for operations. I'm a consumer of intelligence documents as well. I've noticed over the past 10 years among some of our agencies that the documents and the analysis has gotten safer and safer and safer in the way that it's written. Sometimes I read some analysis and I read it twice and think, this doesn't say a thing. This is supposed to be telling me something, and I can't tell what this is trying to tell me because it's written so safe in it.
Langford, nobody really wanted to tell you, but you're kind of stupid. And frankly, everybody realizes that you're not going to understand it anyways. So I'm so sorry. You might be dumb. Why are you admitting to that? Why are you admitting to that? Ouch. Langford. Yeah, no, I know, Pep. I know. No, I know exactly who you meant. I got to remove the background on that Thunderbird so it's a little more, anatomically correct. So I'll figure that out.
One of the challenges that I would have before you is at NSA and with your analysts and folks as they're gathering SIGINT to be able to make sure that the documents that are written and the reports that are done, just say it bluntly. And that there is a sense of permission to say it frankly, even at times, and to not have a perception of being safe. I don't know if you've experienced some of the same things as you've read some of the intelligence documents in the past and some of the information reports, but I would encourage you to say it frank instead of safe when it comes out of your analysts. You don't have to respond to that one way or the other on it, because you'll have to be able to lead it. One last question that I had is a follow-up on what the chairman was saying on 702. I think what I'm looking for anything is clarifying for the American people the protections that have been put in place in statute to protect the American people, that no one is spying on them, but also making it clear that this is an essential authority that we have to protect the.
Let me tell you, Lankford, you sucking, cock-sucking motherfucker. Let me tell you why we can't have nice things, Mr. Lankford. The reason that Americans think that 702 is going to spy on them is because you and your bitchy little friends created such a cloud of disinformation about Carter Page and FISA and bullshit that's why people don't know how FISA actually works. Okay, Lankford? So, bitch, you built this house. And you guys are crappy builders. But the lies that you told are coming back to fucking hit you. You stupid, craven, bitch-ass simp motherfucker. Supporting a pedo. Supporting a pedophile. Which is fine. It doesn't, I understand it. You can take the rule and adjust it, but I am addressing specifically the disinformation that this motherfucker and his colleagues in the Reich created around 702 and around FISA. They created storms of disinformation around it and kept it enough cloudy. I know, and right? So I'm not into spying. Don't get me wrong. I don't really get all, I'm not into that. Like, I think that it can be abused, and that's all I'll say. But I would much rather have had a clear conversation about what the reforms should be on that particular, and I think there's been conversations about it, but I would much rather have had this douche whistle and his fucking pedo supporting friends. I would much rather have had them have the rational conversation about it when the Carter Page stuff started to bubble up, but they didn't. They threw gasoline on the fire and said, ooh, ooga booga, crossfire hurricane, ooga booga, all the shit. So, I'm sorry, Senator Lankford, but I have a fucking memory. And I'm sure I could pull multiple clips of you engaging in fucking disinformation around this issue. I'm confident I could. So how dare you? How dare you? And I am not going to memory hole any of this shit that these people do. How dare you now sit there and go, oh, well, how are we going to make them? It's very important, though. It's very important. What? Bitch, you're the one that held the sledgehammer. Go fuck yourself. You're complicit. You fucking Skeletor-looking motherfucker. I don't like liars and I don't like bullies.
Safety of the nation. I'm looking for not just someone who will stand up and say, yes, we need that, but someone who will be an advocate for 702 to be able to explain it to people that need to hear it and to be able to articulate how the American people are actually protected by 702. Is that you?
Senator, if confirmed, certainly I would do everything I can to provide the best advice as we look to reauthorize or extend this critical authority.
Right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Wyden.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. General, enjoyed talking with you, and I think you know that one of the key issues for me in this position is
Carla,
basically
thank you.
adhering
Crankford.
to what Ben Franklin was talking about, who said anybody who gives up their liberty to have security doesn't deserve either. And that's what we talked about. And I want to, as we talked about, get into some more kind of specifics, not to like pin you down or something, but to get a sense of where you're actually headed on striking that balance that I think is so essential. So the administration, a number of months ago, secretly decided that its agents can break into homes without a judicial warrant. Basically, they said the Fourth Amendment doesn't matter anymore. So here's the question a little bit broader than I talked about with you yesterday, so we can see if we can find some common ground. And that is, General, if you are directed to target people in the United States for surveillance, will you insist that there be a judicial warrant? And I would like to have a yes or no answer to this, and happy to have some context.
Yeah, Senator, again, I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you yesterday. Certainly, this question speaks to the mission of NSA and the authorities that it's been given. What I can tell you, Senator, is that if confirmed, I will absolutely commit to executing the foreign intelligence mission of the NSA in accordance with the authorities that it's been given and within all applicable laws.
That, respectfully, though, doesn't get close to what I'm talking about. I mean, that is about as vague as anything I've heard on the subject, and it seems to me that unfamiliarity with basic constitutional rights is not something that can be accepted in this position. It's so crucial, and I continue to believe that what I described to you is not mutually exclusive. I think smart policies give you security and liberty. Not so smart policies give you less of both. So would you like to take another crack at perhaps telling me a little bit? As I said in the office, I'm interested in hearing in your words how you might deal with one of these issues, not to spell it out in text and the like, but to get a sense of how you would strike this extraordinarily important issue in a sensible way.
Well, Senator, as we discussed, I have utmost respect and commitment to the civil liberties that are outlined in the Constitution. I've sworn an oath several times throughout my career to uphold that.
Let's move on so we can get some more questions.
Can I just the glasses are working for me. Just saying. I'm just saying. The glasses are working. Well done, sir.
Do you believe that U.S. person searches of Section 702 collection should require a warrant except in emergencies, which has been largely the position of those who would like to find some common ground as we go forward? We would say, look, if somebody says this is a 4-alarm crisis for the country, they can get the information they need and come back and settle up later, which strikes me again as a constructive step. So what are your thoughts with respect to saying that you should have a warrant except in emergencies?
Well, Senator, that's a topic that I'd need to look into and get a better understanding to give you a more fulsome and complete answer on that one. Again, what I would highlight, though, is supreme confidence that the men and women of the NSA are committed to protecting civil liberties and privacy of American citizens.
Let me go a little bit further on the Greenland issue than you've gone today.
That's a really good question, Carla,
Donald Trump's
actually.
threat to invade Greenland is just one of many ways, in my view, we would damage NATO. You talked
Yeah,
about the
I mean, I'm just
importance
saying, that's
of
kind of hot. That's all I'm
intelligence
saying.
relations
Jeez.
and intelligence relationships. How concerned are you that these relationships could be damaged by the current tensions that we are talking about now with Greenland?
Senator, the alliances and partnerships that we rely on to execute our missions are absolutely critical.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Rounds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Rudd, first of all, thanks for your service to our country. I've appreciated our discussions already in armed services and then in my office as well. And I look forward to supporting your nomination. But I thought this was an opportunity in a public discussion different than what we normally do within a classified situation in which we can kind of share with the American people some of the concerns and some of the directions that we really have to go in order to, number one, gather good data to make good decisions, but also how we protect the American public from adversaries that have some pretty decent offensive cyber weapon systems that they're not afraid to deploy. If we could, for just a minute, let's talk a little bit about artificial intelligence and the need to be able to deploy it. I think some folks in the United States today have thought that, you know, if we have concerns about this new thing about being able to make decisions very, very quickly, which is what artificial intelligence allows, and to look at a lot of different data. What happens if we were to simply say, you know what, we're just going to take our time in terms of deploying artificial intelligence in our data gathering or in our weapon systems? Does that stop an adversary in any way, shape, or form from integrating artificial intelligence as quickly as they can?
Senator, it wouldn't, and I think this is an area of competition that we have to accelerate in. It's a critical capability that its adoption and integration into our joint warfighting functions and our intelligence collection has got to be adopted. That is what will enable us to maintain our advantage in all these categories.
Would it be fair to say that in any warfighting situation, speed can make the difference between a life and death situation?
Senator, that's certainly my experience.
So you've been around the horn a little bit. You've been with young men and women that have been in harm's way. Would it be fair to say that if we deploy our tools faster than the bad guys can at a strategic level, and we provide assistance to our young men and women in uniform at a faster pace and give them more information more quickly than what an adversary can, that we save lives?
Senator, I would agree with that. And again, the examples you give are very personal to me. I understand what it means to command forces in harm's way and what it means to make decisions quickly so that we protect our forces. But I would offer increasingly, this is a strategic advantage. Our decision-making, our speed, and our ability to outthink and outmaneuver the enemy before there's conflict is critically important as well, Senator.
I'm going to bring this down now to a little bit more direct level. And we've talked about 702 and about the need, and I fully support the continuation of 702 operations. A huge amount of the data that we're able to collect overseas to be able to give our warfighting teams an advantage is because of what we collect using 702. I know there's always a concern that we not collect any information on U.S. citizens. But can you talk a little bit about what it means to a young man or a woman who is on the front lines and the ability for us to be able to know in advance what a bad guy is going to be doing near or around their areas, and how critical it is that we take advantage of those opportunities to collect that data and not tie the hands of those individuals that collect it.
Senator, I would again offer my personal experience as a
What
warfighter.
does tie hands mean? What does tie hands mean in that context, Senator? Like they don't want their hands tied getting information. What does that mean? Does that mean their judicial killings are going to be part of the mix? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? And by the way, I don't think we need a CIA. Somebody has to prove to me that we need a CIA. Because you've got all these intelligence agencies. And you're telling me we need a CIA? I don't get it. They seem to only be trouble. I mean, not that anybody else isn't, but I'm just saying. I really feel. Conversations between our adversaries in real time on the battlefield. Starlink. No, anyway.
Where I know that authority has enabled NSA to provide timely foreign intelligence to the warfighter that has saved lives.
Thank you. Let me go one step farther now with regard to.
My dad is rolling over in his grave right now. If someone had called him a warfighter, he would have punched them, and he never punched people. I mean, he would be so angry at the use of that term. He would be so angry at the Department of War. He would be so angry. Ah, what a world. No, I don't think they do. Of course not. No. Only the chuds, Neil. Only the chuds.
Artificial intelligence, we've got to be able to collect as much data as we can, as quickly as we can. And yet, in order to do that, we can't simply rely on what we call government sources. We've got to be able to work with the private sector. A huge amount of the data that's that's out there right now in terms of being able to make AI work even faster at the cutting edge is coming from private sector initiatives. Can you talk a little bit about how important it is to be able to integrate the private sector into our systems to make us faster than the adversaries?
Senator, it seems reasonable that that would naturally accelerate and enable scale. What I would also highlight is that as we do that, again, the same respect and safeguard for civil liberties and private data need to be adhered to.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just like Senator Rounds, I wanted to talk about AI and FISA 702. I got one other topic. Just want to start by saying that I have a legislation with Senator Warner and Cornyn and Langford called the Enable IC Act, which is going to get us moving faster on this, and also an Advanced AI Security Readiness Act, which is going to help with something you talked about, General Rudd, the private sector more involved here. So I think we all agree that we need to move faster and innovate more. I mean, the world is moving incredibly fast, especially with AI and these tools that are being developed, and these novel methodologies are incredible, but they also come with a lot of risk, especially when we're talking about a highly classified work environment and highly classified data. So can you talk a little bit in more detail about how you're going to approach integrating AI and other tech tools into NSA systems that we currently have, while
I thought I turned my mic on. No, wait, now I got to play it again. Hold on, because you're not going to get the whole joke if you don't hear this part first, okay? Hold on. Don't worry. Okay.
especially when we're talking about a highly classified work environment and highly classified data. So can you talk a little bit in more detail about how you're going to approach integrating AI and other tech tools into NSA systems that we currently have while guarding against the risk?
Very, very carefully. I cracked myself up. I'm going to do it very carefully. That's from, isn't that? See, it was so funny when it was like not. Sorry. Thank you for laughing. I'm really appreciate your laughing. Because I thought it really worked. But you know what? When a joke has that much setup, yeah, Elmer Fudd. That's right. Thank you, J. Jane. Anyway, sorry. I'm sorry. That was that was a horrible execution. Hi, Sharon Brown. That was a horrible execution, but you get the point. Thank you so much for your support. I really appreciate it. You're a beautiful audience. Thank you very much.
Senator, I would offer on risk, the first way that we mitigate risk is to understand it. Where are the risks? Where do they exist? And then what do we need to do to ensure that we are continuously assessing that we've provided a solution to that? Within the realm of AI, obviously the data
And
is a key
extraordinarily
part of this,
patient.
but then also
That's
equally
what it
important,
is.
a layer of cybersecurity
I have more watchers
around
than the
that.
Melania
So
movie.
how do you
Fuck yeah,
ensure
meowing
that the
star.
data is authoritative? How do you ensure that
Let's
it's
fucking go.
feeding the right models? But equally important, coupled with that, is the ability to protect that data. My understanding is that NSA has that responsibility. They're executing it very well. And certainly, Senator, if confirmed, it would be a high priority of mine to ensure that we continue to do so.
And General, also, one priority I think you're going to need to put somewhere near the top of the list, and I know one of my colleagues brought up the election threat issue, but certainly AI being used by our adversaries against us in an election is going to be, I think here in 2026 is going to be more significant than what we've ever seen before, and certainly in 2028. On the FISA 702 question, we're going to have to reauthorize it here pretty soon, just a few months. I don't think the public understands what this is. I mean, we're talking about something, an acronym with a number and a letter after it, and it just seems something that's, out of reach for most people. Can you try to explain here in just about 30 seconds or so why this should matter to the average American?
Senator, in as plain as language as I can put it, is first and foremost, it is the collection of foreign intelligence against non-U.S. persons who are
God,
located
I would have thought there were more
outside of
astronauts,
the United
Warren.
States. And again, what I've experienced in my career is that this provides the warfighter, the decision maker, the ability to have critical insight into threats that enables decision making. And again, we've talked about speed. Critical to speed is a deep understanding.
But for a family, hardworking American family, and they shouldn't have to pay much attention to this. How does it affect them? Like, what are the consequences to them and their children, let's say a few months from now, if we did not reauthorize 702?
Nuclear devastation.
Well, Senator, again, in my experience, it's quite simply, it saves lives.
Save lives. Could we be potentially talking about their lives, the lives of their family members, friends, coworkers?
Again, Senator, the lives of
Didn't
men
Buzz
and women in
Aldrin end
harm's
up
way,
being a
but
real dick?
also threats to the homeland of the United States, I would put that in the category of saving lives.
Yeah, and I agree with you. And I
he go on
think
The
that
Apprentice or
is
something?
a key part of this. This is an authority that the intelligence community has, but the reason it has it is it keeps Americans safer. Not just the IC, not just DOD, not people that are regularly in harm's way. It results in safety for the American people. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Budd.
Thank you, Chairman. General, thanks for your years of service. I enjoyed our conversation in the office a week or two ago.
Warren, coming in hot.
We talked a lot about this morning and in that conversation in the office about the many hats of this role. And you certainly have the experience to do that. But I understand that in a peacetime. But let's say there's an invasion by China to Taiwan, and it's no longer peacetime, but it's a period of conflict. How do you balance the roles in a situation like that, as best you can see it?
Well, Senator, it's a continuous assessment of the situation and where the balance lies between the two organizations and the capabilities that each brings to bear. Certainly, on one side, you need deep insight into the threat, into the adversary to understand. And then on the other side, you need to be able to deliver capabilities and options that would change the course even before conflict, but if in conflict, certainly there's capability to bring to bear. There's obviously a constant awareness and understanding of that, but I think the current construct puts us in a position that enables unity of command, unity of effort to make.
He's buddies with Clitta. Hold on, because I got something for that. Hold on just a second. There she is. There's my girl. You mean Clitta? Mr. Bud loves Clitta. Loves a little Clitta. Is that what you're saying? This senator loves this lady, Clitoris Mitchell, if you're going to be formal.
Years of service and certainly a unique pathway.
Clitoris, if you're nasty.
So, congratulations for that. But this is a highly technical civilian organization at NSA, which it's different than
she says, "I want to kiss you."
Tell us how you want to, and you think you will be adapting your military leadership experience to lead an organization like this.
Yes, Senator. First of all, if confirmed, I look forward to this unique experience and challenge.
Don't forget Wolfowitz.
Gaining a deeper understanding and appreciation of a largely civilian, highly technical workforce. My career to date is not without those experiences and opportunities. I can be such a longshoreman perhaps, sometimes. But,
Can't
this
I?
would definitely be a different one. What I have always applied as a leadership principle to any organization, but certainly ones that are different or have different capabilities or different expertise, is first a willingness to get in and learn as much as I can, but connect with the workforce, connect on a personal level, get to know them. Certainly, I'm not going to get to know every single individual in the agency, but get to understand their culture. The second piece is what I just said, understand. And in doing the connection and understanding with the workforce, it enables a leader to best position themselves to empower, to enable, and to really harness what their capability, their incredible expertise is. And certainly, if confirmed, I look forward to applying that with this organization.
Thank you, General. There's an executive branch policy where the NSA is prohibited from producing and disseminating finished intelligence. I found that interesting. And yet, the agency NSA has some of the best cybersecurity expertise in all of the U.S. government. And it does, in fact, produce products that look and read a lot like finished intelligence. So, is that a good policy?
Yeah, Senator, that's something that I would want to take a look at and come back to you with a recommendation on.
That's my next question. So you will commit to looking at that to see if that policy needs to be modified?
Senator, if confirmed, I'll look into it.
Thank you. You spent a lot of time in the Indo-Pacific. Where do you see opportunities to work with our partners like Japan, the Philippines, and Taiwan to build capacity in against cyber threats? And how could we cooperate with them more?
Senator, we're doing it on a daily basis. Certainly, there's opportunity to do more, but there's a very deliberate approach and campaign plan to working with our allies and partners. I think there's tremendous opportunity to do more, certainly on the cyber front. And if confirmed, I would look forward to exploring those opportunities.
Thank you, General.
Senator Gillibrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For nearly a decade, the intelligence community produced a steady stream of relevant intelligence on foreign threats to U.S. elections, informing congressional policymakers. Will you commit to continuing to produce and disseminate intelligence reporting made available to Congress on foreign plans, intentions, and activity targeting U.S. elections?
Cannot stand you.
Senator, the electoral process is fundamental to our democratic values and Americans writ large. And I've committed throughout my career to serve, to defend and uphold those values. Any foreign threat to the electoral process should be viewed as a national security concern. And Senator, if confirmed for this, I commit to working with executive and legislative sides on this.
I appreciate that. In your responses to the Senate Armed Services Committee, you suggested very similar to that statement that U.S. election defense is currently better positioned than in the past, given efforts with interagency partners, which allows for the rapid sharing of threat intelligence. Under this administration, however, key elements of that interagency process have been entirely eliminated, as in the case of the FBI's Foreign Influence Task Force, or been paralyzed from funding cuts and rollbacks of information sharing duties. Do you believe that there's still an effective interagency for you to engage with?
Well, Senator, if confirmed for this role, I would
no,
look forward to
and
being
oh my
part
God,
of
thank you for
whatever the
saying
construct,
something. I'm going to go, everybody.
exists,
I don't want to
certainly,
be
again,
part of
throughout
this
my
regime.
career.
Bye.
I've seen.
I want to see it
and
someday.
I've been a part of a number of interagency efforts.
Someday I
if
want to see
confirmed,
one
I
of
look
these
forward to being
folks
part of
stand
that.
up and go, you know what? You're right. I'm out. What am I even thinking? Why am I even here? I have nothing in common with this regime. Why am I even doing this? Thank you, everybody, for bringing clarity to my life. Goodbye. I'm gonna go grab a matcha latte and go home. Get back on the train. Don't give your children toys. Put the money in a Trump account. Wait, does he say that? We're waiting for a cabinet meeting to start too, and I'm sorry, I'm making you watch the cabinet meeting. So just suck it up, Buttercup. Okay, because that's what we do on this show. We monitor right-wing media. I want those kind of people to stay and provide a backstop. Yes, absolutely, I guess. I mean, yes. I mean, maybe one of the shitty ones. It's like our cod liver oil. That's right. You're going to take your medicine. No, I'm just kidding. I'm dragging you down in my rabbit holes. Come on, let's go. There's tacos. There's not tacos. I'm kidding. All right. I'm going to continue to play a little bit more of this, and then I'm going to come right back myself, and then we might switch over before the cabinet meeting starts, although I think it's going to start any minute. But too bad. Bessent said that? Oh, my God. Fucking Scott Bessent. He's going to really cry. He's number 5, I think, in the Nuremberg 2.0 seating plan. I should make a seating map. I'll do that. I'll make a seating map. I'll really give it some thought. I'll do that. Okay. BRB, and here we go.
Okay. Several years ago, I led the creation of the DoD Cyber Service Academy Scholarship Program, which creates a cleared and trained workforce pipeline. These are for non-military roles, appropriate for NSA, CIA, and other civilian positions. Since then, I've worked with my colleagues to continue to improve this program and expand the number of scholarships. What value do you see in this type of program, and how would increasing the number of scholarships benefit NSA's work?
I think quite
if confirmed, do I have your
spectacular.
commitment to work
Never
with me on
looked
this
this good.
project?
and hopefully we're going to do
Senator, I'd
work
certainly
that's
like
never
to
been as good.
learn more about this.
So
but
I think that's
the
basically
way
what's
you
happened
describe
in our
this
first
concept
year. We've
certainly
had
seems like
an amazing
avenue
year,
that could be explored
and,
to
this
enhance
will
and
be our
expand the scale of the
first
workforce. Certainly
cabinet after
an
the
opportunity
year, so we're
to
starting our
generate
second
talent
year.
for the workforce.
Tremendous progress has been made. I want to
Senator,
thank my
if
entire
confirmed,
cabinet
I look
for
forward to learning more about
12
this.
months of
Yeah,
unprecedented
and when we created
achievements.
it, it
really
has
have. I
up to
mean,
1,000
it's
slots a year.
unprecedented.
But
The
we
numbers
have
we've
not
had
done a
on
good
the
job
economy
in
and
telling our high schools
growth,
around the country that
you
these
see them,
scholarships are
and that's
available.
despite a
And so
Democrat
we have not
shutdown.
had
Without the
sufficient
shutdown, we would have
applications.
picked up
In the
about
last
a
few
point and a
years,
half
it's been in
more
the
than
hundreds,
already high
not in the
numbers.
thousands. And so all slots are not being filled. We've also worked to get more schools signed up. There's over 600 schools across the country that have signed up for this ROTC type program, as long as they have the curriculum that our security and intelligence teams need across the DoD and across the intel community. So I would like your commitment also to work with us in making sure high school students around the country know about this, and that all your services know that they can find great graduates through this program.
Senator, again, I look forward to learning as much as I can about this and supporting it as able.
Thank you. Last year, DNI Gabbard fired over 100 intelligence officers deemed to be misusing the chat platform hosted by the NSA on Interlink. These officers were alleged to have misused these systems, in some cases with valid allegations of inappropriate conduct, and others potential for discriminatory reasons. You've answered to many of the members on this panel about your review and judgment with regard to the use of AI platforms on NSA systems. What is your perspective on making sure these systems are not misused to harass or target other service members or intelligence personnel?
Yes, Senator, I appreciate that concern. Certainly the responsibility of any leader of any organization is to safeguard the workforce and ensure that there's compliance within how we use the tools and systems to accomplish the mission. And if confirmed for this role, I would pledge to continue that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
He's like, nah, let him go. Let him live. How do we expect him to answer? I'm all for hearing it because I think it needs to be on the record. So don't get me wrong. I watch these things all the time, but I just wonder, I know, I'm sorry. I really am sorry. I love you guys so much, and I don't mean to be an asshole. But I'm so sorry.
To do work that's never been as good. So I think that's basically what's happened in our first year. We've had an amazing year, and this would be our first cabinet after the year, so we're starting our...
Okay, I'm giving a trigger warning, okay? I'm giving a trigger warning. This is hard to... I'm being serious right now. This is very hard to listen to because he repeats the same shit over and over again, which we, as thinking adults, want to correct. Suppress the need to correct and let it wash over you. It's a little bit like snot off a seal's back. Just let it wash over you. You know what you're doing? Let me tell you the secret. The secret to listening and watching a lot of right-wing bullshit, here's what the secret is. It's like a game. For me, it's like bingo. Because I get to see, did he talk about this? Did he talk about that? What'd he say about this? What'd he say about that? Think of it as a game. Just let it wash over you. Nothing he says is different or is not intent. Well, let me put it this way. Everything he says is intended to trigger you. Don't let him. Don't let him. It's important we hear it because he has, it's important we hear it because it does drive what might happen next. Might is the operative word there. So I just want you to let go of his bullshit, fucking bullshit. Is being voted on presently, first appropriations bill of the day so far. Is this in the Senate? Yeah. Or no, House resolution. Oh, okay. Here we go. All right. Of course he's going to, and it's bingo. That's it. Max. You got it. This is like fucked up bingo. Think of it as a big fucked up bingo board. And none of us win. There you go. Yeah, it's important to just let it wash over you. I know that's hard because it's real and words are real and his concepts unfortunately become real. In the Senate? Okay, we'll let me pull that up. I'll put it in the corner. Hold on.
Second year, tremendous progress has been made. I want to thank my entire cabinet for 12 months of unprecedented achievements. We really have. I mean, it's unprecedented. The numbers we've had on the economy and growth, you see them. And that's despite a Democrat shutdown. Without the shutdown, we would have picked up about 1.5 points more than already high numbers, record-setting numbers. So this has been, I think, and a lot of people say it, the most successful year of any administration in American history. First year, there's never been a first year like this, including the fact that we extinguished 8 wars, and another one we think is coming. Steve Witkoff's working very hard, and Jared and everybody else, and I think it's coming. It was just announced that the murder rate in our country is the biggest drop.
And these votes are even more boring. I'll just put it on the screen.
It's at the lowest level in 125 years. First in recorded history, it's the lowest in at least 125 years. It's a wonderful thing. And that crime is way down, and one of the reasons is we've taken a lot of bad people and gotten them out of our country. In some cases, they're so bad that we put them in prison because we don't want them to even take a chance of coming back in, even though our border is very secure, record-setting secure. We had 0 illegal aliens.
And let me just be clear. I do not mean to say that this is a game in any way, shape, or form. Please, I hope you don't misunderstand. I hope I am clear. Let me put it, not you. I hope I am being clear. I don't think of this as a game. It is a mechanism for me to be able to listen to what right-wingers say. So that's the only... So that's the way I gamify this, is just as a mechanism for coping. It's not it's not that what he says isn't very serious and triggering. Okay, so that's just to make sure that for everybody I'm really being clear, because there's nothing funny about this regime at all. Now, despite the fact that I try to use gallows humor to point that out, but anyway, sorry.
Being admitted into our country for the last 8 months. That's hard for even me to believe, but the people that make up the lists are supposedly nonpartisan, but I would say they lean toward the Democrat side. And if they say that, I'm all for it. As you know, we've had a situation take place with respect to Venezuela. I want to just thank General Kane and his staff. Well, the job that they've done is incredible. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And once it did take place, I want to thank the leadership of Venezuela. We're getting along really well with them. The relationships have been very strong, very good. And they have informed me that they feel there's very good security, very strong security. We're working with the various people involved, including Chris and Doug and everybody on the oil. We have the major oil companies going to Venezuela now, scouting it out and picking their locations, and they'll be bringing back tremendous wealth for Venezuela and for the United States, and the oil companies will do fine too. Venezuela will actually make for themselves more money than they've ever made before.
Where's the 200 million billion?
That's a good thing. And the people of Venezuela
Where's the 200 million billion in Qatar?
Waving American flags. They were so happy. And the people in our country, like in the Doral section of Miami, which is considered little Venezuela, they're thrilled.
He's sniffing, meowing.
And I just spoke to the president of Venezuela.
And he's got a little bit of mouth
we're going to be opening up
happening.
all commercial airspace over Venezuela. American citizens will be very shortly able to go to Venezuela, and they'll be safe there. They'll be safe. It's under very strong control. And the people of formerly of Venezuela,
I
want to
go
back, and some want to go back to visit, and they're going to be able to do that. So I've instructed.
I don't think I'd be on the first
Sean
point,
Duffy
first
and
pancake.
everybody
I'm
else
just
concerned,
saying,
including
watch out for that first pancake. Okay, watch out for the first pancake. I wouldn't run to go to Venezuela. Not that no one should. I am feeling sorry for Venezuela right now and the people of Venezuela. And probably the last thing they need is asshole Americans. Now, if Venezuelans, if they would like to go home and visit, I still don't think it's a promise that this douche whistle can make that anybody would be secure. And as an American, I don't know if you would be that popular. I'm going to be honest. How is he not expired from bad vibes? Well, that's the thing. It is a death watch. I have the thumbnail all ready for the death watch. Because remember last time we thought he was dead? You know, I'm just saying. Send in the streamer chuds. I want to see that. Exactly.
The military, that if you would, by the end of today, I'd like to have the airspace over Venezuela. Planes can go to Venezuela opened up. Okay?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank all of the people in Venezuela for what they went through, and I want to thank the leadership for really they're doing a good job. And just as I promised, we've defeated the Biden inflation nightmare and achieved explosive new economic growth. The Atlanta Fed is predicting an astounding 5.4% GDP growth in the fourth quarter, and that's despite the fact that we had a Democrat shutdown. We would have had that number would have been 7%, which is a number nobody's ever heard of. And we've been given great national security because of tariffs, and we've also been given unprecedented income because of tariffs. Part of the income that we gave, $12 billion, we gave to the farmers of our country, so that yesterday I was up in Iowa, and they were very happy, Madam Secretary.
Yes, sir.
They were very, very happy. They were great. So the GDP growth in the fourth quarter was great, and it's going to be, I think we're going to have an amazing and incredible year. Hopefully we won't have a shutdown. We're working on that right now. I think we're getting close. The Democrats, I don't believe, want to see it either. So we'll work in a very bipartisan way. I believe not to have a shutdown. We don't want a shutdown. And just yesterday, the S&P 500 hit 7,000 for the first time ever. There's never been any time at which it's done like that. And the other stocks also, I think it was 52 times for the Dow, had hit a record high. But the 7,000 was not a number that was even thinkable if you go back a year ago. So S&P hit 7,000 for the first time ever. The stock market has set, it's actually 53 all-time record highs since the election, adding $9 trillion in value to savings, retirement accounts, and 401ks. And I mean, everybody benefits, but we have record stock markets. Companies have never done well. And most importantly, if you think about it, after 4 years in which Biden got much less than $1 trillion of investment into our country, actually it was taken over 11 months, even though we're 12 months. In 11 months, we've taken in more than $18 trillion. So they did less than $1 trillion, Scott, in a period of 4 years, and we've done $18 trillion in less than 1 year. So there's never been anything like that. No other country has done those numbers, by the way, in history. 10 years ago, one country did $3 trillion. No other. We did $18 trillion. Is being invested now. Thousands of businesses, plants, equipment all over the country are being built right now. And they're going to be opening pretty soon. And when they open, you'll see numbers like nobody's ever seen before. The economy is doing amazingly well. I wish the press would report it, but people are finding out. They're seeing it. It's coming. It's becoming pretty evident. It's hard to hide. Biden inflation, which is really stagflation, cost the typical family $34,000. Think of that, $34,000. But after 1 year, growth in real incomes is outpacing inflation by more than $3,000 under Trump. So one cost $34,000 and one made $3,000. That's a big swing. Gasoline has plunged to, think of this, over $4 a gallon, depending on where you are. In California, it's $7, $8 a gallon. While I was in Iowa, and they had $1.85 because I had it at $1.99
Where the fuck is it $7 a gallon?
And I was corrected
I
by
haven't
two
seen
farmers
that. I live in
said,
Los
I just
Angeles,
bought my
for fuck's
gasoline
sake.
for $1.85. So Chris, you have to be doing something right, you and Doug.
Chris and
But I
Doug
don't
are
wanna
fucking evil.
give you too
They're
much
like
confidence.
seats
You gotta
8 and
keep it
9
going.
in Nuremberg 2.0.
We're drilling, I think I can say we're drilling more than at any time ever in the history. We're taking out more energy out of our land, but specifically if you look at
I am going to
oil
create the
and gas,
Nuremberg
we've never
2.0 seating chart.
been anywhere
okay?
even close. Is that a correct statement?
Just making numbers up. He's pulling him out of his
Great.
ass.
It's a great job.
Oh, this guy's a
it's
fucking
supply and
asshole.
demand.
That's the
that's
energy
going down
secretary.
rapidly, and you know when energy goes down, everything else goes down. They tried to do their thing. It was a disaster. Then they ran back very late to the Trump policy, but they didn't do the Trump policy. They cut leases. They did everything that they could do, but they lost it, and they were very high. And we're now less than $2 in many areas, $2.30 a gallon average. Grocery prices, airfares, hotels, car payments, and rent prices are coming down very fast. And you don't hear the word affordability issued by the Democrats anymore.
That is a lie. L-I-E, lie, You are lying all day long. You are lying, sir. You are lying. Ooh. I'll pull up the motherfucking prices. I can pull up the motherfucking prices. Okay? We can pull up the data, bitch. I know your chuds won't pull up the data, but we pull up the data here. So go fuck yourself. Silly. Like, we're going to pull up data like you've never seen before, sir. With tears in our eyes.
Now they're going into other things because they're getting beaten badly on affordability. Remember that when I was elected, I came into office, I inherited a total
It's like
mess,
in LA,
starting
it's like
with eggs,
$4.50 to
which were
$5
4
a
times
gallon,
higher
maybe
than they were just
$5.50 if you
a
go
year
west.
before.
You go to Beverly Hills,
Brooke
you're going to
got
pay
them down very
$6 a
quickly
gallon.
before Easter. They said they wanted me to buy plastic eggs for the egg hunt at the very famous
You don't
egg
fucking
hunt
get your
at
gas
the White
in
House.
fucking
Sir, would
West
you buy
Hollywood or
plastic
Beverly
eggs?
Hills.
And we buy a lot,
Duh,
like
or Santa
100,000 eggs.
Monica.
I said, we're not
Duh.
going to buy plastic eggs. And by the time we had the egg hunt, a few months later, we had the prices down pretty good. And now they're really low. Now they're at a very low level. So we really have, you don't hear the word affordability because we inherited very high prices and we inherited the highest inflation in 48 years. I say the history of our country, I think it sounds almost the same. Actually, I think 48 years sounds actually worse for some reason. So I'll go with the 40 because the press corrected me. I said history and they said, it's not history, it's 48 years. I said, I'll accept that. And we had the highest inflation in 48 years. We have now as you saw yesterday with the Fed, I'm not a fan of his, he said that inflation essentially is not a factor. It's really been pretty amazing. I just put out a statement about his statements. I won't repeat them here because they're too angry. And thanks to our tax cuts, millions of Americans will receive record-setting tax refunds. You're going to get a lot of tax refunds, with the average refund expected to be over $1,000 higher than it has been at any time. So we're going to be getting some pretty good refunds, a lot of people. If congressional Democrats had their way, Americans would right now be facing the largest tax hike ever. You know, their proposal was to raise taxes very substantially. And our proposal, which is in the great, big, beautiful New Deal, it's a New Deal in its own way. It's a Republican version of the New Deal.
Now, this is one I haven't heard. Okay, this is one I haven't heard. Somebody, Scott Bessent. No, Karen, this is very interesting. He just called it the New Deal. The big ugly bill. He called it the Republican New Deal. Oh my, this is new. This is new. I don't know who plugged this one into his fucking noggin. I don't know who downloaded this one into his Neuralink. Let's see. Who would it be? It would probably be Bessent. That's who it would be. It would be Bessent. It might be Nutlicker. No, Nutlicker's too crass. He wouldn't do that. But I think that Besant would say, hey, you know what we need to do, Mr. President? We need to call this the New Deal. We need to mindfuck people into thinking that this is... Could it be Stephen Miller? Would it be one of the more economic guys? I just don't know. I mean, definitely yes, but I don't even think Stephen Miller can say the words New Deal without exploding. So I wonder, this is definitely different. A nude eel. Oh, it was a nude eel. Sorry, Josh, you're right. I misheard. I know they hate everything FDR did is what this whole thing is kind of about. Liberalism, safety nets, equal opportunities, hopefully. The Republican New Steel. Oh, he mispronounced steel. Oh, meowing. Thank you for that. Gosh, you really got to listen closely because it can really get you. But motherfucking Christ, this is new, people. Zing, zing, zing. Zing, zing, zing. We're going to start hearing this bullshit. And so the attack on this is, let's tell you what FDR really did. And let's tell you why the Republicans are and why the big ugly bill is not the New Deal. That it is a new deal for billionaires. That's what we need to do, is capture, because I don't think I have seen a really good analysis of this is what has been codified through the big ugly bill. And I know there's probably out there. I'm not saying it's just that I haven't seen one. So I would really be interested in finding a good analysis of the big ugly bill and pull out, kind of what the themes are. Because when people understand, well, they won't, but I know for a fact within that big ugly bill are things like 100% expensing, I think for life, on business expenses to onshore job. I don't know what the requirements are to get this expensing, but it probably has something to do with building your shit here, right? Blah, blah, blah. And so, these huge companies that are giving us $500 billion or investing $500 billion, they're doing it for themselves, by the way. They're not giving us any shit. They're basically doing it for themselves. And now they get to do it and write off all of the expenses. I'm not shitting you. Mama. And I really want some analysis, maybe from I don't know who does this. There's a couple of organizations that do this, but I'd be really interested in having someone actually analyze the impact to middle class and lower income, middle income and lower income people around the itemization, right? So if you can, I can't itemize. I haven't been able to itemize since the 90s. Okay. Maybe, early 2000s. So I haven't been able to itemize since that time. I have always had to take the standard deduction because it's higher. So I can imagine that I might be similar to a large amount of the population in this country. I don't know about you. Most people do. And so there's probably data on how the actual big ugly bill, the no tax on tips, the Social Security, I don't know what that means actually, because I think I still have social tax coming out of mine, but whatever. And then, I think that this is not this is a boondoggle as we've described, but I really think it needs to be distilled into as clear and concise a document as possible, because it's very difficult to combat the big beautiful bill when it's so massive and complex. Yeah, he's very mucusy today, isn't he? Yeah. Got a lot of mucus. Anyway, I just want to really point out when things happen where he says something new, because it really it makes my ears perk up, and I just want to listen for that. And now I want to listen. And then what I do is I start to listen for these same concepts, the Republican New Deal. I'm interested, does that trickle down to the chud level? Do they talk about the Republican New Deal? Do they get it? Or is this for someone else? This is my kink. My kink is trying to understand how people receive information and then how they act or vote or care or not care or whatever, And let me show you fucking inflation, this fucking bitch. I'm sorry. Sometimes when he says specific shit, I'm like, I'm going to just disprove that. But I realize that's a futile thing. So I'm not quite sure why I want to kill myself so much over it. But I just want to show you, and this is going to be big, so I apologize. Hold on. Let me make it smaller. Let me make it a little smaller. But you're going to get the idea of what I'm talking about, that he's a fucking liar. You're a liar. You're a liar. You're a liar, Mr. President. You're a fucking liar. Wait, what? Wait, where'd you go? June. Oh, okay. Wait, what? 5 years. Okay, so this is 5 years of the inflation rate, United States inflation rate. This is from Trading Economics. It's a great website. It captures from a bunch of different places and just is like a warehouse for data. So this is 2021, 1.4%. December 2020, okay. January, 1.4%, 1.7. Then we started to kind of feel it, right? Ooh, ouch, ouch, ouch. And then it started to come down. But this, which is December 2025, 2.7%, this is not the lowest it's ever been, even in 4 years, 5 years. Sorry. So don't lie about it. And then we don't have any data because they had some bogus excuse that since the government was shut down, they didn't bother to get any data. Bullshit. You're trying to hide shit. Damn it. Damn it, Janet. Okay. I really am sorry for the interruption, but that's the kind of stuff that gets me excited.
Deal right behind you is a nice picture of FDR.
Not going to lie.
This is a much better deal than the FDR deal. But we have the great, big, beautiful bill, and it's given tremendous tax cuts and a lot of other things. People are now finding out how good
That's
it
what
is.
I dig.
It's just kicked in as of January 1st,
I dig
by the
language.
way. So we're really starting to see it. Even though it's a month, we're really starting to see it. The U.S. economy would be cratering if they had won this election. Our country would be in very bad shape. Would be maybe not much of a country anymore. I don't think it would be a country anymore. They were doing everything wrong, but they were going to give you the largest tax hike in history, and we're giving you the largest tax cut in history in the great, big, beautiful bill. In addition, I think it's very good. I think it's very important.
I'll just do this. That was a lie.
No tax on overtime, no tax on tips, and no tax on Social Security. But you also have, you're getting this is the first time this ever happened. If you buy a car, you go out and borrow money, you get an interest deduction. You take the interest rate, the interest that you're paying on the loan, you're able to deduct it for income tax purposes.
There's another thing.
So
interest on car loans, another thing that you have to itemize in order to receive.
I think it's going to be great for everybody, including the car companies. I was in Detroit 3 weeks ago. I went to the Ford factory, spoke to the General Motors people. It's all the same. They're doing better than they've ever done. The factory I went to was like a World War I, earlier than World War I factory, opened up. One of the oldest buildings, but one of the biggest. And Ford was getting ready to close it a couple of years ago, and then they saw that I was doing well, and it looked like I would have a good chance of winning. And they kept it going, barely going. And last week they announced, during my visit, they announced that they're going to round the clock production. They never thought it was. I said, did you ever think? I spoke with Bill Ford and the president of Ford. They were both there, and they said, we can't even believe it. We're going to close this building 2 years ago, and now it's going round the clock. They said, we cannot. They said, we wish it was twice the size, but they're now building additional plants in the United States, as is everybody else. You have AI building, but the car companies, I love the car companies, and you have them, they're all coming back. They're coming back from Mexico, they're coming back from Canada, they're coming back from Japan, and they're coming back from Germany, all over Europe. They're coming back, they're building here because they want to avoid the tariffs. They don't want to pay the 15%, in some cases 25% tariff. Could be a lot higher than that if it wasn't working. So because of that, they're all coming back. One statistic yesterday that Scott told me is that for the first time ever, tell them about the steel in Japan, that we are now making more steel. Go ahead, please.
So yesterday they reported for the first time in 26 years, the United States of America produced more steel than Japan. Wow. And that is entirely driven by your tariffs.
Amazing.
Or think of it. He obviously said that much better than I did, because I got no applause, and I'm giving you home run after home run. He says one thing and everybody I should have saved that one for myself. No, but think of it. First time, and they read almost 30 years, but I guess it's what, 26, 27 years, that we are now producing more steel than Japan. Japan being a big steel producer. Japan and other countries really took our steel production away from us. Now, if you think of this, 3-4 years ago, the steel companies were all closing up. We worked a fantastic deal with U.S. Steel. We saved U.S. Steel. And now it's all coming about, but and that's just the beginning. There are a lot of steel plants right now being built. So that's an amazing number. Nobody would have believed that. If you would have said that 3, 4, 5 years ago, people would have said, yeah, it's not a true fact. But so it has to be true, because otherwise you question me on everything. I have to be extremely accurate. I don't exaggerate it. I don't want to exaggerate, because you will call me. You don't call other people, but you would call me under my most favored nations file, which I think is the most important thing, Bobby, of all what we've done, because we're bringing drug prices down by 80, 90%, depending on the way. You could say 5, 6, 7, 800%. Depends on the way you want to calculate it, right? But let's go the old-fashioned way. But drug prices for prescription drugs will be down 80, 90%, 75%, 68%. They've only gone up for years and years and years. They've only gone up, and now we're going to have essentially the most favored nation. We're going to have the most favored price in the whole world. Whatever the lowest price in the world is, that's what we're going to pay. And I don't want to go into a big deal.
Okay, let's talk about that. Because there's another story, and I don't know if he's going to tell this story, but there's another story alongside the whole lowest price, most favored nations bullshit. So in one story, he describes a phone call with Emmanuel Macron, the hottie McToddy from France. And he says in that phone call, Emmanuel, you must raise your price on the fat drug. You must raise your price on the fat drug, whatever drug. It's not the fat drug, but and that's what he calls it, by the way. I don't call it that. He calls it that. You are U.S. Steel. That's a good one, Black Bear. So Emmanuel, you must raise your price for blitty blop. And Emmanuel said, no, sir. No, I shall not. I will not do that. I will not do that. I will not do that, sir. No, you cannot make me do that. No, Emmanuel, you must. And if you don't, I'm going to put 1,000% tariffs on you. Oh, Donald, you are such a good negotiator. I don't know why he sounds like he's from Quebec. Sorry about that. Oh, because foreigners do not use. I will not do that. Oh, Donald, you are such an inspiration to all of us. And that is, no. Yes, we will do that. So here's the boondoggle on the most favored nation status, if it even ever comes to fruition. So, there's that too. I mean, this might just be a waste of air. But, no. The most favored nations, he wants people to raise the prices of their drugs. That's what the drug companies are going to do. Are you kidding me that you think the drug companies are going to take a motherfucking hit like this? Give me a fucking break. Do you fucking think, what world is a fucking pharmaceutical company going to say, oh, you guys want to pay the same price as the lowest in the world? No problem. Gotcha. You know what? I'll update the records now. Like it just doesn't, it's not going to happen. That's fucking pipe dream. He does think because his followers are stupid enough to believe it. They're 100% believing it. And then there's this Trump RX bullshit scheme. Yeah, exactly. The .gov site, not through private insurance, assuming Medicare gets it, but who knows? You know what I mean? Like none of this is real. And if he does manage to do something like this, believe you me, we're still going to be fucked. And if he does this thing where he's like, I want to take the money that we would subsidize the Affordable Care Act, that kind of gap money, I want to send that to all the people. And then they can just buy their own insurance. Or he says buy their own health care. I almost think that he thinks he's bypassing the insurance companies by doing that. But what he's actually going to create, if he does go through with that, which again, I highly doubt that it will go anywhere in the form that he says it. If that happens, that means that you get a little bit of money. It is not the pre-tax that you get. You see, when you do your medical premiums out of your salary, that money is pre-tax. So basically, that money is not taxed. But if you are just paid that money and it's not going directly to an insurance company, that money that normally your employer would provide is going to be taxed. So you're going to have less money there in that little pile. And then Dumpo over here is going to send you another money pile. And what do you think the insurance companies are going to do now that they're going to be dealing with individual marketplace people instead of group policies? What do you think's going to happen? Let's think. Here's a possible scenario. A possible scenario is that the motherfucking insurance companies, as they do every year, upwards of like 12, 15% a year, are going to raise the cost of premiums. So what you were able to pay $700 for under Obamacare, thanks Obama, you are now going to get, let's say, $400 from the government, but your $700 is going to be worth less because it's going to have been taxed. So in essence, you're going to pay $700 plus deducting the tax from that. So then the rest of it comes out of your own pocket, because I can very well see, and I've seen it, so I'm not even making it up. I'm not even guessing. That means that the insurance company will say, well, now your policy that was $1,100 a month total, including your employer contribution, oh, well, we're going to have to raise that to $1,250 a month. So now you, with your little subsidy from Boo Boo over here, which I believe it, photos or it didn't happen, is not going to be enough money for you to afford the same quality of insurance that you would have gotten if you were going through your group, because that's how the fucking insurance companies do it when they have large pools. That's why we can't just go to an insurance company unless we're going through, oh my God, Obamacare. You see what I'm saying? Like, this is dumb. It's all a scam. And he's not asking the insurance companies to lower their costs. He's not asking, or he's asking drug companies to lower their costs. And they could certainly lower it. But I'm going to tell you, these are not altruistic motherfuckers. Okay? They are not altruistic. So best believe that it's not going to be, oh, you want insulin? Oh, okay, great. Yeah, it's going to be $2. Like that's just not going to happen. The greed is the part that we need to address. The greed. That's the painful part that we need to address. And ultimately, I hope that results in a cap on CEO pay, a cap on leadership pay. I really do. Call me a communist. I don't give a shit. There are ways to, or tax the fuck out of corporations. Okay, sorry. Could we just start there? Do you know the corporate tax rate is much lower than it is for you as an individual? Does anybody, do the chuds really understand that? That the corporate tax rate is like 15% or something like that? And then they write off and pay very little in actual outlay of taxes. Do you know that? Like, do you know that we're carrying the burden for most of the revenue in this country? That's stupid. Isn't that stupid? Isn't that dumb? Don't you think people who are having their toes licked on Jeffrey Epstein's island should be paying for should be subsidizing this country so that we can enjoy our pursuit of happiness? Oh, yeah, corporations are people. Well, let's start there, folks. Hey, chuds, why don't we join together and try and get money out of politics? You with me? You with me? All right, sorry. I know, it's gone so far he doesn't know what a lie is and what the truth is, and it really doesn't matter to him. He just says what people plug into his Neuralink. And he usually gets it wrong because it's probably like, his Neuralink is probably a little corrupted. I know, Lee, you should get every 4th week off. There you go. And that's the other thing. I think we should reimagine work. Okay, AI, fuck you. Let's figure out how to really make you work for people. How to really make work life 20 hours a week for the same pay or more. Let's figure that out. That would be a great use of technology, I think, is to lower the amount of human work but have the same pay. Because they'll still save money on shit. So it's not a loss for the corporation. So I don't know. I think there's ways. And I think chuds could get behind it if they would just get their fucking heads out of their ass.
But nobody else could have gotten this but this administration. I'm being very nice when I say that. The cost of prescription drugs is coming down by a number that never even thought of. This will have a huge impact on healthcare, by the way, because obviously drugs are a big part of healthcare. And it will help repair some of the Unaffordable Care Act's damage that they've done, because the Unaffordable Care Act, which is Obamacare, it's unaffordable. It's not affordable. And it's a disaster. And hopefully we will be paying money directly to the people instead of giving the insurance companies the money. They'll go into a healthcare savings account or whatever it is. But think of it. We pay the money, billions and billions, really trillions of dollars going to insurance companies. We want that money to go to the people. They buy their own health care. And it's so popular. The problem we have is the Democrats are owned by the insurance companies. They're literally owned lock, stock, and barrel by the insurance companies, and they hate it. But
there's literally no basis for that comment. It's literally no basis for that comment. The Democrats probably receive less money from insurance company lobbyists than the fucking Republicans. So we can pull up open secrets and find out. It's fine. And I'm telling you right now, yes, there are Democrats who take money from people that they fucking should not. So fuck it. Yeah, I don't, this is just a total bullshit. Yeah, without insurance, you don't have access to health care. I just, the Affordable Care Act was a huge negotiation. I was alive then. I remember. And there was a lot of concessions made on the Affordable Care Act in order to get it passed because the Republicans were breaking it at every turn. And since then, they've tried to take it down and they haven't been able to. Thank you, John McCain. Oh, wait, I have John McCain. I have that famous vote. Oh, here he is. There he is. Saving Obamacare. There he goes. He just turned his finger down and said, go fuck yourselves, guys. So this is that they have been hell-bent on trying to remove any kind of affordable health care for individuals. 4 days, work from home, road to bike paths. That's it. I mean, there's a lot of things I think could be done. But we should not live to work. We should work to live. And that, I think, I'm excited for this generation because I hope they get to experience that. I hope they do. I hope there is a revolution that we can all contribute to so that we do have more humane systems and we can use technology for good. And I know I'm dreaming and it's not going to happen probably in my lifetime, but I do hope it happens for the future. God willing, my daughter gives me grandchildren. How does AI pay me for troll bonbon? I don't know.
People love it, including all Democrats. So I think we'll perhaps be successful with it. But it was an idea I had. You know, I read the papers, and I'm reading one of the stories about the insurance companies, how much money they're making, where they received, you know, billions and billions of dollars for this stuff from the United States of America, and their stock has gone up by 1,400%. Think of it, 1,400. One went up 1,700%. Numbers went up. If you go up 1,000%, you're doing bad in that business, right? And it's all because of the money. Not all, but mostly because of the money the United States pays the insurance companies. They say, this is big stuff. And I asked somebody, why don't we just pay the people directly? And they said, that's a good idea. You know, it's funny, it's a very complicated business, but actually, it's not so complicated. And I went to Bobby and I went to Dr. Oz. I said, can I talk to you guys about this? Is this the kind of money the insurance companies get? Yes. Why don't we pay the people directly? And the primary answer was that the Democrats will never go along with it. But the people go along with it because I put it out. It went viral. It went viral. Susie, I went all over the place. It became the biggest story. I just said it. And so I think we have a great situation if we can do it. But if you think most favored nation policy for drugs will bring your drug prices down.
By the by, I completely agree with you, Oomph. I resent failures under Convention Against Torture, surveillance reform, immigration, handling of immigration and border enforcement or whatever. Yes, embrace of drones, an unwillingness to stand up to Putin. You know, like there's a million things. That's the beauty of being us. No, that's the beauty of looking at this with more from a humanist perspective, is that you can be equally critical of any politician or any leader who's trying to affect laws and change around the world. So here's the thing. I just, you know, yeah, thanks, Obama. I say that a lot. But it's true. I agree.
At level. So now if they're selling a pill for $10 in London and $130 in New York, the London price will go up to $20 and we'll go down to $20. So we'll go from 130 down to 20. And by the way, tariffs.
Now, I'm not saying that's not good. Don't get me wrong. But there's going to be a catch. And I just never take just one word from this guy and think that that's going to be the policy, because he gets it wrong every single time. Why should London raise its price? I have no idea, because I think it's probably, like, I am so curious, because if you're telling me that pharmaceutical companies have agreed to take a $130 drug, lower it to $20, and Bob's your uncle? Really? Which CEOs are this? Did they hit their head? I mean, what about the shareholders? Are the shareholders mad? What's happening at the shareholder, you know? It's all very interesting. So this deal is very, very interesting. Very, very interesting.
Did it again because the drug company said, we'll do it begrudgingly, but they were okay. But we'll do it, but no nation's going to approve it because even if you raise the price by, like on a pill, $10 to $20, you're doubling the price of their prescription drugs. I said, no, they'll do it. And when I got them on the phone, I said, if you don't do it, we're going to charge you very substantial tariffs, more money than that's going to cost you. And they said, we'll do it. And before, I don't know that any other president even tried to do it. We can't find it.
We extorted all the countries? Is that what you're saying, sir?
The companies. They wouldn't have gotten through the company, and then they...
That's the Mar-a-Lago Accord, bitches. I'm just going to tell you. This is the fucking Mar-a-Lago Accord in action. When in doubt, threaten with tariffs. This is literally what he thinks. Stephen Miran, who's now a Fed governor, wrote basically what's called the Mar-a-Lago Accord in November of 2024. And this is the economic plan for this administration. It is the reason we have tariffs. It's the reason we are extorting minerals and critical resources from other countries and using security as the dangle. That's it. It was all written out. No one should be shocked. No one should be shocked at what's happening right now. They fucking told us. Yeah, where the fuck is SCOTUS with the tariff decision? And I know they're waiting. Drug prices are lower in Canada because provincial healthcare programs negotiate with drug firms for bulk purchases. I can't see any province okaying higher prices to appease Trump. Well, I guess we'll have to see what happens, Neil. I don't believe any of this deal, frankly. So how about that? I call bullshit from the jump.
Wouldn't have gotten through the country. I spoke with Macron. He was the first one. He was not at that time wearing sunglasses. And he said, no, Donald, I will not do this. I will not. I won't even consider. You're asking me to double the price. I said, you have no choice. You have to do it because you guys have been ripping us off. In other words, the whole world, we've been subsidizing the whole world on drug costs. That's why. They were $10 and we'd be at $130, as an example. There were many examples. I could give you examples even worse. He said, no, I will not do that. And I said, yes, you will. 100% you'll do it. He said, no, I won't do that, Donald. You're asking me to double the cost of...
No, I will not do that, Donald. No, Donald, I will not do that. Do not make me do that, Donald. Do not make me do that. License. Oh, Lee coming in hot with trade information. Watch for, quote, licenses to be the new tariffs in the future. Not sure what that means, assuming companies pay for a license to import certain goods. Oh my fucking God. You mean it gets worse? Yeah, the only added is the Macron bit, which he does think is a comedy hit because these morons or these idiots laugh at it.
About prescription, we will not do that. I mean, look, you've been ripping us off now for decades. We're not going to do it anymore.
No, we won't.
You can do it under Biden and Obama and other people.
That's
You're not
right.
going to do it
This is my French accent.
We won't do it. I said, well, if you don't do it, I'm going to charge you a 25% tariff on all of your wine, champagne, and everything else you sell into the United States. He said,
because that's what I know you make. I know you make wine and champagne. I'm not sure what else France makes. So now I just want to make fun of him. Oh my God. I love it.
Like I said, I will do it. And that was the end of the conversation, right? That was the end of the conversation. So now we have favored nations that everybody said would be impossible to get. And I then had the same conversation with 15 other countries. Every one of them agreed after a short conference. They all said no.
I killed 7 giants in one swoop. I killed 7 giants in one swoop. This guy's the little tailor. Remember that story, that fairy tale of the little tailor who killed 5 flies and ended up getting the story getting twisted into him killing 5 giants? And then he had to really kill a giant with 1 stone. That's right. Thank you. Yes. Thank you for that accuracy. With 1 stone. I got 5 with 1 stone. So, yeah. Yeah, that's where we're headed. This is a grim fairy tale. And the Emperor's New Clothes. Oh my God, he is. He's a walking set of grim fairy tales. Oh my gosh. That's crazy.
Said
That's
we
crazy.
would be very happy to do that. Thank you for asking in such a nice way. And it's a great achievement. I think it's going to be one of the best achievements we've had in this country in a long time. So we're going to be knocking drug prices down at levels never seen before. I want to thank the drug companies because once they agreed, they really did. They felt it was very unfair. One of them told me it's actually a relief to agree because this has been just a rough thing for me, to justify. Because they couldn't justify it. I said, how come in London I can buy something for $10 and in New York I have to pay $130? And they go, well, it's research and development. I said, yeah, but you have research and development from them. Made in the same factory, made in everything. This is where my friend, who's very successful, I told you, a seriously overweight person, he takes the fat pill or the fat shot. And he was in London and he said, costs $87 there, costs $1,300 in New
Where's
York.
my
What's
crown?
going on? He called me up.
Where's my crown?
And I knew that, but he put it in a very blunt way. I've known him a long time. He's a crude individual, but smart as hell, made a lot of money. But he just thought it was sort of ridiculous. He happened to be in London and
Do we know who that is? Yeah, drink and toke, he said fat shot. You were raised... No, Pep, I want you to be accurate. I want the OG Grimm's... I want the accuracy, so thank you. I appreciate that. I always forget what it is. Anyway, who is his fat friend in New York? I'm so curious. He's crude. He always mentions that too. He always mentions how crude his friend is. I don't know. I'm just curious. Now it's gossip. Okay. Now I'm on gossip. I'm not on Saving Democracy. I just want to hear the gossip. Hear the tea.
The shot.
Get the info.
Ozempic, I think, or one of them.
Get the 411.
I told him
is he going to have Crispy Gnome give an update? I don't know. Is she there?
And he brought up a good point. It didn't work. I told him, he knows who I'm talking about. He's going crazy. He begs me not to mention.
He's not talking about me, ladies.
It's not our great vice president. No, but he begs me not to mention his name because he's become very famous without mentioning his name. And he is actually a very well-known business person. But he did make a point. But I knew the point very well. We were always paying far more than any other nation. We were subsidizing the world. Right now, there's no more of that. So we're going to be bringing the drug prices down at numbers never seen before. It's going to have a huge impact, positive impact on healthcare. So with that, we are going to ask a couple of people to say a few words. And
Warren,
we're not
that's
going to
a
go through
good
the whole
one.
table because the last time we had a press conference, it lasted for 3 hours. And some people said he closed his eyes. Look, it got pretty boring. In all fairness, I love these people. But there's a lot of people. It was a little bit on the boring side. But I didn't sleep. I just closed them because
Grandpa
I
is
wanted to get the hell
sundowning.
out of here.
And I don't mean to use
Some
that
of
word
them,
lightly, but I'm just telling you right now.
I don't sleep much. Let me tell you. But it's funny. Some of them got me in a blink. When you go like. And they took me at the closed segment of my cycle. And they said he's sleeping. And besides that, Marco, between these two guys, if I was sleeping, they'd be waking me up very fast. They'd be knocking me. Come on, you got to wake up, boss. But no, we've had great meetings. Look, we're the most transparent presidency by far, and I love going around the room. But we're going to pick a few people. I think I would like to ask Steve if he could just give us a brief description of how well we're doing in the Middle East, because we have peace in the Middle East now. There's a couple of little minor flames that we put out very easily. And very importantly,
the
we got our last
Israelis continue to kill Palestinians and make bogus claims that they're crossing into territory they shouldn't be into in their own country. So fuck Israel's genocide in Palestine. So no, there is not peace in the Middle East. People are dying. Gazans are dying. Palestinians are dying. Iranians probably dying. Yeah, he just let it slip that they have to wake him up. Yeah. The thing is I think he is getting looser with his, thought, brain to mouth function. His brain to mouth function, just so I can be technical for a minute. I think his brain to mouth function has kind of is in the last stages. So everything he thinks comes out of his fucking fat trap.
Hostage back, which is incredible. Unfortunately, this was something that nobody said could be done. And I will tell you, Hamas was a big factor in getting all of the hostages back. We were not happy with them, and they had to bring them back, and they found the dead hostages, the bodies of hostages, and those parents wanted their sons back. I think in all cases sons, but they wanted their sons and their family. They wanted their sons back as much as the people that had living hostages that we got them back to. So we got the 20, but remember, we got hundreds back previous to that. But I always said getting those last 20 back is going to be very tough.
I would like to also point out Steve Witkoff, who you just saw on the whatchamacallit. Steve Witkoff, let's not forget that as the envoy to Russia, he flew his private jet to Moscow. That's how he gets to Moscow. He flies his private jet. Now, I don't know if you've spent time in Russia, but I have, both in 1984 and in 1998. So I've been in Russia and have Russian friends who can tell you that oh yeah, I don't know. Anyway, sorry. I just it left my brain when I saw the seals. Oh, Neil, so funny. Most people didn't read this document but should read Israel. Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me just pull it up. Gosh, I forget what I was going to say. What was I going to say? Oh, been to Russia. I've been to Russia. They why was I talking about Russia? Oh my God. This is my mental illness coming through. Oh, fabulous. Oh my gosh. This is great. I did not see this. Hold on. Let's get this. What did I? Witkoff. Oh my God. You're the most amazing people. You're the most amazing people. So there's no way in hell. God, I need to actually see my doctor. Something's happening with my memory and it's getting worse in the moment. He flies his private plane to Moscow. There is no way on God's green earth, now or ever, that Russians, in any sense or form, even under Gorbachev, the Russian government will bug anything that flies and lands in their country. They will. It just is. Information is their warfare. Information is really important to the Russians. And they're not afraid to get it any way they can. I'm not saying we don't do it, so don't get me wrong. I'm just saying that Witkoff is incredibly craven and either stupid or complicit with Russia, because in undoubtedly his private plane has been bugged or whatever. So it is so incredibly crazy to me that never really got any traction in the media, that is such a dangerous situation, or at least so compromising. The new National Defense Strategy from Pig's Breath is terrifying. Look back at previous ones, even 2018's, and it's very different. It's typically not a political document. No, I remember we read some of it. We should read the whole thing, though, again. Because you're right. It's absolutely frightening. And Jared, yeah, I mean, Jared's another one. What the fuck is he doing there? I don't want him fucking involved in anything. And frankly, the fact that he left the White House and then took $2 billion from the Saudis or the Qataris, I can't remember who, to put in his affinity partners bullshit, money laundering scheme. How in the world should you trust someone who's received money from foreign governments? What? I mean, isn't that kind of like something you're real careful with? I would think. I mean, that's just like, I don't know. That seems to me like security 101. I don't know. Is that the one that labels all sorts of people domestic terrorists? Yeah, well, no, that's another one. No, I don't know if it's in there, but we'll have to. But the other thing that Gal was showing me, thank you, Gal, you're so amazing. I'm so lucky. We have the best friends in the whole universe. Can I just say that? They're just like the most amazing. This show would be nothing without all of you. Can I just tell you, I'm just like the host. You're the ones who bring all the shit. And I just want to tell you out loud how much I appreciate that. But now I can't find my screen. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. So this is the International Criminal Court for Netanyahu. And Gal had shared, Israel is a model ally, ICC, responsible for war crimes of starvation as a method of warfare and intentionally directing attacks on civilian population, crimes against humanity, persecution, and inhumane acts. So, like, do the math, like, make it make sense. And I'll find this. This is from, this is the National Defense Strategy. Oh, thank you, Gal. President Trump in his first term and since re-entering office in January 2025 has rebuilt the American military to be the world's absolute best, its most formidable fighting force. But it is essential to emphasize how much of an achievement this has been. The fact that President Dump took office in January 2025 to one of the most dangerous Does it get a baby voice? Does it get a baby voice? Yeah, there's a part on Israel. Thank you, Gal. It took me a minute to catch up, but I finally got there.
We'll try it with a baby voice, but if it gets too annoying, we'll have to change. That's okay. The fact that President Dump took office in January 2025 to one of the most dangerous security environments in our nation's history. At home, America's borders were overrun. Narco-terrorists and other enemies grew more powerful throughout the Western Hemisphere. And U.S. access to key terrain like the Panama Canal and Greenland was increasingly in doubt. I don't know how it was in doubt since we have like 50 military installations on Greenland, and frankly, some asshole just bought the ports at either end of the Panama Canal, so I don't really know what this means because frankly, we actually have done a lot to secure those things. I don't know. I'm just telling you what I read in the newspapers. Meanwhile, in Europe, where President Dump had previously led NATO allies to begin taking their defenses seriously, the last administration he began to take their defenses seriously only to turn around and realize that the United States was the enemy. Okay. Meanwhile, in Europe, oh yeah, we did that. Okay, the last administration effectively encouraged them to free ride. Fucking Biden. Leaving the alliance unable to deter or respond effectively to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. What were they supposed to do? I'm not sure. Because the whole thing is Ukraine isn't a member of NATO, and everybody said, Ukraine, you can't be a member of NATO. And Ukraine said, okay, but we've got this real asshole next to us. What are you going to do about it? And everyone said, well, we'll wait till something happens, and then we'll send you some weapons. And then we'll elect a real asshole, and he'll sell weapons at full price to Europe, who can then give or not give said weapons to Ukraine. So, okay, sure. Leaving the in the Middle East, Israel showed that it was able and willing to defend itself after the barbaric attacks of October 7th. In short, that is a model ally. So allies that can just, like, do their own shit? I don't get it. What the? How's that a flex? Okay. Yet rather than empower Israel, the last administration tied its hands, and they didn't even go far enough. Okay? They didn't go far enough. But here we are. All the while, I voted for the lady who laughed too much. I would much be rather be fighting the lady who laughed too much about her policy towards Israel right this moment. I would be up her ass so far, but we don't have that. Now we have to fight so that we don't get shot in the face. Yeah. Okay. All the while, China, hello, and its military grew more powerful in the Indo-Pacific region, the world's largest and most dynamic market area, with significant implications for Americans' own security, freedom, and prosperity.
And that, kids, is why we have the Mar-a-Lago Accord in concert with this national defense strategy that basically says we need the whole Western Hemisphere, and Israel is really great. And NATO sucks. And Ukraine should have taken care, NATO should have taken care of Ukraine. Oops, but the fact that they're not part of NATO. Okay. All right. Oops. Hi, kitty. Yeah, no problem. Oh, what's the matter? Oh, Sam is very upset about that last bit. Okay, come on up.
We got them back, and we got all of the bodies back also, which to those parents was just as important as getting back the son that was living. Steve, could you give us a little description, please?
Well, your policy of peace through strength, that's what delivered them home. Without that pressure, it never happens. We are in the second phase now. We've stood up for the first time, Mr. President, on your behalf, a technocratic, all Arab government. We've got the terrorists out of there, and they're going to demilitarize.
Is for everybody,
they will,
Max.
because they have no choice.
I get it.
So we expect that. Pardon me?
And now we want to get Hamas no guns, right?
Right. They're going to give it up. They're going to give up the AK-47s.
A lot of people said they'll never disarm. Looks like they're going to disarm. And they did help us with those bodies, getting them back.
And that family is so grateful to you. They called. I spoke to them. Jared spoke to them. You know, it's an amazing story. He broke his shoulder, but he went out there because he didn't want his friends to fight alone. He would be alive today but for that. He had no reason to go out with a broken shoulder, and he went out and fought them courageously. And died.
That's right. This is a great story, and the parents are great. They were the only ones who didn't, they came back pretty rapidly, actually, considering. And we had get some back initially with the initial group. After that, we had to get a lot. That's a tough job. That's a nasty job, too. Who would want that one? That's a nasty job. And between Israel and Hamas working together, if you can believe it, they got them back. And we got the last one back yesterday, and the parents are so happy. It's amazing, actually, how...
We sent a message to the parents on your behalf, as you suggested, and they were so grateful.
I guess grateful to me is a much better word, because it's hard to be happy, but they were, actually. I mean, they couldn't believe that they had their baby boy. The mother said, my baby boy back. It's a very terrible thing. Steve, Russia, Ukraine, we're making a lot of progress. Could you explain that?
The Ukrainians actually said that we've made more progress since Geneva than they've seen in the last 4 years of that conflict. So we had 5 Russian generals last Sunday in Abu Dhabi with Jared and Dan Driscoll, and we think we made a lot of progress. The talks will continue in about a week, but...
Wait a minute. You had 5 Russian generals, you and Jared, in the Middle East last week? What's missing? One of these things is not like the other. Which one is not the same? I don't think Ukraine was at that meeting. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? I don't know. I'm wondering.
Lots of good things happening between the counterparties, discussing the land deal.
And together.
We have a security protocol agreement that's largely finished, a prosperity agreement that's largely finished, and I think the people of Ukraine are now hopeful and expectant that we're going to deliver a peace deal sometime soon.
And because of the cold, extreme cold, they have the same that we do. I personally asked President Putin not to fire on Kiev and the cities and towns for a week during this. It's extraordinary. It's not just like cold, it's extraordinary cold, record-setting cold. Over there too, they're having the same. It's a big pile of bad weather, the worst.
What? He's basically saying what? Senate blocks bill amid DHS funding fight. Fuck yes. Thank you, gal. Thank you. Okay, but wait, what? This is kind of breaking news. Okay, I don't know. I mean, I don't mean to Steve Lookner you, but guys. Oh my God. He just said it's going to be a ceasefire. Oh my God. He just said that it's a ceasefire. Oh my God. Is that Steve Lookner enough? He has 10,000 viewers that watch him do that. I have 22 very amazing viewers, by the way. I'm just saying. I don't want his 10,000 viewers, but I'm saying this is breaking news. For him to be like, yeah, I asked him for a ceasefire for a week. What? 22 of the best. Oh, fuck yeah. No, the cream of the crop. The cream of the motherfucking crop. No doubts. No hesitation. Much rather have this than that. I'm sorry. I don't watch they dingling at all. I only get to him because sometimes he's the first one to go on with any kind of, yeah, still more than Melania. I still have more than Melania. God damn it. I wouldn't want to moderate those chats. No, the chat is horrible. I've been banned from his chat for a couple years now. I got banned real early. Anyway, sorry, I digress. Yeah, I'm just going to say that was, if he's truly asked fucking Putin for a break, then that's kind of big news. And I don't think it's true. So I'm not giving it a whole lot of credence at this point, but I'm just saying if it were true, it would be kind of a big deal. I don't know. Yeah. So anyway, let's get through
But
this.
it was
It's going to be painful.
really,
I'm making it more painful.
they said
and I
they've never
apologize.
experienced cold like that. And I personally asked President Putin not to fire into Kiev and the various towns for a week. And he agreed to do that. And I have to tell you, it was very nice. A lot of people said, don't waste the call, you're not going to get that. And he did it, and we're very happy that they did it.
That's correct.
Because on top of everything else, that's not what they need, is missiles coming into their towns and cities. So I just thought I should say it. I thought it was a very good thing. And Ukraine was, almost they didn't believe it, but they were very happy about it because they are struggling badly.
I think it shows, Mr. President, how you provide an overarching sort of presence in these negotiations. The Ukrainians never thought it could happen. The Russians.
You know what we're going to have a conversation about? I'll make a note to myself that I'd like to include a little information tomorrow about Steve Witkoff and his son, Steve Witkoff's son, who I believe, I don't know if it's a formal partnership with Jared, but Steve Witkoff is a real estate asshole. Okay? That's what he is. He's just a fucking real estate salesman. And not a good one. He's a corrupt one. And he's the least talked about problem in this cabinet. But he is fucking dangerous and fucking corrupt. And his son is equally corrupt and is actively trying to take advantage of these diplomatic situations. But we'll pull up some actual stories on that, and I can share with you what we know about this fucking prick. I wonder if he's in the Epstein files. He was in New York. He's a New York guy. And I'm going to remind you that Howard Nuttlicker, who I'm sure is coming up for his ass sucking, Howard Nuttlicker was Jeffrey Epstein's next door neighbor. He was the man who got hooked up with Russia. Really? Witkoff? I don't know. Is that true? I would have to go back. Does Craig Unger talk about that, I wonder? You know, that's what I should look at, is whether Craig Unger. Anyway, so yeah, Witkoff, not the mild-mannered douchebag you see here. He's pretty fucking evil. Yeah, in the 90s when the Taj Mahal was failing. Okay, we're going to pull. Okay, don't get me started. We're going to pull up a Witkoff. We'll have a Witkoff section tomorrow, because tomorrow we don't have any hearings or anything. So we can just like go into it. Okay. I hope you're ready to stick with me today, because we do have kind of a lot. And I want to make sure we get to it. But I can also save some articles for tomorrow. But there's so much.
Are doing things maybe
I want to talk
that
about
people wouldn't
Atlanta.
give them the credit for doing, and I think it always comes down to your indomitable spirit.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it was a good thing. You know, if you think it's cold over here, they say in Ukraine you can add another 20% to it. It was very cold place anyway, but this was, they see numbers that were so, they'd never seen numbers like that, cold numbers like that. So it was, I thought I should mention it. Could I ask Scott Bessett, we have so many things happening, could I ask you to maybe say a few words, please?
Yes, sir. So the one big beautiful bill that was passed on July 4th last year, we're starting to see the effects kick in. You mentioned the great economy. One of the things in the one big beautiful bill, Mr. President, it was an honor to host you, and as you said, the best rapper in the world, Nicki Minaj, at yesterday's Trump Accounts Summit. We've now had 1 million people sign up for Trump accounts just this week. We think there'll be 25 million families who are eligible. The segment that you and she did has 1 billion hits, 1 billion hits on the internet. So we're telling everyone, go fill out form 4547, trumpaccount.gov. So,
okay, listen, let's talk about Nicki Minaj. And actually, I saw Bob the Drag Queen, whom I love. Yeah, those are the baby accounts, which I'm going to pull up this Trump account shit. And I definitely want to look into that. That'll be for tomorrow too, because I want to look at it from, I used to be a branch manager and a broker in the stock world. So I have some background knowledge of at least retail brokerage and brokerage laws in that regard. Not deep, but at least a mild interest. So I want to look at those Trump accounts to see how they're structured. Because I've been part of a team that actually set up how a brokerage firm does a checking account, for example. So I really do have some background in like compliance and other shit that makes me very curious about this. This is the first time I've seen that there's actual information. And here's the thing about Nicki Minaj. What I want to do is, and I'll put it in the description. I won't play it because I think I'll get struck. But Bob the Drag Queen just did a short on the problematic nature of Nicki Minaj prior to her magnification. That there have been points in Nicki's career where she has been problematic for multiple communities in multiple settings. And I feel like Bob the Drag Queen really got into, got a good kind of capture of kind of, these are some seminal events, that kind of got us to this point. And really what it was, y'all, really what it is the grievance. It's the same cycle that like some of the incels kind of go through. And I just mean that in the terms of like, remember Jimmy the Giant, the guy in the UK who's like, he was a right winger and then he became a left winger and he now does YouTube videos about his journey. But he is one of those people who kind of understands how he got into the pipeline of MAGA or that type of thought, far right thinking. Basically, how he got into the far right pipeline. And then this is, and it holds very similar kind of milestones that Bob the Drag Queen noticed in Nicki's journey, because Nicki has been an icon for the gay community since the beginning of her career. Bob the Drag Queen is someone definitely you need to know. So I think he was on that Netflix show a long time ago. What was that Netflix show? I just adore him. I think he's great. I think he's a wonderful drag queen. He's one of my favorite queens. Let me see if I can find it better. Oh, let me get images, and then you'll get an idea. Because I'm sure if you see him, you might go, "Oh yeah, I remember him." But he was on a Netflix show. What am I doing? A while back, that went to towns. He went to towns like that were very right wing, kind of small towns, and introduced drag. Oh man, what was the name of that show? Oh, but I think that's kind of how he came into more common parlance, if you will. And then, of course, drag race and stuff like that. But Bob the Drag Queen is absolutely someone that I look up to for information about LGBTQ issues, and kind of like I just have a lot of respect for him. And so yeah, he's amazing. He's just amazing. So anyway, he has a podcast. Actually, let me find his podcast. There it is. I'll link it. I'll link his thing. But he has like this was the video I was watching, was this one. I don't want to play it because he's gonna probably that's bad. But anyway, he talks about different issues, and and then also just does fun kind of stuff and makeup tutorials and all that kind of great stuff, and dishes on Drag Race and all that. So anyway, definitely Bob the Drag Queen. If you support drag, he's a great voice in the drag community. I mean, there's many great voices, but I just also appreciate his. His real name is Caldwell Titicus. Oh my God, what a beautiful name. That's like a beautiful name. Aaron, on posting Nutlick response to Trump, commented on why everyone uses the word Nutlick. What? Everyone uses it? I didn't even know that. B-52s. I love that. The Love Shack. Okay, I'm so sorry. I really took you down holes. Come on down the hole with me. Come on down.
Thanks to you,
come
the Trump
on
accounts
down.
and Next Generation's America will benefit from today's record-breaking economy, record-breaking markets. Sir, when we came in,
it's breaking,
the Biden
all right.
administration had destroyed the American people with the 3 I's: immigration, inflation, and interest rates. Immigration, check, you close the border. The inflation, as we've heard, back down to target. Prices are coming down, and interest rates, we hope there's more on the way. We've got gains in wages, low prices, and I think 2026 is going to be the year for the Trump boom. It's going to be a supply side boom. I enjoyed the trip out to Iowa. In the diner, the staff there was thanking you for the no tax on tips, and they're expecting big refunds from that. We saw the CEO of John Deere, who said, thanks to your tariffs, new plants in Indiana and North Carolina coming.
2 massive plants being built by John Deere. And he's the chairman and CEO, wonderful guy. And I said he was at the event we had in Iowa, which is appropriate, John Deere, Iowa. But I said to him, so what are you doing? He said, we just announced 2 massive plants. In fact, they're going to have 1 plant for excavators. And he said, there hasn't been an excavator built in this country in 50 years or something. He said, they're taking it out of Japan and they're moving it into the United States. 2 very big plants. And I said, so why are you doing it? He said,
very large.
Because of you and because of tariffs.
Plants.
I said, if we didn't have tariffs, would you be doing it? He said, absolutely not.
They might kill people around the plant, but you know what?
I hope we're going to be successful with the Supreme Court case, because we're waiting. And we're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars.
Yeah, you took about $180 billion in tariffs, about half of which you are under threat to have to give back when SCOTUS decides that case. So yeah, you took in a lot of tariff revenue. Not the hundreds of billions. It's 180 billion. All right. Your own numbers say that. I'm not making it up. Or something in that neighborhood. But oh, good. Oren, you're going to enjoy. His stuff is so good. It's very digestible, too. Like, there's 20-minute videos and stuff like that. I really enjoy that. If I can just grab a quick video. And unlike me, who does 5-hour streams, makes it impossible for anybody to watch me. Anyway.
And we don't want to give it back.
I know what my
number
problems
one.
are. I
And
need to fix them.
Number two, and you know, the people that are fighting us on that case, by the way, are China-centric. These are people that are for China, but they're also outside of the United
Sorry, but I got a breaking news thing that the man accused of squirting Ilhan Omar with vinegar. He squirted her with vinegar. I didn't hear that. I don't know if you all had heard that sooner. Was charged in federal court. Hold on. Let me open this. Was charged in federal court. Ms. Omar was sprayed with the liquid from a syringe as she spoke at a town hall and called for the resignation of Noam. Federal criminal complaint was made public on Thursday accusing Anthony Kazmierczak of assaulting Omar, Democrat of Minnesota, at a town hall, used a syringe to spray the congresswoman with apple cider vinegar and water. An FBI agent wrote in court documents. An FBI agent? Do I trust that? Ms. Omar, who's repeatedly criticized Trump administration, blah, blah, blah. Okay. That's fine. Interesting. After the incident, Mr. Kazmierczak appeared to say, "You're splitting Minnesotans apart," the agent wrote. The account from the FBI agent said the liquid stained the congresswoman's clothes and may have reached her face and right eye. The affidavit included a picture of the syringe that Mr. Kazmierczak, 55, is accused of using in the incident. The agent wrote in the affidavit he interviewed a close associate of Mr. Kazmierczak's. That associate, who was not named in the court filing, told the agent that Mr. Kazmierczak had years ago said that somebody should kill Ms. Omar, and that's in quotes, the affidavit said. The agent also referenced a political cartoon of Ms. Omar that Mr. Kazmierczak, a Minneapolis resident, had shared on Facebook in 2021. Mr. Kazmierczak had posted frequently in recent years about his anger at Democrats. The federal crime that Mr. Kazmierczak was charged with is specific to assault or intimidation of federal officers. The statute states that conviction can lead to a maximum of 1 year in prison unless the assault involves physical contact with the victim, in which case there is a maximum sentence of 8 years in prison. Those are the basics from that story. But anyway, it was vinegar and water.
United States. These are countries that have ripped us off for years and years, charging us tariffs. And now we're doing an amazing job, and we're getting it back. We're getting it all back and then some. And they're the ones that are leading that lawsuit that we have in front of the United States Supreme Court. So it's a very important lawsuit for our country, and hopefully it's going to work out. We're waiting a long time, but hopefully it's going to work out. We've taken in hundreds of billions,
Y'all
even
nailed
trillions
that.
of
And
dollars.
that's not
certainly
domestic
we've
terrorism,
taken
I
in
guess, because
trillions
it
of
wasn't
dollars of-
Antifa. That's not domestic terrorism because it wasn't from the left. That was just a guy with a syringe full of weird liquid. Weird.
You know, a big part of that $18 trillion that's coming in is because of tariffs that are coming in. They're building because they don't want to pay the tariff, and the tariffs are very,
all the
steep. They
chuds
could
are
be much
talking
steeper.
about
You
the
probably
fact
saw I
that she
put out
set
a
it
truth
up.
today,
It's so dumb.
and the tariffs could be much steeper. We've been actually very nice about it. But even being nice about it, we've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars. And honestly, they've given us tremendous national security. The power that we have because of that. They have given us tremendous strength and national security. Go ahead, Scott.
Yes, sir. And the IEPA power you used on the tariffs, as you said, we're bringing in tens of trillions of investments. The tens of trillions of investments turns into factories construction, which turns into factory jobs, which turns into consumer spending. You've right-sized.
Here's one key factor that Mrs. Beasley is leaving out of his how things work, how investment in the United States works. How tariffs work. Yeah, Nestle's going to own all the water. Just watch. That guy already talked about it. Anyway, Mrs. Beasley is trying to sell you a story that when A happens, inevitably B, C, and D happens, and then everybody's happy because we all have big, high-paying jobs. Well, guess what, kids? This next boom in jobs, if you will, related to AI is going to be for specialized trained employees. So I hope you have your blah, blah, blah degree, because otherwise, if you're not a robot, you're not working in that factory. So what the economists are saying, don't look at me, I don't make the rules. The economists are saying the way this boom is going to work is almost like a jobless boom, where you end up with the primary set of jobs are more highly specialized, and then the rest of it, the mundanity, is done by computers or whatever it needs to be done by. That's why they're not worried about stopping immigration. And that's why, because our population went down because of last year's lack of immigration into this country, that's why they want people here to have more babies, because they think that's going to work. Because they still need grist for the mill and nice, hopefully they think white babies. I don't know how they're going to, I think they're doing it just by trying to kill everybody who is black and brown and trying to remove childhood vaccinations, trying to, anything they can from a eugenics standpoint. Yeah. So, it's nothing, I don't mean to be doom and gloom, because I'm just making observations on the fact that, no, Mr. Besant, what you're describing is not, in this scenario, going to lead to mass employment and a return to the manufacturing days of yore. I understand everyone wants to blame NAFTA for that, but you can blame corporations taking advantage of workers for that, and maybe that's where your anger should be pointed. Maybe yeah, exactly, and nobody will know what to do because it will all be behind a paywall. That's a really good point, Oren. So, place the blame where it deserves, which is, probably complicatedly multiple areas. But this economy is not on track to be a great return to mining and farming and other things like extractions and stuff like that. It's just not. And the factory jobs, they're just not going to be there. They're going to be more specialized as time goes on. So what I'm watching are things like, how are college graduates getting hired? What's the rate of, what's the data on college graduates and stuff like that? I'd be interested to try to track that. Yeah, NAFTA brought Mexico up a notch. Private companies made the decision offshore to increase profits. Exactly. Right? Lee knows. She fucking works in this world. This is her fucking job. So if you are angry, you can be angry at Obama. There's plenty, or whoever did NAFTA. I can't even remember who did. Is that Clinton? You can be mad at anybody that did the trade agreements or whatever you think led to where we are. But that's not really all the story. The story is much more so corporate greed. And if in this country we would finally stop simping for billionaires and trying to protect profits for insurance companies and others, if we truly said no to money in politics, maybe, just maybe, we could bring some balance to the universe. Maybe. But we have to have the political will and the will to actually focus our energy on what matters and how you dismantle systems. Ross Perot, right? Ross Perot. Who knew? We all were agreeing with Rand Paul yesterday. That was a little scary. Am I right? Thank you. It amazes me how people simp for billionaires when they are poor and middle class. Really, at the end of the day, I'm just saying.
The government, so government employment is down, private sector is up. Growth was a stunning 4.7, 4.8% in the past 2 quarters, biggest back-to-back gains in a decade. And we are doing that with government finances improving. So that will bring down the borrowing costs, the calendar year budget for 2024, 7% deficit to GDP, highest when we weren't at war, not in a recession, all the way down to 5.4% and getting better. Biggest decline since 2014. Generational gains in productivity, soaring productivity. We're going to lift workers' pay, record high prices, record high profits, and stock prices are soaring. You got a manufacturing renaissance, and all the key inflation metrics are trending lower. Over the past 3 months, the consumer price index is just 2.1, and core prices are even lower at 1.6.
Mrs. Beasley. Oh, Mrs. Beasley, you're lying. This is debt as a percent of gross domestic product. Well, look at this is dumps rain. This is from 1970 or before. Actually, this is 1965. This is the Federal Reserve of St. Louis. And this is the total public debt as percent of gross domestic product. So, dun, 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 dun. Then here comes Trump. Wait, no, let's do 2000. Let's be fair. 2017. There is 2017, and it went up in 2020 because of COVID. That's right. We went through a pandemic. And it has slowly gone down. Let's go to the 5-year thing. But I'll tell you, it's really not the story that he's saying that it is. Da, da, da. Sorry. Mrs. Beasley, stop lying to us. Mrs. Beasley, stop lying to us. Mrs. Beasley, please stop lying. You are so stupid. Why are you being a Nazi?
And I think that could trend below 1, given energy, as you talked about, the pharmaceutical discounts and rents. So we're expecting a great year in 2026, Mr. President.
And we're going to be announcing next week, I think sometime, Scott and Howard and everybody, we're going to be announcing the head of the Fed, who that will be. And it'll be a person that will, I think, do a good job. We're paying far too much interest in the Fed. The Fed rate's too high, unacceptably high. We should have the lowest, and I think you read my statement today. I put out a statement before the meeting, but we should have the lowest interest rate anywhere in the world, because a lot of these countries are successful only because of us, because we allow them to have surpluses. And without surpluses, some of the countries that you most respect financially, that you say, oh, this one, that one, this one, that one, they're successful because we allow them to have surpluses. And we could easily stop that with the powers that we have, but we don't. We took some of it, but we took really just a small portion of it compared to what we could take if we wanted to. We should have the lowest interest rate anywhere in the world. They should be 2 points and even 3 points lower. And if it was, each point is the equivalent of, I would say, $500 billion. So if you got 2 points low, you have $1 trillion in saving, and it's almost, if you call it just a paper expense. You can do it with a pencil. It's not cutting. It's not saying we have to get rid of jobs, or it's just like literally so easy to do. But we have a guy that doesn't want to do it because he's, I think he's politically biased. I really do. I believe he's politically biased because most smart people say it's not even a question. But despite that, we were able to bust through. It's like busting through a wall. We're able to bust through a wall, and we have the kind of numbers that Scott and Howard with the steel and other things talk about. What would you say, Howard, in terms of how we're doing, generally speaking? Great businessman, very successful guy. He's doing a really good job. What would you say?
Well, no one, before you walked in the door, no one thought our economy could grow 2%. Fourth quarter, with the shutdown, 5.5%, and that means the first quarter you could see the United States of America with its $30 trillion economy grow in the 6% range. And no one thought that was possible. That's how you get jobs. That's how you get money down. That's how you fix the deficit. You are fixing everything with your policies. You have changed America and created the golden age.
Thank you.
That, folks, was Jeffrey Epstein's neighbor in Manhattan, Howard Nutlicker, who apparently never went next door to borrow any sugar. Just saying, Nutlicker probably has a lot to hide, and I think somebody might want to look at his hard drive. Just saying. I haven't searched for him in the Epstein files. I should do that. I'll do that. Where is Nutlicker? Where is he? He's right here. Look at him, 3.
And with the help of the Fed, because we really, we want help, not hindrance. Why would the Fed hinder? But with the help of the Fed, with the right choice, if we make the right choice, a lot of times you make a choice, you think it's good, and it turns out to be not good. But with the help of the Fed, we could hit numbers that have never been hit before. We could hit 8, 9, 10. There's no reason why not. And, I talk about, if you go back 20 years, 25 years, I'm old enough to remember, when we had good news, when you announced good news, the stock market went up. You announced anything good, the stock market went up. You announced bad, the stock market went up. And that's the way it should be. But now it's, over the last 15 or so years, if you announce good news, that means they're going to raise interest rates because they want to kill it. So you can never really be that successful because you announce all record numbers, great, because they're afraid of inflation. But growth doesn't have to have any impact on inflation. It can make inflation go down in many cases. So, and you've seen that with us. I mean, we're growing at a much faster rate than anybody thought was possible. We have very controllable inflation. With Biden, we were getting killed, and we had the worst inflation in 48 years in history, in the history.
Okay, yet again, that's a lie. But let's go over the other lies that just happened too. Wait, what was the first one? Let me go back a second. I mean, I'm sorry. I won't make you watch like a lot of it. I'm sorry. I just want to see what he says. Okay, another thing, the stock market is not the economy. The stock market is a bunch of hedge funds and institutional traders who have lots of computer systems. And when trading and when the emotions of traders start to sway, that is what happens to the market. It has zero zip fuck all to do with the overall economy. Those are two very different things. And he can say all day long, your 401k is up. Well, I would dispute that, and I would definitely take a look at different indices to see. Anyway, the point is, the stock market is not the economy. But then there was one more thing that he said. Oh, the Fed. Okay. So the Fed, oh God, brainworms coming up. Everybody steal yourselves. Brainworms next. Okay. The Fed is a serious institution, independent. I'm going to stress that word, independent of the executive office. Now, the president appoints the head of the Fed, but the Fed is nonpartisan. So Jerome Powell is nonpartisan. And I could probably have plenty of complaints about Jerome Powell and his capitalism, right? But the bottom line is Jerome Powell is very professional at what he does. The Fed is much more of a science than it is it's certainly not a political arm. It's certainly not a legislative arm. It's not a judicial arm. It's not an oversight arm per se. It is its job, and Jerome Powell will say this, its job is to keep in balance unemployment and inflation. And one of the drivers that can, I guess, bring those two things into balance is changing interest rates. This douche whistle just wants fucking interest rates down because he doesn't want to pay to borrow money. That's why, and his buddies don't want to pay to borrow money. So the breaking news, gosh, where's Steve Lookner now? The breaking news, kids, is that this motherfucker is going to appoint a simp to the head of the Fed. Now, the good news is that there are 12, I think, or 13, 12 Fed governors across the country at different federal reserves like St. Louis, Philadelphia, whatever, right? And right now, we just listened to a Supreme Court case about Lisa Cook, who is a governor, a Fed governor, that this douche whistle is trying to fire. Because what he wants to do is stack the deck with simps so that, not according to the economics of the country and what is for the well-being of the country and the economy, which is what the Fed is supposed to do. He wants to do it so that he can make good on promises to corporate donors and himself that he can borrow money and just not pay a motherfucking dime on it. And that's not good for anybody except for the billionaires. And that is really why the Fed is so important and why it is really disgusting that he is going after the Fed as a tool of his regime, and when it should be completely separate from any president, and it should be based on basically science and math. Okay, that's how I understand their work to be. Is that it is based on science, math, and economic theory and past performance, right, of the economy. So I feel like, yeah, exactly. Maximum employment and price stability. Thanks, Max. So that is really what their job is. And they have very well-documented methods for achieving that. So political pressure on them to do one thing just because it suits one set of donors, it's not going to help. That's not, otherwise the Fed would have done it. Jesus fucking Christ. If the Fed thought that eliminating interest rates was going to work, don't you think they would have fucking done it? Jesus Christ. This is the Dunning-Kruger effect. This is people thinking that they know how systems work when in fact they know so very little about the complexities of any of these systems. But the beauty of disinformation, kids, is that you no longer need to know any information about these systems because you can just listen to this douche and his minions and form an opinion based on what they're telling you. So if you want to know who the sheep are in this, look in the mirror, chuds. Because you are the sheep and you're the mark. Because guess what? Another report I want to read to you, maybe we'll do an economy day tomorrow too and a voting. The other thing I want to read to you is about tariffs and who pays for them, because there's been some studies on that. Yeah. Okay. So I'm telling you right now, wake up. Wake the fuck up. This regime is not working towards your interest. They are working ultimately towards the interest of them and their friends who want no accountability, so no laws, right? No taxes. That's why the big ugly bill was so very important. He had to deliver on that. Otherwise, corporations would not go along with his shit. That's why they're so silent about ICE and the human rights abuses, because they're getting the payday of their fucking lives. Right? So much. Oh, and yeah, forget the environment. Like that's already, we have watched week after week after week in the Congress as they've taken and dismantled environmental protections everywhere. And if you weren't with us last week, we read an amazing Substack from Dee Batiste, who is based in Tennessee, talking about Memphis and the Grok XAI factory that is there, with its turbines and its toxic emissions and its complete destruction of communities around Memphis. Unless you're an importer, yeah. So, that is where this is. And everyone, it is in everyone's interest to fight for Fed independence. And frankly, Jerome Powell hasn't been a terrible Fed chair. I'm going to be honest. I mean, There's been some bad ones. So I think that, when it all comes down to it, the Fed chair should be relatively boring. The Fed chair should be boring. The Fed chair does not need to be a show pony. That doesn't help us, actually. We don't need that. We need someone with much gravitas and that can soberly tell us what is happening and what they think, after consideration of data, might happen in the future. So I cannot stress enough that these are the types of battles that are worth fighting for every one of us, including MAGA, because it is in our best interest to have checks and balances in our government. That's really core to our freedom. Core to our freedom is having checks and balances between the three branches of government, and we don't have that. So we are in a constitutional crisis. Nobody wants to say it because I don't know why. But basically, we have a problem. We have a problem when the executive branch can bully the judiciary branch. That's a problem. That's not how the founders wanted it to work. So maybe we need to read the Federalist Papers. I'm kidding. I joke. I kid.
Thing. It doesn't mean inflation. And I want to go back to a system where when we announce good news, they say that's great. We can lower interest rates instead of raise interest rates. And by the way, if inflation comes, we'll take care of it when it comes. But they're trying to guess it, and they're trying to get it 10 years before in advance. And we want to make this country greater than ever before, and I think we're doing that. But we want to make it that when we announce great news, everything goes up. If we announce bad news, that happens too. We bring it down and we control.
See, this is what he wants. I just want it to work the way I want it to work. That's all. I just want it to work the way I want it to work. Why can't it do that? Because sad news makes me sad. Sad news, people yell at me. Sad news, people talk bad about me on TV. I don't like that. It's about my feelings. It's not about what's good for the economy. It's about my feelings. Feelings. Maggots have such feelings. Feelings they need to express. Their feelings so real. Feelings. MAGA has feelings. They're never gonna let them go. Those feelings so real. Sorry. That's my theme song for MAGA.
We do what we have to do.
Graham Leach widely overturning decades. Glass-Steagall. I was in the business when Glass-Steagall was over. That was fucked up. Fuck the fuck up. And I worked in financial services and I knew it was fucked up. Okay? Jesus.
Nobody's ever seen before. I want to ask Bobby to say a few words, if he would, about some of the incredible things that we've been doing
tell us
in
about
your
polio,
department
Bobby.
with us and everybody else.
Bobby Brainworm.
Mr. President, we're in the process of implementing your great healthcare bill, which is going to increase affordability, drive down costs, and increase the quality of healthcare for every American. You mentioned MFN, Most Favored Nation. We now have agreements with 16 of the 17 drug companies. And you asked us to do something. Clinton had promised to do this, Biden had promised to do this, Obama, Bush had all promised to do it. None of them succeeded. It was regarded as impossible, and you made it 10 times harder. As you said, not only do I want MFN, but I want them to all reshore their production to this country. And they don't have any money to do it because we've taken it all from them. And I want to make sure we continue to lead the world in innovation. We succeeded in all of those goals, and the proof that we did that is after we signed those agreements, the stock prices for those companies went up $1.3 trillion.
Amazing.
And they are reshoring. Eli Lilly is building 6 new plants, including an API plant. So the next time that we have a pandemic in this country, we're not going to be stuck buying API from China, who cuts us off. We're going to be able to make it right here. Novo Nordisk is building 4 new plants, and we are going to be releasing Trump RX so that every American can get the lowest prices in the developed world. In some cases, they're going to be lower than the lowest prices in the developed world. And that's going to be happening sometime probably in the next 10 days. So we're doing rural health care. We sent out $10 billion last week. The states have that money.
2 weeks. He said 2 weeks. Trump RX is going to be out in 2 weeks. That's right. Where, Bobby? Where are they building the plants? Well, I did actually get the news release. I want to bring it up. See, here's the problem. Some of these things started in the Biden administration, which, is fine. I don't give credit. I don't care who gets credit, frankly. This is not my interest. I know who did what. So some of these things have been in the works, which actually I think what he's talking about, RFK, has been in the works already. Can't remember. But anyway, I'll find out. So he's Brainworm is an idiot. That's basically what I really wanted to say. But that's no.
They're going to be giving it to rural hospitals sometimes in the next 2 weeks.
Okay, yeah, the $5 billion or something like that. I think that was already earmarked for whatever. So they're acting. They do this a lot. They act like things that were already in the works are something that they came up with and did. And that's normal when people are really panicking about their performance. I mean, as someone who's managed people a long time, I can tell you, people self-sabotage a lot without knowing it, and they just want to get out, and I understand. So, but these people just want to take credit for everything and feel like, well, it doesn't matter, because here's the thing. We've already established disinformation as the key driver in this country of how we got here. God damn it. So if we just keep saying things, it doesn't matter. It will go ahead and just, it was the Inflation Reduction Act. That's really what, anyway. So the point is that these guys will take credit for everything that they can. And that's, that just to me tells me more about them than it does about the issue. Like, you're pretty small if you have to just grab every straw and say, no, we did it. We did it. Is it good? We did it. Is it good? We did it. Is it good? We did it. Fuck you. Fuck you, RFK. Go fucking home, RFK. Go home.
You are raising the influx of federal dollars to rural health care by 30% over the next 5 years. So 30% every year, more dollars, federal dollars, are going to be flowing to them. It's going to allow them to rebuild their decaying infrastructure, to retain providers, and also to revolutionize the use of AI and other technologies, which is going to dramatically lower the prices for rural Americans and raise the quality of their health care. Brooke and I released the dietary guidelines, which have been received.
Listen, you need to know this. Him and Brooke are fucking. Okay, I'm just telling you. I've called it from the beginning, and I don't want it to be forgotten that I was the one who called it. This guy, I'll die on this hill. This guy and Brooke Rollins, the agricultural secretary, they're fucking. I'm sorry. I don't care. Fuck whoever you want, but I'm just telling you, they're fucking. Oh, his wife is an idiot. She's a fucking cunt. And a bad actress to boot.
Incredible acclamation from both sides of the aisle. We are going to change the food culture in this country. Brooke gives
But look at her. I was too busy looking at the fuck. Anyway, This is Brooke Rollins. Wait, over here. Wait, where are you? This is her right here. Oh, wait, you can't see me. This is Brooke right here in this brown khaki. Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? I know I'm not muted now. I'm so sorry. Bobo, please come home. Anyway, so these guys are fucking. All right. And I don't really care who's fucking who. That's what I said. I really don't. If you want to fuck somebody, go ahead and fuck them. I don't really care. Oh, you heard that? I must have just pushed the button the wrong way. But these two are fucking. And that's fine. She's looking all like smug and, you know, like they're fuck buddies. And that's fine. But I'm just saying. And I'm not judging. I'm just saying. I'm making an observation. What did Lee say? Isn't the food culture they want to change the fast food their king devours? Oh, cognitive dissonance. Eeks. How inconvenient and pesky.
$405 million a day to buy food for Americans. And the WIC program, the Head Start program, SNAP, school lunches, the VA.
Look at that fucking glow. Look at that fucking shit-eating grin. Look at that. She's like, I'm going to fuck you so hard tonight. Bobby. I like to call him Bobby. He's a friend of mine. Cabinet colleagues with benefits. She talks like this. I'm not kidding. Bobby. Bobby, I'm gonna fuck you so hard tonight for bringing me up in the cabinet meeting. Thank you, Bobby. Because you know the price of eggs are just still fucking through the roof and I can't do anything about it. Oh, and we're fucking the soybean farmers, I know. But I want you to fuck me like we're fucking those soybean farmers, Bobby. Yeah. I want you to get down there and fuck me like we're fucking those soybean farmers all the way. Because we just read a story yesterday about soybean farmers being screwed. Okay, that's all. I'm sorry. Stop. Yeah, I know. Gross. Sorry. I'm crass. What can I say?
Real food for the first time. And it's going to, and Brooke came up with the ingenious idea of requiring every store in this country that accepts food stamps to double the amount of real food that they're selling. And this is going to drive changes in the market. And it's going to lower the...
Your brainworm is going to be so disgusted by what I do to you tonight, it's going to have to close its eyes. I'm going to fuck you so hard that brainworm's going to have to leave or vomit. I just see this fucking earworm coming out going, ugh. The brainworm goes, ugh, no, okay, I can't look. No, don't make me look. Look at this guy, too. Who the fuck is this guy? There's Susie Wiles, who can shit talk the entire administration and still sit there with her fucking God knows what Talbot suit. But who's this douche whistle? Who's he? And that's a press person, I guess. Who's this dead person? Who's the dead person next to Brooke? I guess we'll find out. They're all looking at Kennedy with starfucker eyes.
The cost of meats, of proteins, of whole grains, of fruits and vegetables, so that every American will have in their reach an affordable meal that actually is real food. 70% of American kids now are, 70% of the diet of American kids is now ultra-processed foods. That's why we're spending $5 trillion in treating chronic disease in this country every year. We are attacking fraud. We have Oz finding hundreds of billions of dollars of Medicaid, Medicare fraud in states like Minnesota and California, and we are clawing back the...
Yeah, about that. Is he the HUD guy? Oh, okay. Yeah, about that. About that social, like Medicare fraud, whatever. You guys can go fuck yourselves. You know why? Because California will just fucking stop sending you money. How about that? Haberdashery. How about them apples? How about, I don't think my governor is afraid to make some pretty bold moves to make sure that people have social services. I mean, he's a shithead, and we can argue about Gavin Newsom all day long. Because I'll agree with you that he is a fucking shithead that needs to come correct when it comes to trans rights and the unhoused in this state. However, I will also say, then bitch, you need to stand up for your state and make sure that we don't have to be fucked. Not that I want other states to suffer. That's not the point. But if we're going to play hardball, then maybe we need to play hardball. Because we're in a constitutional crisis. Did someone say silver colloidal? Did someone say that? Oh, well, what? Someone said silver colloidal silver? Well, that just reminds me of someone, and that's Corinne, White House correspondent and singer of the famous hit song, My Pussy. I'm not kidding. She actually has a song called My Pussy. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. Yes, you forgot about her.
We also accomplished something that every American has promised, which is prior authorization. Now we have 80% of the insurance industry that has agreed to eliminate prior authorization in almost all of their procedures. So that this is going to dramatically change the experience of every American with the healthcare system. When you go to your doctor or your point of care, before you leave that office, you will know whether the insurance company is going to pay for the procedure or not. And that is going to, as I said, change the experience. We're also doing price transparency, which you asked during your first term. It never got...
I'm so sorry. Of course, forgive me. There is the classic hit by Oomph Cavalrest, which I will link, called Cringe Forever. I'll share that in the chat. Excellent idea. Thank you, for the reminder.
Implemented because the Biden administration never enforced it. We brought more enforcement actions against hospitals than in this 1 year. And the Biden administration brought in 4 years, and we're doing a crackdown so that every American, when you go to a restaurant, you look at the prices before you buy the meal. You ought to be able to do that when you go to a hospital, and by the time that we leave office.
We already have that in California. You're supposed to disclose. Cringery. Oh, cringery. Oh, what about Cringe Forever? Harder, faster, deeper, stronger. That's true. Cringe Forever is an original cringe banger. Oh, Corinne Forever. Oh, okay. All right, I'm finding it. Hold on. I'll link it in the chat.
Every American is going to have that guarantee. We're doing a lot of other stuff, but we were told to keep it short. So.
And the autism that's moving along, really, is that?
We've commissioned now dozens of studies, maybe over 100, and we are going to get those done for you.
Good. That's so important. Also, Eli Lilly, Merck, Pfizer, every drug company, they're spending trillions of dollars right now, as we speak, building plants in the United States because they want to be able to save a lot of money on tariffs. It'll be hundreds of percent, 100%, 200%, 300% in 2 or 3 years from now. So I said, you better have your plant built because in 2 years from now, before I leave office, it'll be a sad day. Very sad day for me. But before I leave, every one of these plants better be built.
We will dance on your grave before that happens, sir. You're not going to make it, I don't think. I'm sorry.
I spoke with the head of Eli Lilly, who's a fantastic guy, a star, actually. He's a star, very smart. And he told me he's building 6 plants in the United States, big ones. And
locations that I know very well, but all over the country. Merck is building, and Pfizer's building, and every one of them's building, and foreign companies are building. So it's an amazing thing that's happening, and you're doing a fantastic job. I read an article today where they think Bobby is going to be really great for the Republican Party in the midterms. So I have to be very careful that Bobby likes us. But we're letting you do your job, right?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. You're doing a great job. You and Oz and the whole group, they're doing a...
I'll add this, Marty McCary has done an incredible job at FDA.
That's true.
Last month, we approved more gene and cell therapies than any time in history. And we're making this a safe and productive and encouraging ecosystem for biotech so that China does not steal that industry from us.
Fantastic. I'm going to ask Scott Turner to speak really quickly about housing because, in my opinion, I have very strong opinions on housing. That's what I did for a long time. I did good with it. But, you know, we got to get interest rates down even lower. They are now pretty low, but we got to get them lower. And I'm a big factor, to me, the biggest factor is interest rates for housing. Yes, only in that, you know, you have a lot of people that have become wealthy in the last year because their house value has gone up. And, you know, when you get the housing, when you make it too easy and too cheap to buy houses, those values come down. I don't want those values to come down. We have millions of people that own houses, and for the first time in their life, they're wealthy because their house is worth $500,000 or $600,000 or more or less, but more money than it's ever been worth before. I don't want to do anything to knock that down, and so I want to be very careful with this. You know, you make housing, I can turn on housing immediately, but you make it too easy and you're going to knock the value down of people that own houses. I want to, for those people, those millions of people that own houses, we're going to drive those values up, but we're also going to try making it easier for people to buy. The best thing that can happen for both groups of people is lower interest rates, and those interest rates are coming down, and with a proper, intelligent person at the Fed, that person will be able to work with us to get interest rates down. That covers all of the sins. It covers everything. Lower interest rates keeps the values up for the people that have housing and lets other people buy housing. And Scott, if you could just expand quickly on that.
Yes, sir. You did allude to when we first came in, sir, you know, our fiscal house in America was a mess.
I can't push the button. I can't do it anymore. I can't do it anymore. He doesn't want housing to be affordable. Oh my God. He just said it out loud, and I'm really sick of him fucking saying things out loud. I mean, I'm glad. Don't get me wrong. I would really like him to say, just tell us what you really think. I don't mind. I would like to hear it. But I can't even believe this is real. I can't believe this is real. I don't even know if this is real. I don't even know. What song? Wait, what song? Is there a song playing? Did I hit the button? Did I hit a button and I didn't realize it? Or, is there another song? Eli Lilly founded in 18... Yeah, Eli Lilly is dead. That's true. Oh, Caringery. Yes. Yes, that's the song. Did you see the link? Yeah. Did you see that? Did you see that? Okay. Wait, what is he saying? Okay, bye.
But because of your economic policies, the economy is thriving.
It's
and
not.
I do have some good news to share. As you said, you know, good news. I hope this will make the interest rates continue to go down. But because of your policies, sir, home sales in December, they rose sharply to their strongest pace in 3 years. A lot of people, when we first came in particular young people, were...
I just want to check. I want to check the housing. I don't know. I guess would that be housing starts? Wait, what did he say? What was the thing he just said? Home sales?
And Scott, if you could just expand quickly on that.
Yes,
Welcome
sir.
to my world.
You did allude to when we first came in, sir, you know, our fiscal house in America was a mess. but because of your economic policies, the economy is thriving. And I do have some good news to share. As you said, good news. I hope this will make the interest rates continue to go down.
Why would that do that?
Because of your policies, sir, home sales in December, they rose sharply to their strongest pace in 3 years.
Okay, so he said home sales rose to their strongest pace, which is a different term, okay? Home sales in December. Okay, so in December 2025, U.S. existing home sales rose 5.1% monthly to a 3.95 million seasonally adjusted annual rate, up 1.8% from December 2024, despite a 9.3 drop in pending sales. This is from the National Association of Realtors data. The median home price reached $409,500, a 0.2 increase from the previous year. It says here, okay, well, he got this from AI because this is the AI overview. I'm sorry, I'm looking at it. Total existing home sales increased, marking the strongest December in nearly 3 years. The strongest December. Oh, the lying, the stupidity, the Dunning-Kruger. He is not giving you the entire description of the data. That is the highest December in nearly 3 years. Oh my fucking God. Total housing inventory fell 18% in December compared to November, matching the lowest inventory level of 2025, also reported by the National Association of Realtors. Properties stayed on the market for a median of 39 days, up from 36 days in November. And the other thing I would look at is the composition of sales. Who are they selling these homes to? I would look at that. I would look deeper if I had time right now into the data to see, this is the problem. The problem with this fucking administration is that the disinformation has clouded just basic kind of fundamentals, right? No shared facts, etc. But then you have people like this who are sitting there saying a statistic that makes it sound like the home sales are the best they've ever been in 3 years. When in fact, the very specific data point is that it's the best December in 3 years. And what that means is that people paid more for houses, because it also indicated that there was an increase in the overall price. So this is why data is so critically important, and that why data as a shared fact is so important and not the same as what is the truth. So I understand he's doing his job, and just like Brooke Rollins next to him, she'll be the same level of idiot that he is and just say things that aren't true or incomplete. And that, my friends, is absolutely shocking, and should be shocking to people, that cabinet secretaries are flim-flamming the information that they are really are the standard bearers for.
A lot of people, when we first came in, and particularly young people, were concerned and asking the question whether they would ever be able to afford to buy a house in America, which is the American dream. The 30-year fixed mortgage rate dipped to a multi-year lows, driving monthly payments down for the 2 years at the lowest levels. So more people can get a mortgage now. More families can be able to afford to get a home and achieve the American dream. At HUD last year, we helped and supported over 1 million people through FHA and Ginnie Mae to be able to buy a home. 500,000 of those were first-time home buyers, and hundreds of thousands of our veterans we supported. And so that's good news that millions of people in our country are now beginning to buy homes. We also, sir, saw that you are, and we're working with you, making bold action to ban institutional investors.
I am so sorry. And he is talking about institutional investors in housing, which again is something to watch because I don't believe him. I don't believe they're going to stop institutional investors from buying homes, like Meowing Star mentioned. VCs buy, there's some articles we should pull on that. Yeah, why aren't your pants on fire? This is why we know there's not a God. Because if there was a God, none of this could happen. I'm just saying. The USA, so El Salvador is getting a 10% cap, many duty-free items. Well, doesn't that sound a little bit like payola for torturing the people who were living in this country that went to El Salvador and CCOT? Doesn't that seem like a little bit of the results of an extortion and a payola? I don't know. I was always confused by Iran-Contra. I was younger then, so I didn't really understand how everything was working. But I feel like we're coming into the Iran-Contra, which times 75,000. Yahweh famous for stopping those atrocities. Yes, it's true. Well, this is why my journey has ended with me being an atheist. Extortion, you say? Indeed. Yeah, I think, right? This is part of the Mar-a-Lago Accord. I'm going to put that on a t-shirt.
From buying single-family homes, those homes are for the American people. So, sir, thank you for your leadership on that. Also working with Director Pulte over at FHFA to buy $200 billion.
And Bill Pulte is a fucking criminal. Bill Pulte is like an incel boogaloo boy with too much money and too much power. We'll talk about Bill Pulte too. I mean, this is the thing. They have flooded the zone with so much shit. It's impossible to get your arms around it. But I'll try.
Worth of mortgage-backed securities, driving down even more the cost to get a home. And so we're grateful for those actions. Also, the One Big Beautiful Bill has been tremendous, making the low-income tax credit increase, working with Secretary Bessent at Treasury to produce more projects and more homes in America. And the One Big Beautiful Bill also made our beloved opportunity zones permanent. And the media doesn't talk about opportunity zones very much, but I'll do it today because I know that they have been transformative in our country. Over 1 million people lifted out of poverty, sir, in opportunity zones, 300,000 new units of housing in opportunity zones, and a 3.4 increase in the value of houses.
And by the way, we have to give him credit. Senator, he's a great guy. Tim Scott came to see me.
Opportunity zones are a federal economic development tool created by the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, allowing investors, I'm going to read this real slow, allowing investors to defer and potentially reduce taxes on capital gains by reinvesting them into designated low-income census tracts via qualified opportunity funds. Key benefits include temporary tax deferral on gains reinvested until December 31st, 2026. Hello? And permanent exclusion of tax on gains from the new investment if held for at least 10 years. So that's what opportunity zones are. And let's see. I think there was something else on the other side of opportunity zones in terms of how opportunity zones were actually like executed. Oh my gosh. Leaf blowers, come on. Sorry, hold on. You're right.
First administration, first term. And he had this idea for opportunity zones, and he gave me the idea. We did it. We implemented it. It's one of the most successful programs in the history of our country, and nobody talks about it. The press doesn't talk about it, but I want to just tell you, Tim Scott, Senator, South Carolina, did a great job, right?
Did a wonderful job, yes, sir.
Did a good job. He's a good man.
Yes, sir. And so those have been made permanent now. Will help millions of Americans to be able to afford to buy homes. Also, the One Big Beautiful Bill has been allowing HUD to make sure, working with the Department of Homeland Security, that every person that lives in HUD-funded housing is an American citizen. A blind eye has been turned prior to us being here to people living in HUD-funded housing, but no more. We're going to take account and transparency to make sure. And so there's a lot of crime that goes on in public housing, but we're coming after the criminals and making sure that everybody in there is an American citizen. So thank you for your support. We have taken possession of our new building.
Wait, what did he just say? Wait, what did he just say? Yeah, opportunity zones, like most social services, pays the owner class the most. Yeah, there's plenty of information, and I'll link some stuff about opportunity zones in the description of the video, but they're not as great as they seem. Let's put it that way. And there apparently some Democratic senators like Cory Booker have asked for a GAO study. So I want to see if there was actually a study done from the GAO on opportunity zones, because that would be interesting to look at. But what did he just say? He just said that he is going to make sure that there's no people who are undocumented living in public housing. Is that literally what he just said? Are you telling me that they're going to enter public? I mean, I'm not saying they haven't already, so please. But I really want to stress these moments where they say out loud what is happening and going to happen. Because this is going to be important when this guy is probably seat number 15 at Nuremberg 2.0. Non-citizens, that's right. Sorry, non-citizens, that's right. Not forgive me, meowing. You're right. That's a very, very important distinction, because words matter. So this is why we listen. This is why we listen. So if he is telegraphing somehow, or just saying outright that public housing is open for business for ICE to come in and start rounding anybody up, and if if his biggest concern is crime in housing, are you fucking kidding me? You know what the biggest concern I have about public housing, where most, if not all of my kids, when I ran the high school in Brooklyn, where most all of the kids that came to my school lived, where I had to sometimes went out and visited them or whatever, met with their parents. I'm going to tell you right now, the crime in public housing is not the problem. The crime really is that public housing isn't suitable for people to inhabit. The problem is, the crime is that the housing that's provided is not adequate. It has lead in the pipes. It has inoperable services. We watched building after building in Bushwick flood during the big rains with no help for those people. So I am telling you, the crime, sir, in public housing is who's running it. That's the crime. Your Section 8, the vouchers, they don't work. It's not working for enough people. And the quality of housing is disgusting. And people make it work because they have to. Because they don't have any other choice. So how fucking dare you sit there and suck the butthole of that man, while the people that you swore an oath to protect the people and provide for the people in public housing. How fucking dare you? How fucking dare you? All you have told me today, sir, is that you favor the billionaires who make money off of housing and opportunity zones and all that stuff. That's who you fucking care about. Because the first thing you jump to when describing public housing is that you think it's crime-ridden. God, what a fucking asshole you are. History will not look on you well if you work for this administration. And so enthusiastically. You know, you better hope there's not a God. That's what I'm saying. These bitches better hope there's not a God. Okay? They better fucking hope. Because they're certainly not living like they're in fear of anything. Fuck these fuckers.
In Alexandria, and we're going to save the American taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars. So, sir, thank you for your support and your leadership.
Thank you, Scott. Great job. Appreciate it.
We're going to cut some services and save money for the taxpayers.
Again, existing housing, people that own their homes, we're going to keep them wealthy. We're going to keep those prices up. We're not going to destroy the value of their homes so that somebody...
He literally just said, hey, kids, don't think about buying an existing home because they're not going to lower their prices. Those prices need to go up, 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 and only millionaires should buy existing homes. I'm not sure what that means for the rest of you, but whatever. Literally, that's what he's fucking saying. Oh, my God. I don't know what is wrong with you, chuds. What in the fuck is wrong with you that you think that you want this fucking kleptocrat simp who doesn't give a rat fucking ass about you? Because most people in this country rent. Because the prices are too high. Median home price by the National Association of Realtors, by the way, so not the data point for this, is $409,500, and you need to put what, at least 20% down these days? $80,000. Now I know there's great people that save that. God bless you. But I know a ton of other people who it just would not be possible. So I just implore people on the right who I know are listening because they want to clip and record and, you know, send me to the FBI and send me to the gulag and send me to the quarry, whatever. I'm telling you, I'm fighting for your rights too. I want my daughter to be able to buy a house. I want my daughter to be able to buy a house. I think that'd be great. But this is not the administration that is trying to help you gain some kind of, you know, American dream. Maybe it's the American scream. I don't know if Neil's still here. We'll have to find out. He'll check in if he is.
That didn't work very hard can buy a home. We're going to make it easier to buy. We're going to get interest rates down. But I want to protect the people that for the first time in their lives feel good about themselves. They feel like they've, you know, that they're wealthy people. And I want them to understand it. You know, there's so much talk about, oh, we're going to drive housing prices down. I don't want to drive housing prices down. I want to drive housing prices up for people that own their homes. And they can be assured that's what's going to happen. Chris, could you say a few words about energy, please?
You bet, Mr. President. I can say with confidence that your energy dominance agenda is firing on all cylinders. United States oil production today is greater than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined, the number 2 and number 3 producers. Our natural gas production today is greater than Russia, China, and Iran combined, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th largest natural gas producers. Huge production in the United States. Secretary Burgum at the Interior Department has taken in more money on oil and gas lease sales in the first year of this administration than the entire 4 years of the Biden administration. And beyond oil and gas, 6 new coal leases under this first year of this administration from the Interior Department, and coal production is growing again in the United States after years of decline. And this beautiful clean coal was the MVP of the huge cold snap we're in right now, I can say with some confidence hundreds of American lives have been saved because of your leaning in and stopping the killing of coal and revitalizing coal. Coal, over the last few days, where we're at peak demand in electricity, has delivered 20 times more electricity than solar and batteries. Think about that, 20 times more.
An industry coal doesn't mind very cold weather, right? Clean. You're not allowed to say the word coal without proceeding by saying clean, beautiful coal. Clean, beautiful coal. It's not affected by bad weather. Rain, snow, sleet, freezing cold. How does it react under freezing cold weather?
It steps up and delivers big time. In fact, what coal did during this storm was deliver massively more electricity than it was delivering a month ago, because we needed far more electricity. Who can step up?
The windmills, by the way, are all frozen. You know that they don't turn. The windmills aren't turning. The windmills that these fools paid for. The fool is this country, because the people that have the windmills get massive subsidy, and they make a fortune on windmills that don't even work, and they don't produce anywhere near what they should be. And it's the worst, most expensive form of energy there is. And by the way, Europe is destroying itself with the stupid windmills they're putting all over their beautiful areas of most magnificent landscapes in the world, and they're just destroying. Europe better get smart. Between immigration and energy, they're destroying. It's not recognizable. They've got to smarten up before it's too late. Please go ahead.
Yeah, in New England, with somewhat European energy policies, at peak demand time, very cold in New England, wind, solar, and batteries that you were just speaking of delivered less than 3% of the electricity needed at peak demand time, and that's when it matters. Because if electricity goes out when it's very cold, people die. Over 200 people died in a smaller cold snap during the Biden administration. This was massively larger geographically. We've had no failure of the electricity grid, no failure of long-distance transmission lines. Local distribution lines have iced up and come down, and we have people from all over the country working to get those back up because people need their lights back on. But your energy policies delivered just a dramatically different outcome for the American people. If we'd continued the Biden-era policies for one more year, continued to shut down coal plants, continued these crazy climate restrictions that wouldn't even...
Yeah, let me tell you about the crazy climate restrictions. Speaking of you fucking little incel. I fucking hate this little midget. No, I'm sorry. That wasn't really what I wanted to say. He's just a little tiny... He's like a bug. He's like a bug. It's like a silverfish. Yeah, he is full of poop. All right. So I just asked, did the U.S. do more coal mining in 2025? Because a lot of the data goes through 2024, and the coal mining industry has dropped by about half since like 2008 or something like that, over like a 15-year period or whatever. The coal industry has like completely pretty much bottomed out. But hold my beer, hold my cancer, hold my black lung, because yes, the Dump administration took significant steps to expand coal mining, including opening 13.1 million acres of federal land for leasing, reducing royalties for producers, and investing $625 million to modernize coal-fired power plants. Actions included issuing expedited permits, directing the shutdown of coal plants to be reversed, and targeting areas like the Powder River Basin for new mining, aiming for energy dominance. It's also happening out in the desert in California, which is really making me mad. Anyway, so yeah, he's right. In 2025, these guys are going hard and trying to get a lot of extractive industry and permitting and shit. So goodbye. What's the song about? They took paradise, put in a parking lot. No, they put in a coal plant. Took paradise, put in a big coal plant. Ooh la 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 la. Ooh la 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 la. Yeah, I know, right? That's the worst. That's a good description of him, though. Yeah, didn't Texas have an issue with their kind of power issue, remember? Because we reminded Ted Cruz very much on social media that Christian was only 11 when he froze to death in Texas while you were on your plane to go to Cancun. He was holding his brother. He was trying to keep his little brother warm, which he did. He helped his brother survive the night. But his mom said goodnight to him. And they lived in like a mobile home in Texas. And then in the morning, she couldn't wake him up. So Christian died because of states like Texas and governors like Abbott.
Let power plants run at maximum demand time. We hadn't liberated
They're going to kill
all the
everybody.
backup generators that are sitting there. We gave
They're
up on
going
emergency
to-
approval.
They're
Run
going
every-
to ruin. This is going to ruin our environment, just in terms. And I'm not even talking about it. You don't even have to come at me with the whole climate change. No, baby. I'm talking about fucking smog in your lungs. I'm talking about your beautiful vistas being ruined by AI factories and coal plants and mining. I'm talking about your fucking access to federal lands and your freedom, quote unquote, to be taken away. And the air you breathe is about to become a lot dirtier. So we're going backwards, kids. We're going backwards. But the only people who really want all this are the people like Sam Altman, OpenAI, Elmo with Grok, and XAI. All the guys. Because guess what Dump also said and has said repeatedly? Hey, corporate guys, you can build your own power plant and your own small nuclear reactor right next door. This is all for the billionaires. Oh my God, this is not going to make your life better. And it's going to make your life worse our lives worse in the short term. It's not even something you have to like wait out. No, babes. But this time next year, if this shit holds, we're going to be fucked. And it's going to be up to our states to maybe try and save us. But God will. I mean, it's not happening here because I see coal plants going up or mining shit happening in Southern California in the desert. There's a big project underway. I can't remember what the name of it is, but my God. This is not like ding, ding, ding. Black lung is not clean or beautiful. I didn't ask for clean, beautiful coal in my Christmas stocking. Yeah, particulate matter from coal burning plants is highly. I mean, it's just going to be fucked. And I mean, I hope it's not, right? I hope it's like, okay, we win the midterms and all of a sudden, boop. But I know that's not real. And this is why one of my screams has been, there is, oh shit. Oh, was he picking his nose? I think I got him mid picking his nose. I can't remember now what I was going to say. God damn it. Coley? Oh my God. Are you kidding, Meowing? Oh my God. Anyways. Yeah. I don't know. It's going to happen for everybody. And the air is not, they're really like, oh, what I was screaming about. What I've been screaming about is every goddamn week when we look at what is happening in the House of Representatives in particular, or the Senate, the House of Representatives tends to really show all the sausage making of each of the bills, right? So we see bill after bill after bill after bill removing protections for air quality, removing protections for water quality, removing protections for emissions of any kind. Because sound is now also an emission that is happening that is making people sick. In Memphis, don't believe me? Read a fucking newspaper. This is already happening, folks. This isn't something we have to say so that it feels like someone's like, oh, that's the boogeyman. No, babe. It's fucking happening right now. People are sick. People are sick. outside of Memphis, and I'm sure outside of other places. God knows what's happening in Texas with Sam Altman and his open AI bullshit. I don't know what's going to happen in the desert here in Southern California, which was going to be my escape when I run away. Damn it. I mean, that's fucking gross. This is not good for your kids. God, Chuds, you have kids and grandkids, unfortunately. I couldn't stop you. But please, do this for your kids. We've been here. I grew up in the 70s. I know what it's like when there aren't environmental protections in place. It's not fun. And if you then match that with a reduction in reporting on critical issues like FDA, CDC, if you cut out that kind of backstop from the emissions and the destruction of the environment, et cetera, what you're breathing, if you kneecap that, if you kneecap those agencies, you're kneecapping any response to address the harms that are done by these environmental, the lack of environmental protection, the lack of vaccines. It is fucking ridiculous. So I'm imploring people, if you care about your children, like, I mean, I'm not going to live that much longer. I mean, I hope I have a good, 25, 30 years in me. I mean, probably. But this is not going to get better. And unfortunately, I don't even think midterms are necessarily going to help us unwind, because I'm going to tell you right now, from my personal experience really watching Congress, they have done a lot of shit since this Congress, this 119th Congress. They have done a lot of shit to tear down protections. And you can complain all you want about some fish in a river that's protected. Dude, that fish is protected because it's part of an entire ecosystem. And there's a ripple effect. When one species is in danger, it can cause a ripple effect for the rest of fucking humanity. So, sorry. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but, that's the way it is. Sorry, this has gone on so long. I think I should probably go ahead and cut this here. I hate this. I really want to do these. I need more time and energy. I need more time and energy to maintain. This is like 4.5 hours and I'm starting to lose a little bit of steam. I wish I had more energy. It's just a lot. Oh, the Coley post. Yeah. Oh, no, I don't want to stop. Because there's important things. We need to do important things. Okay, hold on. This is almost over.
Coal plants
We're going to get through this, and I have some articles I really want to read to you.
Very little problem, and that we're really powerful. By the way, China does most of everything they're doing with coal. Not that we want to copy anybody, but they make the windmills, but they don't have a lot of wind farms. Somebody ought to look at that. How many wind farms do they have? Very, very few. They make them, they sell them, they make a fortune, but they don't use them. So the coal, I understand they're using it also as a great backup. So you build a plant, but they have it as a backup in case of tragedy, in case of really bad weather, et cetera, et cetera. They actually store coal on the site of other plants so that if they need emergency energy, the coal is always going to be there, whereas other things aren't. Is that correct?
Exactly.
We should run our environment
stepped up here
as
to
the Chinese do.
25% of our electricity during this high demand time. Natural gas, coal, and nuclear. They are what run the American electricity grid. The others are ornaments and often expensive
and
ornaments.
And you stopped plants from being demolished, right?
17 gigawatts of coal generation plants were slated to close last year that were stopped from being closure by this administration.
And if they were closed, we would be really tight on energy.
We would have had significant blackouts at these peak cold times, and extrapolating from the last storm during the Biden administration, I think at least hundreds of deaths.
That is
'Cause in the South,
absolutely
a lot of heating is
untrue.
done
This
with
man
electricity
is
generation. If those
lying.
grids go
I
down,
won't allow him to say that. That is absolutely not fucking true. This is the Dunning-Kruger effect in action. If the Biden administration evaluated plants for closure, you can best believe that there were plenty of studies and analyses about closing them, etc., and what that would do to the grid. Okay, you fucking little Nazi. How fucking dare these people? Yeah, here we go. Meowing Star, thank you. Let's talk about some facts. 16% of China's energy came from wind generation in 2024. They've been installing more, and that is well documented. Well documented that actually alternative energy is something that the Chinese have been definitely investing in. And we just watched a couple of days ago the Doomsday Clock, which is the bulletin of the atomic scientists, you know, some of the smartest people in the world when it comes to this kind of stuff. And they're well aware of which countries are doing what in terms of trying to assist the environment, you know, everything that contributes to the Doomsday Clock. So data matters, facts matter. Let's see if anybody else interesting talks that we can laugh at. Otherwise, I don't give a shit.
Whether you declare national emergency or something, these people are wanting, they're dying to build their house. They want to do something that I could put somebody in charge from the federal government. Congratulations, Lee. And I'm putting Lee Zeldin in charge of getting them their permits, city, federal. You have the federal, you need the city and state. And I hear you have great powers, by the way. They have been permit to get when they lost 25,000 or so houses, which shouldn't have been lost.
I'm so sorry. I just wanted to hear what he was talking about.
From the Pacific Northwest, which was very plentiful. But they didn't do that. They lost 25,000 houses. Lee and his team gave them the most complicated permit within 20 days. Everybody, every single house that burned down got the federal approval. Unfortunately, it's well over a year. And the state and the city, that's Gavin Newsom, and the city, the mayor who's grossly incompetent, by the way, they have been unable to give permits. There are like 3 houses being built out of thousands and thousands. They have no permits. So I read about a week ago that it's possible because of what's happened, whether you declare national emergency or something, these people are wanting, they're dying to build their house. They want to do something that I could put somebody in charge from the federal government. Congratulations.
Okay, well, there's some more breaking news, I guess, kind of. Not really. It's been talked about. Let me bring this up. I don't have a thing to the LA Times because I fucking hate the LA Times. So sorry about that. But I do have this story. Gosh, you know, I should just do a 24-hour station and then check in with me when you have a moment, and maybe I'll be talking about something interesting. Maybe. Maybe not, but maybe. That's the chance. Oh my God, I cannot fucking believe what we're doing here. Okay, this is LAist, which is kind of a periodical, online periodical. Pretty good. Kind of takes other things. Other stories from news services and puts them in one place. So here we go. Trump executive order targets overly burdensome permitting in LA fire zones. Kyle Kreis is the producer of Morning Edition. He's created more than 20,000 hours, just so you know who's coming from. There you go. There's Palisades, it looks like. Terrible. This is in August. Okay, top line. Dump has signed a new executive order that says the Federal Emergency Management Agency and the Small Business Administration shall consider implementing rules that would override the state and local permit process for people rebuilding after last year's devastating fire. You know what? Who gives a shit what they build or where they build it? Who gives a shit? Let them build their mega McMansions on the side of a cliff. One provision of the executive order suggests allowing builders to self-certify compliance with health and safety standards. Okay. Another section of the order seems intended to speed up the release of federal relief funds, billions of dollars, which have not been distributed. Another section seeks legislation on speeding up rebuilding, and a final piece orders an audit of how some federal funds have been spent. Read the full executive order here. Yeah. Let me register, but I'm not going to show you my emails. Yeah. I mean, you could see it, but it shows my other emails too. And I don't want you to see them. Because I don't look at any of my email, and that's, probably the worst way to get in touch with me. Okay. All right. So I did it. I continued. Thank you. Okay. So what's in the order? Okay. Newsom responds. Trump is a clueless idiot who believes that the state and federal governments can issue local rebuilding permits. California Governor Newsom's office told LAist. The governor also responded on social media saying the federal government needs to release the promised funds. County supervisor responds, I welcome any effort to responsibly accelerate rebuilding. Supervisor Catherine Barger, whose district includes Altadena, said in a statement Tuesday, Altadena was hit by the fires pretty badly and isn't necessarily one of the richer parts that was hit. She added that LA County has a self-certification process for rebuilding and that permits typically take 30 business days unless the rebuilds are complicated. Barger's statement continued, the most urgent need in the Altadena region is financially driven. Families lack the capital to kickstart or continue their rebuilding plans. Our country will soon face a mass sheltering crisis as survivors' insurance and emergency relief funds run out. As FEMA's role expands into this new recovery function, I'm hopeful that the federal government will collaborate with our county, to implement a mass housing and sheltering program and offer long-term disaster aid. The context, the president's order blasts state and local authorities for failing to prevent and adequately respond to the Eaton and Palisades fire. After-action reports have pointed out failures in the lead-up to the fires as well as the response. Local leaders have acknowledged some failings as well. Local official sources also point to extremely dry and windy conditions that quickly overwhelmed emergency responders. That's true. The rebuilding process has been sluggish for many, frustrated by slow insurance payouts, complications with utility connections, and permitting, along with a host of other issues. Trump also said irresponsible forest management policies made the fires worse. Oh, yeah. LAist has assessed that claim, specifically whether brush clearance could have prevented the Palisades fire, and found that inadequate home hardening was a much bigger issue. Californians have long suffered the effects of wind-driven fires, which are a natural part of the state's ecology. The president also raised the issue of the Palisades fire hydrants in the executive order, but a state report recently found that water supply in the area was overtaxed by an unrelenting firefight, and that even a functioning Santa Ynez reservoir wouldn't have done much in the face of an unprecedented natural disaster, which it was. As someone who lives here, it was. Here's the other thing. As I was listening to the fire reporting on that day, I distinctly remember one of the analysts that one of the local stations brought in was like a former fire chief or something like that. And he said, let me tell you one thing that most homes don't have that would help mitigate some of the damage of this particular fire because the winds were incredibly high. He said most of those homes are burning because embers from the winds fly into their eaves. But there is mesh that you can install in your eaves so that it blocks most of the large embers that cause the fires. So, no, dump face. It's not that we didn't turn on the water or that we're making people jump through hoops. Why don't you pressure the fucking insurance companies to release the money? Oh, and by the way, why don't you release the money that is due the people who lost their homes so that they can get the capital to start rebuilding? My God. Dunning-Kruger. God, this is like idiocracy times 10. Fucking disinformation.
Relations, Lee. And I'm putting Lee Zeldin in charge of getting them their permits, city, federal. You have the federal, you need the city and state. And I hear you have great powers over them if we want, and we're going to give you that power. We've already given you that power. So Lee Zeldin is going to work with the thousands of people that are dying to build their house. And I also recommend one other thing. Give them the house plus a 10% bonus. In other words, you get a bonus, you can build your house 10% larger. They've suffered so greatly. They've waited so long, and they should be given a bonus. So I think, and I've heard this has been done before, they get a 10% bonus. They can build a house that's a little bit larger than what they had before. And I'd like to have you take it over.
Mr. President, your great Secretary of State was looking for another job. So.
I was thinking about him, but he's pretty well booked. I watched him yesterday. He did a great job yesterday, but he's a little booked up. Let's go, Lee. Talk. No more ideas like that, Lee.
When President Trump came into office, he immediately signed an executive order giving EPA 30 days to complete our Phase 1 hazardous material removal so that the Army Corps can come in and complete their Phase 2 debris removal. So at first, the response was that was going to be impossible. Good luck trying to get it done maybe by the summer. But we figured it out because operating at Trump speed, the president was just sworn in. We had to get it done, and we got it done in less than 30 days. The Army Corps then came in and completed the debris removal. So the federal government, while the governor has tried to accuse this president of not focusing with a laser on putting all of the weight of the federal government into getting this done, it happened from the moment he was sworn into office. SBA came in. I think it was about half of the disaster loan money, billions of dollars from last year went towards these residents and businesses. So the full weight of this government. But right after I was sworn in, which was actually a year ago today, my first trip was to East Palestine because the vice president never forgets his home state. The second trip was going to Los Angeles. There were people with contractors all over Palisades and Eden ready to rebuild right then and there. You're talking about a year ago. And now the frustration, the passion that we all hear from all of these Los Angeles residents. And President Trump, he's made it clear to us that he's heard enough. And the message should be heard loud and clear to that local leadership. They should be motivated listening to this right now. And when this cabinet meeting is over, if it hasn't been done already, is that they need to go into the office where these permits are just laying around, flip over tables if you have to, fire people if you have to, and get all of these approvals done so that people can rebuild their lives here. And this president has had enough.
So whatever you can do, that's going to be very important. And it's so sad, those people, we were there a few days after the fire, you were there with me, we were walking down the streets. The people are devastated. The love that they had for that property was everybody was going to rebuild, and they thought they could do it immediately. They should have. We gave it to them so quickly, but they can't get their permits. They still can't build, and they're losing spirit too. I mean, a lot of people are losing spirit. And the other thing I'd like to talk to you about and other people about that happen to be sitting around the table. They want to build a low-income housing project right in the middle of everything in Palisades. And I'm not going to allow it to happen, okay? I mean, maybe it's politically correct, maybe it's not. I'm not going to let these people destroy the value of their houses. I built a lot of low-income housing. I made a lot of money.
No, I know. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? I mean, on one hand, I'm grateful On one hand, I need to just hear them say the things that they say and think. So really, I know it's kind of fucked up, but on one hand, I'm really grateful. On the other hand, I'm what the fuck. He's a NIMBY. He's a not in my backyard dude, which we know because, yeah, he's about to tell you about his foray into low-income housing where he had to, I guess, lost or settle a case because he literally refused to rent to black and brown people in New York and got in trouble with the federal fucking government. That's how he got involved with Roy Cohn. Oh my God. These people are fucking Marie Antoinettes on steroids. They don't care about you or me. They are the robber barons. You're right, Pep. It is just, yeah, and all the roofers and day labor at Home Depot have been deported. Kidnapped, actually. Tortured, probably. So, gosh, wow. I don't even know what you find positive about this administration. I'm not sure. It's not even like it's just the same bad every day. No. It's bad and then double down, double down, double down, double down, double down. That's what it is. So it's not even just a static fascist vibe, right? He's got to spice it up. There should absolutely be housing, affordable housing in the Palisades. There should be affordable housing in East Hollywood. There should be affordable housing in Burbank. There should be affordable housing in Culver City and Santa Monica. He doesn't believe in the dignity of anyone except for himself and the people that he would like to be. Like Putin. The greed is insatiable, and the cravenness of hating the poors. He's the kind of stop being poor guy. That's him. Don't be poor.
Building low-income housing. I know more about it than anybody. We're not going to allow this guy to build a low-income housing project on top of everything else in the middle of that mess that was created by the fact that they didn't allow water to come down from the Pacific Northwest, okay? And I'd like you to have that stopped and stopped immediately. No financing. That might be you, Scott, because they'll come to you for financing.
Not true.
It's never going to be approved. You would never, but Scott thought it was a horrible thing.
The United States is not necessarily
a
bank.
bank. So there's going to be no financing for low-income housing. Let the people build their houses, and as fast as you can, help them, help the mayor and help the governor get their permitting done, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Kelly, I think you were just alluded to, are you helping some of the people out there with loans?
Yes, Mr. President. Thanks to your leadership, you also helped put the fires out. Your executive order got water to the scene in your earliest days of your presidency. So you've been there from day one. We've been out there twice now.
That's not true,
There have been no
Loeffler,
changes
bitch.
until your executive order this week
Yeah.
that is allowing that
The
permitting
P&W is where
to
the
happen
giant faucet
quickly.
is.
We have
Faucet is, yeah.
16,000 structures burned. We have put loans out on 12,000 of them for $3.2 billion. More than half of all the disaster money delivered in America went to that area. Now, because of the abject leadership, the failures of Gavin Newsom, they have not been able to rebuild. Because of your leadership, they're going to be able to rebuild. But that's not all.
So you're saying you sent the money to them, so all the money's been distributed? Things that never happened for 100, Alex. That's right. Fraud lady has thoughts. Yeah, exactly. Stupid cunt. Hate that woman.
You've done.
They'll take the credit for it. Watch, it'll start, and they'll take the credit. Look at the great job we did. They would never. It wouldn't get built in 20 years, and it will be destroyed by building low-income housing next to luxury housing.
history says that doesn't work too well. Go ahead.
We're going to make sure that doesn't happen, Mr. President.
Please.
But under your leadership, you've ended at least 8 wars, okay? But probably the most important and underreported war that this president ended was Joe Biden and the Democrats' war on Main Street and hardworking families. We've seen it as I've gone across the country this month, 10 different states, and we saw it when we were together in Iowa. Hardworking families, farmers, small businesses expressing gratitude, lined up to thank you. I was out with our great Vice President last week in Toledo, Ohio. They are thanking this administration for getting Main Street
lined
back.
up like a firing squad? You mean like a firing squad lined up? How about with those soybean farmers? How about those? I know she doesn't get much attention and she needs these moments, I guess. I don't know. Isn't she the Small Business Administration person? Anyway, yeah. Oh my God. I just hate these people so much. And look, Crispy Gnome is right there and she's showing some cleavage today. She's hoping everybody gets a little peek. Because my job's on the line. I got to turn it on. You know what I'm saying? I got to turn it up and turn it on and turn it out. That's right. I'm Crispy Gnome.
Trump tax cuts, the tariffs, deregulation, it's all rocket fuel for hardworking families in Main Streets. And I see it whether it's talking about small business expensing, 100% accelerated for Made in America factories, the 20% pass-through, but it's also working families where they have expanded child tax credits, increased standard deductions, permanent low-income tax rates, health savings accounts, Trump accounts. This president is delivering for Main Street. That's the most underreported story in this country. And I see it in Main Street businesses. All-time small business confidence hit a record under this president last year after the Trump tax cuts. All-time small business formation now at 36 million small businesses and a record $100 billion out from SBA because a record number of people want to invest in this country and hire. And whether I've talked to manufacturers about tariffs, they know that this president is bringing manufacturing back, just like Prince Manufacturing in Macon, Georgia. 500 employees machining parts for our defense, our agriculture, our automotive, our aerospace industry. They're going to hire 500 more people this year because of tariffs, because of the Trump tax cuts, and because of SBA lending. And I see this state after state as I've gone across the country, talked to hundreds of business owners, walked dozens of factory floors. This is not being covered, but it's going on in America. The number one problem is they need skilled workers. And this is something I'm working on with Secretary Chavez-Jurema. I'm working across the administration to ensure that we empower our small businesses. 98% of our manufacturers meet the small business definition. So Ford has 5,000 small manufacturing suppliers. The $18 trillion you brought in is creating an economic boom like none we've ever seen before. We are going to have 7% GDP growth. GDP now is probably underestimating where it is in 4Q, but with interest rates going down, with regulation going down, these are all taxes on small businesses, and those
Shut up. Okay, listen. Did she just say that she expects GDP to go to over 7%? So GDP right now, I think, is about 3.1 or something like that. I think for 2025 is around that. China, I just happened to be reading this yesterday. That's the only reason I know this. China has a GDP of like 5.1% or something like that. Right. 7% is absurd for this type of economy. I don't know much about economies, by the way. I'm very bad. Like, I'm learning. Like, I'm just trying to read as much as I can, and I'm not doing well because I just don't retain the information anymore. But I do know that. And I do know that 7% would be unusual, if not anything else. And yeah, she's right about the 36 million small businesses. That's as of the middle of 2025. So that probably goes summer 2024 to summer 2025. It seems to me that data is probably that window. So I don't know. I would have to look more closely if this administration has been any kinder to small business. But I would have to look at the data, and I certainly don't trust what she's trying to say because she's a fucking liar. She already lied like 3 times.
Are going away, and thanks to President Trump, your leadership, we are seeing Main Street boom. Hardworking families have $1,000 already in their pockets, and when they
run the Small Business Administration, sure, nobody makes fun of you on South Park. Wait your turn, bitch. They're coming for you next. But that's right, they're on me right now. So yeah, go ahead and enjoy it, Kelly. Okay, Kelly. Because you're not me. I have to deal with all this stuff. Everybody's yelling at me. Everybody's making fun of me. Everybody talks about my dog. And I'm telling you right now, you don't even know, Kelly, what it's like to be really a cabinet secretary. I'm just saying. I wish I had your job, Kelly.
They get their $1,000 refund tax. I hope they all remember that every Democrat.
Okay, this is another thing they're pushing. Okay, all right, okay. Listen. He said this at his, I don't know why, my brain, I'm so sorry. This show is basically me just processing what I hear, okay? I'm sorry. That's the premise of the show. Welcome. Wait, don't let me forget what I'm talking about. Wait a minute. What did she just say? Oh, fuck. Oh, my God. I lost it. No, this was good.
Estimating where it is in 4Q, but with interest rates going down, with regulation going down,
GDP?
These are all.
Okay. GDP, Loeffler. Oh, shit. Fuck it. I should just not. $1,000 checks. Karen Diggs Retro, you win. This is like the game. Here's the game. I mean, for the folks who might be new watching, I'm not always 100% on the brain space. And so the chat, the folks in the chat have kindly adopted the practice of helping me get back on track by dropping something in the chat. And I greatly appreciate it. So thank you, Karen Diggs. All right, $1,000 check. Yeah. So here's the thing, though. On whenever he did that speech in Ohio or Iowa, I'm not sure which state he was in, but it was like the Tuesday speech or something. He said, and yesterday, I think he said it yesterday too, or someone. Anyway, he said something about 1,000 when they get those $1,000 refund checks. Now, first of all, there are probably people that get refund checks that are higher than 1,000. And so now this is the second time I've heard a member of the regime say something about 1,000, and make that the number of a refund. Not everybody gets refunds, right? I'm just explaining what is normal. Like, not everybody gets refunds. So the fact that they're trying to stick in people's minds, this is a mind fuck that's happening in real time. The mind fuck in real time is I'm going to stick this number of 1,000 in your head now in January, which you will then get excited by and be emotionally more positive towards the Dump administration and all the fuck shit we're going on. They did, but now they're back to they're down to 1,000. But they've planted this seed of anticipation that as if 1,000, everybody's going to get it. Right? And then when April comes around, and like most people file taxes closer to the deadline, I certainly do. Oh, $1,000 bigger. Yeah. I don't even think they're saying $1,000 bigger though. I think he says they're going to be $1,000. So I guess what I'm saying is that, yeah, it was the Dodge dividend. By the time April rolls around, when most of the chuds have already done their taxes, they're going to see that is not actually the case, because there's no logic or data behind what they're saying about whether or not it's $1,000 check or $1,000 increase, right? Both of those scenarios are not realistic. or detailed enough to mean anything. But this is a mind fuck happening in real time, because the more they plant those little Pavlov dogs, those Pavlovian words, the more the chuds on the ground will be happy paying $9 for eggs or whatever, whatever you're paying, or whatever is your expensive thing. Like, they won't mind that because, well, they're giving us more tax money back. But then when they go to file, it'll be like, wait a minute. I get 100 back. I have to pay 100. I have to pay 500. So I don't know. I just love to point out this stuff, and I really am. I this is how I learn. So it really is kind of an exercise in how I need to absorb what's happening around me by watching, listening, regurgitating, drawing things together. That's just basic. So I'm sorry that you have to be involved in that, but I don't know. I hope you're enjoying it.
Taxes on small businesses, and those are going away. And thanks to President Trump, your leadership, we are seeing Main Street boom. Hardworking families have $1,000 already in their pockets, and when they get their $1,000 refund tax, I hope they all remember that every Democrat voted against them getting their tax refunds, because this is what our administration is doing, is powering your incredible economic agenda forward on Main Street.
Thank you very much. Great job. I do want to say that on my left, I have a man who's doing a fantastic job, and on my right also. But we're spending a tremendous amount of time and effort on building our military. We largely rebuilt the military during my first term, fortunately, and we're greatly enhancing it now. We're going to be doing something new. We're bringing back the battleship, and I thought, like, you remember the battleships from the great Iowa and Alabama, Missouri.
You sunk my
those unbelievable
battleship.
scenes that you see, Victory at Sea. You'd see these incredible ships, and I thought they were.
Did he just say Victory at Sea? Did he just say Victory at Sea? He made a reference to a 1950s television show? Are you kidding me? Which has a great theme song, by the way. Like, classic. But is that what you're telling? He's obsessed with that show? Oh my fucking God. Because he loved watching Victory at Sea. I've never heard him say that. I just think it's, oh, okay. Oh my God. Sea Hunt is next. When do we get to Hogan's Heroes? I know what is that? When does that happen? I know nothing. Yeah, Black Bear, you win. Killer Bud, Sea Hunt is next. I think he's watching. I don't think he's watching the History Channel. Get out of town. He's watching. What is that? What's that show that has all the old TV shows on it? What's the channel? TV Land or whatever? I don't even know. It's going to take us the whole day to get through this goddamn cabinet meeting.
Powerful, but the battleships that we're building are going to be 100 times more powerful than those beautiful works of art. I mean, they were magnificent. All steel. We have the steel now, and we're going to be doing that as an enhancement. But our military is very, very strong. You may want to say something about the large fleet of ships that's heading over to the Middle East.
Well, Mr. President, you had to, like so many other cabinet members have referenced, rebuild the perception of America. And at the Department of War, that meant reestablishing deterrence. What happened in Afghanistan, what happened in Ukraine, a war that never would have occurred, what happened on October 7th in Israel, never would have happened under President Trump. So as a result, we're having to rebuild how our enemies perceive
here's your bottle,
us.
baby.
And when President Trump said we're not getting nuclear, Iran, you won't have a nuclear bomb, he meant
Here you
it.
Go.
And we sent
Come
those
on, Piggy,
B-2s
Piggy.
halfway around the world.
Open
and
wide.
They never noticed.
Open wide.
When he
Here's
said,
your gin.
we're not going to tolerate trafficking drugs anymore in our hemisphere.
Here we go.
We treat them like the Al-Qaeda of the Western Hemisphere.
Uh-huh.
He meant it.
Take a
and
little
we're executing
sip.
that. When you said, Mr. President,
Take
we're
a little
securing the
sip of
border,
the
the
gin.
military was proud to do their part alongside
Drink the
Homeland
gin.
Security to do that.
Drink
Same
the
thing
gin.
with Iran right now. ensuring that they have all the options to make a deal. They should not pursue
In fact, he is
nuclear
just a gin
capabilities. We
bottle.
will be prepared to deliver whatever this president expects of the War Department, just like we did this month. No other military in the world could have executed the most sophisticated, powerful raid, not just in American history, I would say in world history. What those men did going downtown, another country, their most...
Do you mean they went downtown? What are we talking about, Piggy? What are we talking about, Pig's Breath? They went downtown. Downtown. I'm going downtown. You're going downtown on that bottle, bitch. By the way, Bankers Club is supposed to be exceptionally cheap gin. That's why I chose it. Because I think there's nothing worse than cheap gin. The modern Thermopylae. Downtown. Yeah, World War II would like a fucking word. Yeah, my dad would like a fucking word. Jesus Christ. My father was shot down outside of Berlin, crashed in a field, broke his arm, and then was caught by Nazis. And a woman from the farm came and stood between my dad, his colleague, and the Nazi soldiers and said, "Don't kill him." So how fucking dare you talk about anything related to war, ethos? My dad had more ethos in his pinky nail than you've ever had in your rotted liver. You fucking waste of a human. Oh my God, look at his face. Look at the capture on this face. I'm going to have to take a picture of that. Hold on. I'm glad my dad's not alive to see this. I'm going to tell you right now. He would be absolutely apoplectic. Oh, actually, wait. I got to get the whole thing because his hand is doing something funny too. It's like he's playing piano. Okay, that's good enough. Anyway, that's what I want to say about that.
Secure place in the most secure base in the middle of the night without anybody knowing until those simultaneous bombs dropped 3 minutes before the helicopters dropped. No other country could coordinate that. No other president would have been willing to empower those warriors that way to be that effective. And that sends a message to every capital around the world that when President Trump speaks, he means business, and we are reestablishing deterrence at the War Department, Mr. President.
Thank you. Great job you're doing. Just to finish up on that, the Somalian pirates over the years have stolen many ships. They would get large amounts of money for the ship. You know, you have $1 billion ship, and the insurance companies didn't want to fight because, you know, some of those ships are very flammable. They're carrying millions of barrels of oil. Very flammable, very dangerous situation if they're shot at. So they wouldn't fight. We notified them a number of months ago. Anybody that does that gets the same treatment as a drug dealer sending their drugs in from Venezuela or anybody else. As you know, it's 97% down by...
Okay, listen. Now here's another breaking news. Oh my God. Steve Lookner, sit down, girl. Take a seat. Because this is what I heard. And I know it's all drawn into the same anti-Somali rhetoric and actions that this regime is executing. So what I just heard is similar to the way that we have performed extrajudicial killings in the Caribbean and the Eastern Pacific. It sounds to me like a possible next step with our war on Somalia which I don't understand why we would go to war with Somalia, but here we are. Is this all about Minnesota being blue? That's crazy. But what I'm hearing is that he will take the same tactics that they've been using in the Caribbean and in the East Pacific, and they will start bombing ships, I guess, that may or may not contain Somalis. I don't know how that was going to work. And I don't know if we're talking about, the Suez Canal. I'm not sure exactly what waters we're talking about. But, I mean, I just wonder if it's like the Suez Canal thing. How about those files? How about, okay, we're going to play something about Michael Cohen that I watched this morning that fucking blew my shit mind. Anyway, here's the thing. So that's what I'm hearing, okay? I'm just hearing that what we might start doing is bombing Somali ships, quote, in air quotes. I voted for the lady who laughed too much. And I was going to fight her real hard on her support for Israel. And the fact that we should look at a post-capitalist economic structure and limit the power of billionaires. Oh, you want to watch the Michael Cohen? It looks like this is done anyway, so we'll go ahead and stop. I don't know if he goes to Little Marco, but you know what? I don't really need to hear Little Marco. Here we go. Now, PBD is probably going to strike me, but that's, you know what? It's worth the strike. Yeah, it's just worth the strike to me. Okay, we're going to kind of jump into this. This happened this morning. I had this on while I was getting ready for the show. And I literally had to stop. Okay, so let me just preface this by saying a couple things. If you have been following the Michael Cohen saga, or you'll know that a couple of weeks ago, I could read. No, you got to hear him. You got to hear him say it. It's fine. I don't give a shit. I'll get copywritten. It'll take the stream. I don't care. I don't give a shit. I have over 1,000 videos on this website. I have a lot of content, so it's okay. He's not going to take my channel down. Anyways, Michael Cohen has let it kind of slip that when he was working for Trump in 2016, one of the things he did for Trump was he got an envelope, and he'll say this, where there was a Jane Doe and her mother claiming that Trump had raped her, and they brought a case. So Michael Cohen was discharged by Trump to go to this person's house, right? And intimidate them, basically, which he kind of admits to in this. I don't know if it really, but maybe not. Maybe I'm just misremembering. But basically, that's the implication, is that he's there to debunk the lawsuit, make it go away, right? So he has talked about that. And unfortunately for him, the timing of his story about this Jane Doe that ended up, and apparently he had a private investigator go to find this woman and her mother, and the address that they had was a vacant lot. So he told the president, it's all bullshit. The same time that he says that happened is when the well-documented Katie Johnson, which is also an alias, by the way, brought a suit against Trump right before the election. And the timing is that suit also was dropped because, as reported by Katie Johnson, she was intimidated to drop the suit. Now, also keep in mind that this is the same timing when douche whistle over here was doing payola and shit like that with Stormy Daniels, Karen McDougal. Oh, of course, he'll say that was David Pecker at, the Inquirer, but it doesn't matter. He was in it. So basically what has happened, what has transpired over the last couple of months, and this is why Midas disassociated with Michael Cohen. Everyone has. This is why this idiot is on the fucking PBD Nazi broadcast. Okay? Is because his story is falling apart. And furthermore, as a result of his story now being called out, Lev Parnas called him out. What's her name? Shoot, the woman who really first pushed him. There's a woman who interviewed Michael Cohen a few months back. What is her name? Oh, shit. I really need to remember that because she's really the one who is the hero in this scenario, because she's really pushed on Michael Cohen for the truth about this Jane Doe. And as a result of this woman, gosh, I need to find her name. Tara Palmieri. I'll find her channel and link it. Anyway, Tara Palmieri was interviewing Michael Cohen and said, gosh, Michael, the way you're describing that Jane Doe, did you have anything to do with the Katie Johnson case? And he got fucking apoplectic on her ass and said, I had nothing to do with it. I had nothing to do with it. This was nothing. It was bullshit. And everyone was like, whoa. So basically what's unraveled in the last few months is that Michael Cohen definitely has some explaining to do. Oh, and furthermore, one of Tara's viewers went through the Epstein files, the release, and found a fucking email that Michael Cohen's lawyers had sent to the Department of Justice saying that when he was in prison in 2019, Michael Cohen, that is, saying that Michael Cohen would be willing to evoke a Rule 35 where he can offer information on Epstein that might help his sentence be reduced. There's a fucking email in the Epstein files from Michael Cohen's lawyers to the Department of Justice offering Michael Cohen's information about Trump's relationship with about Epstein, basically. I always called bullshit on him, Val. I always called bullshit on Michael Cohen and on Midas Touch for aligning with him. I thought it was bullshit from the jump. So Michael Cohen has some explaining to do. And when you watch this, the little clip that I'm going to show you of this show, he's totally gone balls deep back to Trump, because he was also, it was rumored, I guess, or something, that he was vying for a pardon from Trump because he talked to, who was it? Who was the guy who got the pardon from Trump? Shit. Somebody got a pardon from Trump. Oh, George Santos. So Lev Parnas and Tara Palmieri, live on their Substack like a few weeks ago, got in touch with George Santos because the rumor is that Michael Cohen reached out to George Santos to get advice on how to get a pardon from the president. Now George was like coy and like, oh my God. Like, what the fuck? Like, here's the thing. Hi, Sharon. Here's the thing. These guys, they have information. And it is absolutely disgusting to me that we are in the midst of a fascist regime and people are dying and children. Did you hear the story about little Liam, the 5-year-old who was kidnapped and now sits still in the Texas detention center? He's sick. So guess what, Michael Cohen? I don't give a shit about anything about you. You better open your fucking trap now. And if you can bring this regime down in even the littlest way, why the fuck aren't you doing it? Why are you protecting a pedophile?
But it doesn't mean that they're reckless decisions. I am receiving DMs on a daily basis.
Sure.
It's almost like, I was on Charlemagne the God once on Comedy
right.
Central, and I was doing the mean tweets, right? I can't begin to tell you the number of some of the vilest comments being made, all about something that is absolutely 100% untrue. Just because you want to believe something doesn't make it factually accurate.
Sure.
All right? Imagine if your subscribers, if your followers, people who have been loyal to Patrick, right? They think that you walk on water. Now all of a sudden, writing you some of the day. Trump did.
I'm so sorry. I didn't go back far enough. I really apologize. Because it's a kind of important that we get as much of this as we can without getting striked.
No, just come straight
Okay,
over.
we'll start
And
there.
sometimes that would mean come over to the apartment, or I'll meet you down in the office, or just we would spend hours on the telephone, dealing with an issue.
What part of his relationship with you, the 50,000 hours, do you miss the most?
All of it.
You miss all of it?
All of it. So I see your expression. Same expression Todd Blanche had when I was on trial, sitting in that witness box. He said, "You hate Donald Trump, don't you?" I said, "No, sir." So he goes, "What do you mean?" I said, "In fact, I love the guy." So he goes,
Loved or love?
"Love. I still love."
Present.
I'm still insanely angry with him for allowing others to interfere. Insanely angry with him for allowing others to interfere with the relationship. And I don't care. Look, we all know one thing about Trump. He will never apologize, even when he knows he made a mistake. He will not. It's just not in his nature. Some people can, some people can't. He cannot. But I know
I think it's
in his
important
heart
people
of
watch
hearts,
this part.
he knows he made the mistake on allowing them to convince him to abandon me. You use the mob experience as sort of a way of, he's the boss, call me a capo, right? I'm a made guy in, we'll call it Trump land. When there's an issue.
Oh, y'all, this is this morning. This is this morning. This is real. He has been kicked out of everything. He is on Substack and doing his own thing because Midas kicked his ass all the way out because they know he's dirty. And they should have known that before. But now he's on fucking PBD. He's on Nazi Central.
Throws capo under the bus, listening to some foot soldier.
It gets
Never
worse.
happens.
It gets
You're
worse.
supposed to, smartly, you wrap your arms around the guy and you protect him. Don't abandon me. They didn't just abandon me in a conversational manner. I was handling legal matters for him that ultimately resulted in the FBI raiding my home, hotel, and law office. And that's because they wanted to get him. I despise James Comey. I've always said I despise James Comey. I know that Comey ended up getting from John McCain the Steele dossier. Then it went to, I think, Andrew Weissman. From Weissman, it went to Jeffrey Berman, who recused himself. Then to another guy by the name of Robert Kazami. I mean, all for what? In order to get him. And that is just true. And I hope it's apparent to everybody. I don't care if you're far left or far right. That is and should be apparent to everyone.
So give me the exact timeline. What month was it when you say, he made the wrong decision, he sided with them instead of me? What was the timeline? Exact.
I was in the process of going through all of the documents on a review to ensure protection for him in terms of attorney-client privilege. We were doing a document review.
He's in already.
Oh, he's in already.
So what's
he's
the
president.
month? Give me a month-ish.
It's
17?
It's 28. It's 2017. No, it's yes, it's 2018.
So end of 17, early 18-ish.
Something like that.
Okay, continue. So you're going through that.
We're going through that, and all of a sudden, my lawyer turns around and says, can you please reach out to Trump.org? We haven't gotten paid. We got paid some. They held back on the next one. They didn't pay the third bill. Now it's a fourth bill. We can't continue to represent you. I'm saying, wait. You're joking, right? So not only did they push me under the bus, but now something that I should be protected under, which is executives and officers' insurance, they're not even willing to pay that. Why? What the hell did I do to deserve to be ignored, abused, neglected, thrown away, discarded? What did I do so bad? And then I turned around and I realized during a interview that they were doing with Trump, he turned around and they asked him, it was right after the raid, he goes, it's disgusting that they raided one of my attorneys. Now all of a sudden I lost my name? Remember, I know the man better than any human being should know another. That's the first sign that you're out.
You knew that?
Yes. It was that comment that really made me pause and say, wait. Now I don't have a name? What happened to Michael? Every morning, 4:30, 5 in the morning, for over a decade, every morning at 5 a.m. and every night. The man doesn't sleep. By the way, neither do I, which is what made us even closer. Every single morning, 4:30 to 5, phone call. Every night, 11:30, give or take, a phone call. First in the morning, last before he goes to bed. And now all of a sudden, Michael Cohen doesn't exist? Tell me why.
Please, Mr. Please, don't play B-17. It was our song, it was his song, but it's over. Please, Mr. Please. If you know what I mean, I don't ever want to hear that song again. That's what it makes me think of when he says that shit. Why did they leave me? Why did they leave me? Why did they leave me? I knew it was over when they stopped paying my lawyers. Please, Mr. Please, don't play B-17. It was our song, it was his song, but it's over. Please, Mr. Please, if you know what I mean. I love that song. I don't ever want to hear that song again. I gotta, I think I went too high on that one. But anyway, yeah, this is important to watch. So that's why it's worth it to me.
What did
I'm transforming it though, bitch.
So deserving, so bad, that I deserve to be not just thrown under the bus.
I gotta go pee, hold on.
Run over, not once, not twice, but a half a dozen times. And I was like, okay, I guess I am on my own.
So what's your next move when that happens? Because I got a bunch of follow-up questions, but I want to know what you do exactly after that. You see this, you know what the signs are. You're like, I don't think I'm on the inner circle anymore. I'm on the outer, if not the ousted, like I'm about to be ousted. What's your next move?
I just continue. I had no moves. It wasn't as if I
did you approach him? Did you talk to him about it? Did you see the calls declining in a major way?
I was told by people like Jay Sekulow, oh, don't worry, I'm speaking to the boss. You know, everything's going to be fine. Ultimately, I realized that Sekulow is lying to me. They then tried to send in this scumbag, Bob Costello, a lawyer who was with Rudy Giuliani. They tried to infiltrate the defense where he wanted to come in. It's really a terrible. This, by the way, would be probably an Oscar-winning movie because it's so outlandish, it's so ridiculous. Nobody would possibly believe that this is true. They would think that this is some sort of a made-up plot by some really dystopian writer.
We should watch.
Why in the
we should watch Casino and what's the other one? What's the one with what's the other one? God, Casino and Goodfellas. We should watch Casino and Goodfellas. Yeah, Scarface. I like that movie too. I love Goodfellas though. I love that movie. Anyway, yeah, we should watch Casino and Goodfellas. It's a lot. I know it's pretty long. And yes, it would be fun. We could start a little earlier. Oh my God. And Blow. Blow's a good movie too. Blow's a great movie. I love that movie. Anyway.
World. Would you do it?
All right, let's transform this bitch.
Somebody who would legitimately have taken a bullet for you, except under one condition. If he's the one pulling the trigger. I couldn't do it. It was the ultimate betrayal. It was like being betrayed by a brother.
Okay, so, but from there on, what I'm trying to find out is, did you approach him? Did you talk to him? How sudden was the fall of communication with him? The late night, the early calls, or was it still going on?
Oh,
That's still taking place?
No, that stopped.
So when is the last time you spoke to him?
The day after the raid.
The last time you spoke to him is the day after the raid?
The day after the raid.
You've never spoken to him since?
The day after the raid.
Got it. Okay. So you called him or he called you?
I called him to let him know I was raided by the FBI, which I found to be unusual. Even back then, Trump didn't fully appreciate the power of the presidency, but people still feared him because he was getting rid of people left and right. Remember how many people got shit canned from the beginning?
Yeah.
You're going to really tell me that the FBI was raiding the home, hotel, and law?
Don't say that. Cry me a river, cry me a river. I cried a river over you. Don't remind me of it. You know what happens when you put a song lyric in. I'm going to just make a little PSA for this colorgram. This lip stuff is absolutely my favorite lip stuff. It's like a matte, but it's like really light. And I'm going to tell you, I mean, if you've got old lady lips, let me make sure it's the right side up. If you have old lady lips, this is the lip stuff for you. Oh, it's not going to show. I think it even has like weed ashes on the bottom of it. Damn it. Okay, anyway, I'll put it, if anybody wants to know, I can put it in Discord, but I really love this lip stuff. Yeah, I'm going to do it because it's actually, I really, really like it. It's just really good and it's cheap. It's not expensive. So anyway, I love it when I find a good cosmetic that fucking works. Okay, you know, it's like, yeah. All right. I like it. All right, thanks for coming to my beauty corner. Get ready with me. Get ready with me to take down the fascist state.
Office of the personal attorney to the president of the United States, and nobody had the decency to tell the president that this was going to happen? Why did he allow that to happen?
Can I speculate?
You can.
Okay, so if you're in a position like that, and he has a lot of people that are in his ear, right? If you're in a position like that and there's a lot of people in his ear, and I've gone through this before, I've gone through it closely, of course, on a much smaller scale, in a business where you're like, wait a minute, who is on my side right now? That guy used to be on my side. But why are you protecting that guy now? You used to say this, now you're getting a little too cocky because we're getting so much attention. You're walking around like you run this place, and you look at me in a certain way. Don't look at me like that. You never looked at me like that before. Don't get too comfortable. And there's a certain level of expectation to maintain that energy of respect to know he's it, right? The power struggle. He's trying to learn everybody. He's trying to study everybody. As that is happening,
Karen, I got you. I'm going to drop the colors that I love. And if you have that problem with your lips,
he's going through a season.
Girl, I got you.
He went into a world that he doesn't know this world yet. It's his first time.
Pretty big
He's
dicks.
much better now. I mean, he knows
That's what it stands for. No, it stands for Patrick.
Whatever you want to call it. Of course.
It stands for Patrick Bet David, which is this guy's name. Yeah. So he's a right winger. You know what he is? He started this company called Valuetainment. He's part of the manosphere. He's like a little older than the rest of the manosphere, but essentially the PBD podcast, which I do listen to in the morning because, I don't know, I like to get real angry, is him and a bunch of guys sitting in front of lockers. I don't think it's lockers. I think it's supposed to be a bank vault, but whatever. It looks like a locker room to me. Anyway, yeah, he's like the old manosphere. Exactly. He's the grandpa sphere. So anyway, these guys sit there and talk. Oh, exactly. He is a tape bro because his other little special that he just had, which I clipped and did something with, I can't remember, is Andrew Tate was on the show and they all hang out. They're all buddies. They were just in the club. Patrick Bet-David's partner, Andrew something, God knows what. Oh, it's an actual bank vault? Whatever. Oh, God, it's so stupid. It looks like high school fucking dirty lockers, okay? So, mission not accomplished. Anyway, he's an MLM guy. He's an MLM guy. Yes, it's the one with the safety deposit boxes in the background. He is an MLM. He's a walking Ponzi scheme. This motherfucker. And he hangs out with the likes of the Tate brothers, and his partners on his podcast literally talked on the Andrew Tate thing lovingly about Andrew, that they know the true Andrew. And that they were in the club last night, and Andrew didn't even want to be in the club. He was just so uncomfortable because you don't really understand Andrew. He's really an altar boy. I mean, in the altars of hell, but still an altar boy. Take it from me. Take it from me, Mr. Big Douchebag. This guy isn't as much of a douchebag as I... Wait a minute. Yeah, it was the Andrew Tate, the apologizing to Andrew Tate tour. That's what it was. It was really normalizing rape culture. That's actually what it was. Let me tell you what this guy is. Him and his ilk are working real hard to normalize rape culture. Because they need to. They also need to normalize white supremacy. Because they like the fresh and funky Nick Fuentes. Okay? Yeah, he told Sam Sater that the podcast is a loss leader to drive up sales of the other products that are profitable. It's an MLM. It's a multi-level marketing scheme. It's a bullshit thing. And they have been. He's been at it for a long time. Absolutely, meowing. That's fucking follow the money. Follow the money. Because part of breaking down the system that is holding us back from actually being a more perfect union is that we do not dismantle the structures that actually continue to put us in this position. And I don't know what all those answers are, but I know that there are a lot of smart people who do. And so I do call for that revolution where we are actually able to dismantle some of the financial structures and the other ways that people just take advantage and disinformation. But, one thing at a time. Anyway, back to...
It was 4 years he was off.
Penis head.
He learned a lot. It was actually... He has an advantage because at that fourth year of being off, everybody came and gave him so much information.
But let's at least acknowledge it's his second term, not his third.
For sure it is. It's a second term.
Because otherwise that would make this term unconstitutional.
No. This is a second term. But what I'm saying is that 4 year was a very good break of getting smarter. I think he has that competitive advantage over his peers. But don't you think while you're in that moment, like there's a little bit of saying, man, maybe he's going through a season. Let me see what he's going through. Instead of, nope, I'm out.
Yeah, that's not how it happened. You see, what you're doing is you're creating a break in a timeline. I didn't break the timeline. The people, the enablers, the sycophants that were around him are the ones who did it. He'll acknowledge it.
Who are some of the names?
Jay Sekulow.
Okay, who else?
In my book, Revenge, Jared Kushner, Reince Priebus, Steve Bannon. There was a whole group of them. You got to cut him off. You got to cut him off. Now, Jared, that saddens me too because we had a friendship. Ivanka, from what I understand from investigations that I used to write my book, Revenge, Ivanka was like, you can't do that to MC, her nickname for me, right? You can't do that to MC. Stop. Well, he took the advice of people who were never in his orbit before.
Boris Epstein? What did Boris Epstein... what did Boris Epstein have to say about all this? Where the fuck is Boris Epstein? Where the fuck is Boris Epstein? A man is facing... Oh my gosh. There's a headline from the New York Times. A man is facing federal charges after he tried to break Luigi Mangione out of jail. People familiar with the episode said... Wait. Episode? I don't know what episode means. Was it an episode of a TV show? Anyway, sorry.
Protection of me. And I don't think that you or even any of your listeners would turn around and say, yeah, I would have done that. I think everybody would have done it differently. In fact, I am 100% certain, not 99.5 like Ivory Soap, 100% certain today, if this happened, he would never have done what he did. Certainly not over $1 million in legal fees. Certainly not listening to the enablers that were around him over somebody who he spoke to and who he trusted every single day for more than a decade. I'm interesting in a way, like insanely loyal. And I don't ask for the same, for reciprocal loyalty. I do ask for some. And when I said, and I'm going to repeat it, I said it before, and I think it's important, I would have taken a bullet for him. Someone pulled out a gun, I would have jumped in front of it. The only time I would not, if he's the one that was pulling the trigger. And what I realized is that in this case, when it related to me, he was the one pulling the trigger. He may not have went out and purchased the gun and the ammunition.
Wait, but you just said that it was the people around him who got you shit canned and took your lawyer away. Wait a minute. This has, I would put more money on the fact that it was probably rumored. I think it was actually in the press that Michael was considering cooperating. And that's when they took his lawyer away. Oh my God. Wow. You're just watching the destruction, the rise and fall of Michael Cohen. We're in the fall.
Given to him by his enablers.
Just saying.
But he was the one pulling the trigger because as president of the United States, he had the power to do what I told him, what I asked him. I pleaded. I begged him. Just shut this shit down. Nothing good is going to come out of this. They're going to come after both of us. And we're both going to get hurt from it. And you know what? Sadly, I was correct.
Let me ask you, let's role play.
But let me go one step further. Can I go one step back even
Sure.
further? I wouldn't change anything.
Okay, but let's play something else out. Okay, let's play it out. You don't do what you did. Where are you at today in 26?
Broke, on the street, no wife, children hating me. That's where I was. You see, people have me all wrong. I heard all this crap, Trump made you. Shitheads, I retired at the age of 39. All right, I didn't need to work for Donald Trump. I wanted. When he offered me,
I was running scams on taxi medallions in New York City, doing just fine, thank you very much. He is a self-serving asshole. Did his kids, I don't know if he said that's where I was. I don't know if that's where he is. I don't get it. Oh, Meowie knows it, man. She fucking knows. She fucking knows. Sold in 22. Okay, the MLM was PHP Agency Life Insurance and Financial Services, sold in 22 to another company. Now it's Merch, a call-in thing where people pay more. People pay, some of them thousands of dollars for a 15-minute call. Yes, it's a consultancy thing. That's right. He was talking about that. It's a bunch of things, but it was also, it's like that guy, Modern Life Dating, the chud that I found a long time ago, the Manosphere. Oh my God, this guy is like the dating expert for going overseas and dating women. He's one of my favorites. I really that guy's really kills me. Anyway, he also sells, how to pick up chicks programs. And so that's similar to what these guys do is, how to pick up chicks and just pay us and you can come to our camp. This is the same. Andrew Tate does this too. Tate has this big thing where guys pay like $25,000 and then go out into the middle of nowhere and get abused by Andrew and Tristan Tate for like a week. And then once in a while, girls in no clothes come around and ride ATVs with them. I don't understand it. I'm not kidding, you guys. I will find the clip. A passport bro, exactly. A sex tourist, all those things. A rapist, probably sexual abuser, a small dick, a million. I mean, not small dick, but small dick energy. Small dick energy. Yeah, way. No way. I'm going to find it, okay? Because it was scantily clad women, and that was like one of their breaks. They get to ride on an ATV with a chick in a bikini. I'm not kidding. And this is where they train men to be men. The Tates have done this for years. This is one of their big money makers.
That job, which came out of the blue, I didn't put in an application. I was in the office. He asked me to help him with a matter that dealt with the casinos.
I watched
of course,
too many
I'd done several of the legal
things.
matters for him as well.
That's probably why
prior
I'm
to that.
not.
And he was like,
That's probably why
"You
I'm
happy
single."
at that sleepy old firm that you're at? Is that one of the oldest law firms in America? Phillips Nyes. I was a partner at the firm. It's like, yeah, I don't really work too hard. I'm doing just fine, having a great time, great life. He's like, why don't you come work for me? I'll give you Ivanka's office. They just built on the 25th floor. You'd be right next to me. You'd be my personal attorney, my special counsel. And I was like, a guy who I admired tremendously is offering me a job. I didn't expect it. Actually, I expected to get paid for the work that I did on Trump. I was waiting for a check. And when I asked him for the check, humorously, he turned around and goes, you want to get fired on the first day? I was like, okay. And I accepted the job. And I don't look back. Nor do I look back with the NDAs and so on. I don't look back at any of that.
Yeah,
and say,
there's a difference between when you're saying shit hits, you think I wasn't making money before. There's a difference between being a lawyer for an oldest law firm and you're making good money, you got a good life, to all of a sudden you're with the guy in New York City. That
no, you didn't see my point. I retired.
I know you did. So this is not a money thing, but there's a difference between, there's a lot of billionaires nobody knows.
Right. I wasn't a billionaire. I was more than comfortable enough. I
know
didn't
the
need
story
to work
of owning
anymore.
30 or 40 medallions.
No,
the taxi.
285 yellow cabs in New York City.
Cabs or medallions?
Medallions I owned, some, right? The 40.
Right.
And then I had some in Chicago as
And
well.
some of these medallions at the peak was $1 million.
1.4.
Right.
I had about $60 million just in medallions in New York alone.
And then you had 280 cabs?
And we had 285 yellow
and
cabs in New York City.
Through the wife and the family, or this is you?
No, that was me. I was a lawyer that was working. My father-in-law had a couple of medallions. I ended up buying them from him right after 9/11.
And then you took it to a different level.
No, I was already in the industry. I started in the taxi industry December of 1995. I bought out a client when I was practicing negligence, tort, and medical malpractice. I bought out a client that was leaving the country.
Jay, come on. Hey, Jay, you have a fucking index of a brain. Stop it. Stop it. I've heard you recite entire scenarios on Spaces. Stop. No, I am claiming the worst brain in the group. Sorry, that's just my title. You can't have it.
Merged his with another client, and we built it together, me and my ex-partner, to 285 yellow cabs. Bought buildings together, properties together. In fact, bought properties in Trump World Tower. We bought a whole slew of apartments. I bought one, my parents bought one, my in-laws bought a few, my partner bought, some friends bought. I put together a whole block.
With the intention of what? With the intention of trying to get close, or just growing your business?
That was the year 2000.
Right.
I wasn't about to go close. I valued the Trump brand for what it was, and I was getting a very good deal, price per square foot, and it was an investment. That's it. And I rented the apartment. I didn't live there. I rented it.
To others.
Excuse me?
2 others. You rented 2 others.
Generally, I rented them to ambassadors and to consulates.
So
because it's right across the street from the United Nations.
06, when you guys got close, how did it happen?
So what happened is he had a battle, a dispute with the board at that building. And Don Jr. had said, hey, there's a guy who I know, Michael. He has an apartment in that building, but his parents, his in-laws, his friends, there's a whole group of them. You should really speak to him. He's kind of sharp-elbowed, right? He may be the right guy for you to talk to about
Junior's
this.
telling this to Pops.
Correct.
Okay.
And I met Junior because I had just bought apartments in a different building that I had combined together for my primary residence. And that's where Don Jr., he was doing the construction.
Got it. Okay, so today, Michael, so you're saying I would have done it the same way all over again?
The words the media should be using to describe Mr. Trump are generous, kind, honest, and genuine.
He was the ultimate loyalist.
It's not a question of flip. It's a question of, a boss, right? Like a capo. It's not true. It's not what happened. The lawyers. So he goes, he just handled it. And we had. I never once saw Jeffrey Epstein.
You believe that?
I do. People have me all wrong. Investigations that I used to write my book, Revenge. In this case, when it related to me, he was the one pulling the trigger. He may not have
lawyer for an oldest law firm in
his with another client that. I do have a lot of still supporters, a lot. On my various different social media platforms, as I told you. And really what brought us together for this conversation is there's an entire left-wing ecosystem, maniacs, that are trying to cancel me. And I probably, on my YouTube channel or my Substack, I probably lost, I don't know, somewhere between 7 to 10% of my subscribers.
From making those comments?
Yes, from that one comment of feeling coerced and pressured.
These are lunatics that are saying that canceled you.
Correct.
I mean, Midas Touch canceled you as well. 2 others.
Excuse me?
2 others. You ran into 2 others.
City.
Caps or medallions?
Medallions. I was already in the industry. I
started trying to get close or just growing your business?
That was the year 2000.
Right.
I wasn't about to go close. I valued the Trump brand.
He jumped, so I want to make sure I catch the beginning of that.
And I was getting a very good deal.
It's the Letitia James comment where he said he felt coerced because he was starting to go for a pardon, y'all. Okay? This is the timing a few months ago or whenever. I can't recall exactly the month, so forgive me. But where he was starting to itch for a pardon, and he came out with a fakakta story that cast doubt on the investigation that he cooperated in with Letitia James. It'd be interesting to me if down the road we asked ourselves and him if Trump asked him to make that statement, because we know Trump already does that, a la Zelensky, and saying, if you create a scandal for the Bidens, I will give you the money that has already been approved by Congress. I won't stop the money that's been approved by Congress for you. In similar ways, I could see a scenario where Dump or his new capos, would come to Michael and say, hey, you want a pardon? You need to fucking try to tank Letitia James, because we tried to indict her 3 times and they fucking kicked us out. They kicked us out of court. This is all very interesting. And I know it's not necessarily like, it's not as urgent in terms of like ICE, but it also is integrated in what the oppressive nature of this regime is engaged in. Right? That's what I am. That's why this matters, because this man has information that could bring down members of the cabinet as well, because remember, Nutlicker was fucking Epstein's neighbor. You can't make this shit up.
Price per square foot, and it was an investment.
And Jamie
That's it.
Dimon.
And I rented the apartment. I didn't live there. I rented it.
2 others.
Excuse me?
2 others. You rented 2 others.
Generally, I rented them to ambassadors and to consulates.
So
because it's right across the street from the United Nations.
06, when you guys got close, how did it happen?
So what happened is he had a battle, a dispute with the board at that building. And Don Jr. had said, hey, there's a guy who I know, Michael. He has an apartment in that building, but his parents, his in-laws, his friends, there's a whole group of them. You should really speak to him. He's kind of sharp-elbowed, right? He may be the right guy for you to talk to about
Junior's
this.
telling this to Pops.
Correct.
Okay.
And I met Junior because I had just bought apartments in a different building that I had combined together for my primary residence. And that's where Don Jr., he was doing the construction.
Got it. Okay, so today, Michael, so you're saying I would have done it the same way all over again if I would have stayed the same, I would have been broke today, not married, family, all this stuff that you're talking about, that the situation wouldn't be good for you today. You believe that?
I do.
Okay, fair. So today, who today do you trust and who today trusts Michael Cohen?
My wife and my children.
Outside
my
of family.
parents.
Outside of family.
I don't know.
What do you think about that?
I hate that. You know, I do have a lot of still supporters, a lot, on my various different social media platforms, as I told you. And really what brought us together for this conversation is there's an entire left-wing ecosystem, maniacs, that are trying to cancel me. And I probably, on my YouTube channel or my Substack, I probably lost, I don't know, somewhere between 7 to 10%
So for me, this is where it gets
of my
juicy,
subscribers.
okay?
From making
This
those
is where it
comments?
gets
Yes,
juicy.
from that one comment of feeling coerced and pressured.
These are lunatics that are saying that canceled you.
Correct.
I mean, Midas Touch canceled you as well.
I don't know if I would say that. Yes, I will acknowledge that. Yes, they did.
Okay. So for you, when I'm asking who,
Cancel me business-wise, not personally.
that's even that's saying we don't want you representing our brand, and I don't want to talk to you anymore, right?
No, we still speak.
Live on a show.
On a show, correct.
Right, on a show. Okay. So, but who trusts you today, and who do you trust today outside of family? You said you have supporters. I'm not saying supporters. I'm saying trust. Who trusts Michael, and who does Michael trust today?
I don't think there's anyone.
How do you feel about that?
Terrible, sad. I have emotions. I'm not a stone. I actually have. I'm much more sensitive than people think. And it is sad.
Okay. Yeah, I protect pedophiles. Yeah. I send private investigators to minors' houses to harass them and coerce them to drop charges. Yeah. I'm just a human being. I'm just a squirrel trying to get a nut to move your butt. Why? Don't tase me, bro. Come on. I'm a good guy. Unless you're a victim. But you know what? Don't be a victim. Don't be poor. For the big guy. It gets worse. I'm just warning you. But that was one of the first volleys where I turned from what I was doing and went, what? The crazy, insane leftist? You were just telling us you were a Democrat. You were telling us you were a leftist yourself, you motherfucker. Yeah, if I am cut, do I not bleed? But my feelings. I'm just a jealous guy. I'm just a jealous guy. I'm going to tell you right now, Michael. Oh my God. What he was saying about his wife and everything is that if he had, I think he was saying if he didn't flip, then his wife would have left him. I don't think she did. I think he's doing just fine, by the way. Well, now maybe he's not doing fine because I think that Midas Touch thing, I think was a huge cash cow. He had like 3 shows sponsored by Midas Touch, plus his book. How does a criminal make money from their book? I thought you weren't allowed to do that. Isn't that a law? Aren't you not allowed to make money from writing about the crime that you engaged in? I'm going to tell you right now, somebody needs to investigate fucking Michael Cohen. Anyway, it gets worse. So, yeah, you're welcome. That's right. I'm just here to bring sunshine to your day.
Right? Oh, because at one point in time, I had the guy. Trust me emphatically. And I'll tell you something. It's that kind of a statement that he trusted me emphatically that these left-wing lunatics, these maniacs, these canceling animals are trying to use. Michael, you must know every single thing about Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. What's pissing them off about that? What's pissing them off about the fact that I turned around and said, let me be crystal clear. I came into Trump's orbit in 2006, full-time. 2007, March of 2007 was really my starting date. During the 10 years, from 2011 years, 2007 to 2018, I must have been in his office. I don't know. I maybe shouldn't even have had an office. I just should have had that far right chair, the one with the red velvet on it. Right? That was my chair. And it's almost like I felt sometimes that I never left that chair. During those 11 years, I never once heard Donald Trump talking to Jeffrey Epstein on the phone. I never once saw Jeffrey Epstein in that office. I never spoke to Jeffrey Epstein personally. I never engaged in emails, text messages, any communication. In fact, I only lived like 12 blocks away from Jeffrey Epstein. All right? He lived.
Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? Never heard of him, didn't know him, but I lived 12 blocks, and I had to count the blocks. But I lived 12 blocks. Yeah, okay, so I'm just going to show you. Let me see if I can get this fucking... Let me get an image of it. And this is the email that one of Tara Palmieri's viewers, incredibly... here we go. This is... oh, come on, please be the one. Please be the one. Wait, that's not it. Fuck, man. Come on, bitch. Come on, bitches. Come on, bitches. Where the fuck is this? Oh, shit. Is it not, like, readily available online? Damn. I have it somewhere in my bookmarks, but I don't know where. Shit. I really want to find that. Wait. Well, where is it? Okay, wait. Let me just try one more thing, and then I'll go back. I'm so sorry. I should have pulled this, but I didn't think we were going to do Cohen stuff. Email. Cohen. DOJ. Rule 35 email. Oh, stop it. Not California. What the fuck, California? Oh my God. The internet is a crazy place. Internet, crazy place. Internet, crazy place. The internet is a crazy place. Yeah. Fuck. I think I had it the first time and I fucked up. Damn it. Here we go. Well, it doesn't give me a picture of it, though. I wish it gave me a picture. Well, is this Tara? Okay, actually, let's show Tara's, because you should have her channel anyway. Oh, fuck. This is Instagram? Okay, well, that's fine. I'll link Tara's channel, her YouTube channel, in the chat, but I just want you to... I know. I'm so sorry this show is so long. I don't blame anybody for checking out, but I'm just really having a good time, and I think this is terribly interesting. And because I think it's a real vulnerability for this regime, the amount of pedophiles that are being protected right now. So I think that knowing how to take down pedophiles, we could do something about this. And And of course, I want justice for the victims. My God, this is fucking ridiculous that we don't have justice for them. Really fucking makes me sick. All right, so this is her Instagram, which I don't have Instagram, so I don't really, it's not going to work that way. Okay, let me make this bigger. Okay, so let me see if I can play this.
Dangle information to federal prosecutors about what President Trump had said about Jeffrey Epstein back in 2019. And the prosecutors, they were frankly skeptical. And here's why this matters. Back in August, I was one of the few journalists who actually pressed Michael Cohen on what he knew about Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump.
I have no knowledge of anything with Jeffrey Epstein. Zero.
I just find it hard to believe that at no point during the time that you worked for him, you never spoke to him about Jeffrey Epstein.
No.
But now we know that he was actually dangling information about Jeffrey Epstein at the time to federal prosecutors while telling the world he knew nothing.
Zero.
So what exactly does Michael Cohen still know about Jeffrey Epstein? I think it's time to come clean.
Anyway, so that was one of the genesis of these things too. Yeah. Yeah, she's been doing a great job of pushing on him too in a couple of different conversations. So God bless. But anyway, yeah, let's go back.
It was on, well, that doesn't matter. But I live about 12 blocks away from him.
That Lex Wexner house, the $77 million out of 52,000 square foot.
Yeah, that he got for
a gift, as a gift.
$1.
Yeah.
Right.
For whatever reason. No one knows yet.
I live 12 blocks away from him. I'm not even sure if I was ever in the same restaurant as Jeffrey Epstein. Never had any communication with him at all. And because I turn around and I say that during the 11 plus 12 years that I was literally living inside Trump's office, I never once had any dealings where Trump was in communication or talked about Jeffrey Epstein. However, there is one case that came across my desk. As Trump's special counsel, I receive an envelope.
As his fixer.
And in it is a Jane Doe case against Donald Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Jane Doe makes the allegation that she was a child and that she was raped by Donald. Well, it's obviously concerning to me as I read through the complaint. It's Jane Doe buying through her mother and natural guardian, Mary Jane Doe. It's a little bit odd that you have the mother still in there, because if in fact that there's any truth to it, why do you need a natural guardian? You're clearly over the age of 18, within which so nothing really made sense in that case to me. But
he just said, why would a mom continue or be on a case or be, part of the case for a person who has probably reached over the age of 18 but was raped as a child? And he's somehow looking down on the fact that the mom would still be involved. That's a very telling statement that pretty much tells you what you need to know. Like, if my mom were alive and I was sexually assaulted, I would still have my mother by my side, because I would need that strength, because I know what that's like. And I know how lonely it can be. And I'm going to tell you right now, this is one of the most disgusting human beings on the planet, and should be chased from every polite society, and should have to come in front of Congress to actually tell us what he knows.
I don't keep secrets from the president when something like this comes about. And so I walk over, I knock on the door. Hey, boss, can I come in? I said, I just got this crazy-ass suit, or this notice of lawsuit. They call that a naked summons. What do you know about it? So he goes, Michael, it's complete and total bullshit. I said, okay. So he goes, he just handle it.
I just got this weird case. I just got this really weird case. Michael, it's bullshit. So you don't even lie good enough to say, and then Trump asked me, well, tell me about the case. So the way he portrays the very conversation is that Trump knew who he was talking about. So I guess you did talk to Trump about Epstein. And you can say all the things like Epstein was never in, I was never in that office with Epstein. I was never present when Donald called Epstein. Yeah, those things can be true, but it doesn't dispense with the part that you tried to bully a victim. And now you're lying about it because it actually is Katie Johnson. And it is a real case. And it's been documented, and she has said that she was intimidated by Michael Cohen and others to drop the case. This guy's dirty as fuck. He is dirty as fuck.
And we had obviously many other things going on at the time. He was running a campaign. I said, sure. So I reach out to some folks who I know. We send an investigator to the alleged address of this Mary Jane Doe, and it's a vacant parking lot. Why are you looking at me confused? Because that's the same look that I had. How's that possible?
Did you say vacant parking lot?
Vacant parking lot. You know, like a piece of dirt,
land.
Right. So I reach out to the lawyers, and I just start engaging them in conversation.
Is
and I don't know what made
it,
me ask.
You call it engaging in conversation with his lawyers? First of all, you sent a private investigator. So why didn't you talk to the lawyers before sending a private investigator to someone's home? Why'd you call the lawyers after that? Seems to me, anytime I've seen people engage with lawsuits, they generally call the lawyers first. Well, PBD is besties with Andrew Tate. He doesn't care about rapists. Oh my God, rapists are a feature, not a bug.
It was just a gut feeling. Sometimes you get them, and if they turn out to be the right ones. Have you ever met your client? He says, no. I said, what are you talking about? So I said, how'd you get the case? It was through the mail. He says, it's possible that maybe it's not real. You think that's possible? Because the address that's included in here is a vacant parking lot. So he goes, give me some time. I'm going to call you back. And they ultimately walked away from the case.
I just want you to understand that you are witnessing a confession. And I realize Nikema Levy Armstrong, civil rights leader in Minneapolis, is giving a press conference about City's church and the ICE aggression in Minnesota, which the DOJ is going after the people who entered the church where the ICE agent is actually a pastor. So this is a new interview. This is today. I mean, it premiered today, so it was probably done in the last couple days. He's lying about that. He's lying about everything. He probably put the fucking screws. He probably tried to find the girl, couldn't get to her, went to the lawyers, screwed the lawyers down and said, listen, you better make this go away. Or whatever, because he's a fixer. Hello, remember, he's told us who he is. I hope all this BS can be used against him. I don't know how that, but I'm literally telling you, like he is, and he keeps telling the same story in defense of himself. And that again is something where I think, methinks he doth protest too much. He did find her, I bet. And they did coerce her to back down. We'll talk more. I mean, the thing is I really try to avoid just the salacious part of this. I really want accountability. I really want both accountability for the victims and justice for the victims. And the fact that this is the information that could be instrumental in bringing down not just Trump, but others within his organization and within the corporate structures. Hello, Ghislaine Maxwell, which I had a story pulled up, just gave us more names of people that, like literally there's a lot fucking going on, and we're in the midst of something that could be a very historic disclosure, which then might at least crack some of the fucking fascism. Yeah, he drove to her address first as a confession. Yeah, driving to the address is not, well, he said he sent a private investigator. I don't even know what's true and what's not. Anyway, I'm sorry. We'll continue with this and then I'll wrap.
Find out who it was that sent that to him?
No. There was somebody that played them and sent in this case. Okay. All of a sudden, this left-wing ecosphere, these maniacs, they're now equating, for whatever the reason it may be, that this Jane Doe is someone by the name of Katie Johnson. And Katie Johnson is a real person.
But that's an alias.
But I've never worked on the case of Katie Johnson. I've never looked at the file. I don't know anything about this file. That's being handled by somebody else. It's being handled by Alan Garten, who's general counsel at the Trump Organization. I have no knowledge of it. In fact, my understanding is that Lisa Bloom, daughter of Gloria Allred, was the lawyer for Katie Johnson. Now, that case was abandoned or it was dismissed. Okay, fine. What does that have to do with me? What does it have to do with the fact that there was a case that the attorneys walked away from because it was not a legitimate case? Why is all of a sudden this Jane Doe, Katie?
Well, I have a question to posit to you as well, Michael. Yeah, Katie Johnson is not her name. It's an alias. Alan Garten, Garten. Yeah. And Alan could have been working on the Katie Johnson case. I'm not doubting that it is, but you'll also know, and Tara Palmieri comes up, does show the receipts on this. The timing of the Jane Doe case and the Mary Jane Doe case that he is talking about, that Michael says that he admits to trying to squashing the victim he admits to squashing, is exactly the same timing when he describes the timing of that story. So he's getting his stories mixed up. The timing of that faux Jane Doe story that he tells is exactly the timing of the Katie Johnson story. So you're telling me that in the universe of worlds, two different cases, two different lawyers, because he doesn't say he called Lisa Bloom. Does he say he called Lisa Bloom? No, he says he called the lawyer for the bogus case. So you're telling me that two separate lawyers and two separate Jane Does brought cases at exactly the same week, and then they were dismissed, probably, as he describes it, within days of each other, if you do the timing. I mean, I know this is probably obvious to everyone, and it's like, Lolo, why are you spending time on this? Maybe it's just because it's making sense to me, and I feel like the very fact that this administration is covering up a pedophile is absolutely disgusting. The case fell because Katie was threatened and her family was threatened. Lisa Bloom was expecting her to have a press conference. That's right. I remember that. So, again, please stop trying to believe, stop trying to twist into pretzels to believe these fucking pedophile supporters. Stop protecting pedophiles if you care so much about kids. Jesus.
Johnson, they're not the same. Lisa Bloom, I believe, acknowledged that. They're not the same people. And it doesn't make any sense either that they would be the same person. Why would there be two cases? So you're saying that Michael Cohen threatened this Jane Doe, and so they abandoned it. And I need to try to figure out on a timeline whether that allegation is before the Katie Johnson case was filed or after? Were they going on simultaneously? Patrick, none of this makes any sense at all.
He
and
just
again,
said in another
how
interview
much
that they were
easier would it be
simultaneous.
for me just to say, oh
So
yeah,
he's starting to
oh
get
yeah, I
confused.
threatened this Jane Doe's lawyer and so on, and they managed to dismiss it, right? Pump myself up, like a boss, right? Like a capo. It's not true. It's not what happened. The lawyers walked away from it because it wasn't a legitimate case. Plain and simple. And because I refused to take that opportunity within which to beat up on the president, now all of a sudden, once
she did
again,
not. She represented victims.
Michael's
of
a
Harvey
bad guy.
Weinstein,
He's
Carrie.
bending the knee for Trump.
Yeah.
He's
I don't
asking
love
for
Lisa Bloom,
pardons. He's asking for something. He wants back into the fold. Hey, Michael Cohen here. Look, you all know who I am. Donald Trump's former personal attorney and fixer. A lot of things have taken place over the years. A lot of questions need to be answered. Well, you may have a lot of questions. So do me a favor. Anytime you want to ask me a question, feel free to reach out to me on Connect.
Do you think you care too much of what people...
Yeah. Hey, you want legal advice? Click on my QR code. I know. I heard that one. This is probably where I dipped out because I had to start the show. But so this is probably almost over. But I'm going to tell you right now. I was like, what the fuck is happening? This isn't even his show. Like, why is he doing an ad on PBD? It's not even his channel. You can't make this shit up. You cannot fucking make this shit up. You just cannot.
People think.
I think everybody cares what other people
but there's
think.
difference. No, I think there's a limit. And to me, I learned a long time ago, like one of the things I put in my business plan is knowing who I cares about what I think, and what I'm saying, and who I could care less about. And in life, if you're not too careful, if you care too much about the noise creators, what they think about you, you're going to be held hostage by them. You'll make some dumb decisions.
Well, I'm not so sure about that. I think what it does
Tell me
is
more.
I think it sharpens me. It doesn't make me make dumb decisions. It makes me more cautious.
Sensitive decisions.
It's okay to be sensitive, but it doesn't mean that they're reckless decisions. I am receiving DMs on a daily basis.
Sure.
It's almost like, I was on Charlemagne the God once on Comedy Central, and I was doing the mean tweets, right? I can't begin to tell you the number of some of the vilest comments being made, all about something that is absolutely 100% untrue. Just because you want to believe something doesn't make it factually accurate.
Sure.
All right? Imagine if your subscribers, if your followers, people who have been loyal to Patrick, right? They think that you walk on water. Now all of a sudden, writing you some of the vilest shit that you could possibly imagine, because there are people
Oh my God, I'm so
spreading
sorry, Carrie.
lies
Lisa
about
Bloom.
you.
Wait, I
And
need
then-
to correct my stupid record.
All of a sudden-
Let me correct the record. Carrie coming in hot with my fact check. Lisa Bloom, a prominent victims' rights attorney, faced severe backlash for briefly advising Harvey Weinstein in 2017. She proposed strategies to discredit the accusers. I knew there was something really bad about Lisa Bloom. Jesus Christ. Thank you, Carrie. I mean, Gloria Allred, who's her mom, is actually kind of like a little bit of a, problem too. But, whatever. I mean, really, thank you for that, Carrie. I appreciate that. I appreciate the fact check very much. Thank
that
you.
lie
I should have Googled it before I said it. How about that?
Metastasized into the next person who's using that lie to build subscribers and profiting from it off of your back. But by the way, it doesn't stop there. It's like that Brex hair commercial. But wait, there's more. And then so on and so on and so on. And next thing you know, there's like 10, 12, 14, 16 people, all of whom are attacking you 24/7.
Right.
We're talking about two individuals that died in Minneapolis. We're talking about Trump's capturing of Maduro. We're talking about Greenland. We're talking about a multitude of issues far bigger, far greater, far more important than Michael Cohen. And yet, not with these folks, because Michael Cohen makes them money.
Yeah, I mean, that's the business. You ever read the Rules for Radicals? You know, the 13
Yes, I
rules?
have.
Okay, so I mean, that's a business model. That's how a lot of media companies are built off of, right? And they know how to destroy your life if they want to. But I want to go back to that question. When I said, who do you trust and who trusts you, right?
Hey, I have an idea, Patrick. I have an idea. Maybe it's not that the crisis is that you're being canceled, just to give it one blanket term. Maybe one must think, what did I do in order to get canceled? Why are people talking so much about me? Let's see. Could it be that my chickens are coming home to roost up my butt? I am going to be hung on my own petard? Am I headed? Because you know what, Michael? I think the least of your worries are the... Oh, my God. I think the least of your worries is the motherfucking reputation you have as a streamer. I don't think you should worry much about your streaming days. You will be welcome on One America News, I'm sure. But you are going to absolutely fucking lose. And in fact, you may lose more than you've lost already. Because I can see a world where people say, excuse me? Oh, this is out now? I'm going to sue you, motherfucker. Yeah, his like faux change to a being liberal was a revenue opportunity. And this is my problem with members of the cult who say, I'm not a member of the cult anymore. I'm great. And what they're doing the whole time is making money off how they're not a member of the cult. I'm all for hearing stories. You know, I love it. I sat there with Lev. I sat there with Pam. I'll sit with anybody who wants to tell me information about what they experienced and what they did. I will sit down with anyone and be very cordial. But I'm going to tell you, Michael Cohen, you built this house and it's probably going to burn with you in it because frankly, I think you're in for a shitload of civil suits from now. I don't know about a congressional. I don't know. We don't have a Department of Justice that's going to investigate him. So I'm not really holding out hope. But someday karma might not, karma will work, but not necessarily on your timing. That's what a great boss once told me. Karma comes, but not necessarily on the timing you wish it to. And dude, I've never seen anybody dig graves for themselves faster than you are. You can't wait to dig the next grave. He's been going on show after show after show telling the same fakakta story about Katie Johnson versus this Mary Jane Doe case. And I'm still, I've heard it like 6 times and I'm still not believing it. I think this is a man falling right in front of our eyes. And I just hope he can take some key figures down with him, because at least we need the emotional damage to this regime. We need some emotional damage at minimum to remove some of the folks and basically send a signal to others that, you're not immune, that you're not above the law. So I don't want Michael Cohen to be comfortable. He fucking built this. You made this bed and now you're lying in it. That's what my mom would have said. And he's going after Tara and trying to shit talk her. She literally invited him on as a friendly, and they were having this conversation and she started to probe and then he started to evade. And so she started to probe more and then it just became this thing.
And I said, outside of family, and you said you don't know, you want to support us, and you kind of went through how emotional and tough it is to be in a place like that. When I said, how do you feel about it? Because I think as a man, there are a few people who, as a man, for your identity, not everybody will understand this, that you want them to look at you in a certain way. It's how your wife looks at you. It's how your kids look at you.
I don't want anyone
Boys
to
a
look at
different
me.
look
How
than
about
daughters. It's how your enemies look at you. It's a look you want from your enemies. It's how your peers look at you. It's how your boss, investors look at you. Those each individually are very important.
So then let me then go back to your question.
Please.
I still have my oldest and closest friends. They have never shied away from me.
Well, when they find out that you tried to pressure a rape victim into dropping her case, I wonder if they'll still be your buddies, Michael. I wouldn't start making lunch reservations yet. I'm just saying.
When I was with Trump, not when I was against Trump, not when I was with Midas, not when I'm no longer with Midas. My friends are my friends. They know the true essence. They know
That's
me.
important.
I mean, I have friends since, the age of 10. I mean, you're talking about almost 50 years, right? Whereas close today as we were when we were stupid kids riding our bicycles. I've gone through, like everybody in life, I've had friends who have done incredibly well. And I have friends who unfortunately passed away from various different things, from whether it's cancer to drug overdose. I miss them as well, right? Because they would be here for.
I had friends. Yeah. And when you have friends, those friends are people. And sometimes people get cancer or die of drug overdose. Sometimes they do very well. But I know people who have died of a drug overdose. Yeah, same as everyone else. Jesus fucking Christ. Cry me a river. Cry me a river of piss.
Me right now. But I still have so many of my college friends, my law school friends, even friends from when I was in Otisville, I still speak to. And they don't walk away. So I do have that support.
Respect to those guys, by the way.
Big time.
Major respect for
Big
those
time. I
guys.
tell
Every
that to them
man
all the
needs
time.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, I tell that to them all the time. But I'm there for them.
Wait, what's that Men in Tights? What's that Men in Tights thing? That song from that movie, Men in Tights. Hi, Mr. Spock. Welcome back. Remember, what's that? We're manly men. Wait, or the Monty Python. I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay. I dance all night and I dance all day. I cut down trees. I make and I put on women's clothing and I mean. Not that I'm sorry, that's probably problematic, but I'm just saying they're like, what? No, dear mama. Men need manly men. Men need men. Men. Many men. Men. Men need men.
Them as well.
Men.
They have
Men
moments
need
in their
men.
lives too
Get it,
where things are great. And then, like everything,
there's a fall.
Right. The ED medication is wearing off.
That is so funny. Who do you think is more loyal? Of all the people you've done business with, who do you think is more loyal to his people? Donald Trump or anybody else you ever met?
Well, okay. That's a loaded question for me because he's the only person I ever worked for in my life, other than the very first lawyer who I worked in the law firm. As I told you, I did tort litigation and medical malpractice. Other than him, I've worked for myself. I had people working for me.
You've been around a lot of people. You've been around a lot of people. And you're a guy. You're also a tough guy. You're not. You're in New York, so you don't become taxi industry medallions. That's a mob.
No, it's not.
I don't mean mob like gangsters.
This is the most amazing interview we ever accidentally watched. This is absolutely the craziest cuckoo bananas town interview I've watched in a long time. Thank you, Patrick Bet David, for coming up with the most cockamamie cockadoodle banana downtown Julie Brown that I've ever seen. We are about 1 minute from the Golden Girls song. You're right. Thank you for being a friend. Yeah, exactly. So listen, it is really great. I know it's hard to watch for some, and I really don't begrudge anyone. I would probably just do this myself and talk to myself about it. But thank you for listening, or for at least putting me on in the background. What Patrick Bet-David just said was what everyone knows about the medallion industry, or the medallions in New York. It is a mob. It's notoriously mobbed. And it was notoriously mobbed, especially when Michael Cohen, at the time that he was involved in medallions. It was almost at the height of the mob involvement in medallions. I think there's been some reform since then, but I'm not entirely sure. So I'm telling you right now, it is really fucking hilarious to me that Patrick Bet-David is such a fucking idiot that he says the quiet part out loud and puts Cohen on the spot time after time. Oh, that's a mob thing. No, it's not.
Mob. It's not what I mean.
It's
a tough business.
Sure.
It's not like you can't be in that and be a lightweight making it. It's, especially in New York. Those things are very, very valuable. I think the second biggest city I would put for that would probably be Vegas, and it's not even close to.
No, it's not. It's Chicago.
It
was
okay, Chicago, right?
So, and then Boston, Philadelphia.
So meaning, if you're in that space, you better be tough, or else you're not going to make it.
Yeah.
So you met a lot of guys. You met a lot of people, and you look at them and say, okay, all right. Now, 2026, looking at Trump, his approval rating amongst Republicans, super high, right? Super high, 94, 92, whatever the number.
Well, it's dropped down a little bit. I think it's 92%.
92%,
It used
right.
to be 96.
Yeah, it's insane. But even to say, if you're in the 70s, you're good. You're in the 80s, you're good. He's 92, 96. And then you're seeing...
By the way, you're going to get me canceled again for making a comment, that amongst Republicans. And the funny thing is, then I'll go and I'll show them a statistic, and I'll say, but that's not me. That's the Ipsos poll that's showing it. F you, Michael, right? You're back trying to appease Donald Trump. It's incredible. I almost can't say anything that is flattering to him.
It's not going to stop, though.
No, it won't stop me.
It's not going to stop. But it's about, what are you solving for? So let me go back to it. 2026, J.D. Vance said stuff. I'm a never Trumper 10 years ago, whatever it was, when he was doing the interview.
No, he called him America's Hitler.
He did, but he said, I'm a never Trumper. Like, I'm never, when saying never Trumper is like, I'm never doing anything with him. He's the VP. Right? Rubio going back and forth, right? Ted Cruz inside working with them, right?
Called him a sniveling coward.
A lot of things. But the point is, he's also a guy that, hey, you come and you give respect. You're back in a circle. Let's do business together.
This needs Muppets. Jane, you are right. This is demanding puppetry. This is I don't know. I am not a puppet master. But if for all the puppet people out there, please reenact some of these things with puppets, because we would watch. Thank you.
Let's move on.
Idea.
And there is that
Credit
side of him. And some people don't have that at all. There are people, you cross them once, you ain't never getting it. That's not him.
No.
So he does have a side that's, I don't know if I want to say forgiving. I don't know if I want to say, his closest guy.
Oomph. Cohen already is a puppet and already looks like a puppet. It's true.
Right now, it's probably Marco Rubio. I mean, do you?
No. I wouldn't.
One
say
of the
it's
closest
Marco.
guy. He's
Okay,
one of the closest guy.
I still think one of his closest is probably Steve Witkoff. There's a history that goes back.
Okay.
I have a history with Steve Witkoff, outside of Trump.
Real estate, another guy,
and our children are all friends.
Wow.
And so I mean, yeah.
Are you still good with Steve, or do you?
If I saw him, sure. Howard Lutnick, I know Howard longer than I know Trump. My daughter and his son went to nursery school together. It's 25 years I know Howard. All right? 25 years. I saw him after Trump became president. Came over, gave me a hug, the whole bit, gave me a kiss, hello, how are you? The whole bit. I have no problem with him or Allison, his wife.
Why are they so loyal to him?
What's that?
Why are they so loyal to him?
Well, there's many different reasons. One, they believe in what Trump's agenda is. And two, it's probably very financially lucrative,
Sharon,
for all of them to be in the inner circle.
I'm so glad.
Okay, so fair to say that. Now, but going back to it, with Trump, 2026, how important would you say, like if you were to say one of the most loyal guys I've met to his people is Trump, where would you rank him?
One of the most loyal?
To his people that are loyal to him.
Let's say out of 10 people?
You met a lot of guys. Where would you rank him?
Probably towards the top.
Towards the top?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Would you have said that in 2020, 2021?
Absolutely. By the way, if you look at my testimony that when I was on the stand, and again, I did not volunteer to be on that stand.
Michael,
I was
but
subpoenaed. By the way, would I have done the 60, 90 days like Peter Navarro or like Alan Weisselberg had I had somebody in my camp? Hell yeah. Certainly it's a lot better than the 6 years that I got from that idiot judge, right? Off of what? Off of doing an NDA, right? I mean, that's really what it was about an NDA, about the Russia hoax. Had I had even just a shred of loyalty thrown back to me, some care, some knowledge that, hey, let's protect Michael. Let's put our arms around him. It's what a mob boss would do. Don't take the guy and then just say, oh, yeah, point over there. Hey, no. Look at him. Don't look at me. Stop looking at me. Look at him over there. No, that's not right. That's not. I would never have.
He thinks this is helping. No, SB, you're right. He actually fucking thinks this is helping. He literally is. This is a made-for-TV movie to convince the big guy, because the big guy will watch PBD. I can almost guarantee Susie Wiles is putting on PBD in the official dining room for Dump. So I'm telling you, he's watching. And this is definitely how Patrick Bet-David helped Michael Cohen get back in the good graces of Donald Trump. And Michael Cohen has the fucking balls to sit there and try and convince us that he is the victim in all of this when he got a deal that kept his ass out of prison for a longer time and probably avoided him having to get embroiled in other crimes he was involved in since he was the fixer. Oh my God, somebody needs to fucking look into this guy. I'm just like, I mean, he needs to talk. He's not going to, because really what he just showed us, in fact, here's when I really kind of went, oh, fuck. Right when Biden got elected, Cohen got mad publicly that he didn't get a pardon from Biden for the service that he provided to this country. They probably have to bring Michael back into the fold if he's gonna, because he's such a fucking loose lips bitch. Like he's total self-preservation mode right now, and he's poor, right? They took away his big Midas touch contract, so he's probably poor. So I could definitely see, if these guys have been all buddies for years, I could see Witkoff and Nutlicker saying, all right, we know how to get you back in, Michael. And then they can keep control of him. I mean, I don't know. You don't have to back away. You don't have to back away from the movie script idea just because this is fitting too well into the movie script. It's already been proven that no movie can outfuck what these guys have actually done in actions and words over the last 15, 20 years. Okay. So this is ridiculous. But yeah, I think this is definitely for Mr. Dump to consider getting him back in. And the goal, I would think, would be to keep him quiet and keep him make him shut up. Because probably he fucked up the whole Letitia James, bomb that he was trying to drop, right? It didn't go anywhere because it's all bullshit. He tries to drop the Letitia James bomb. It goes nowhere. He needs a Hail Mary. Fucking PBD is a great place to do a Hail Mary. PBD will sell his platform to anybody. He doesn't give a shit. The more rapists, the better. So I'm going to say that this is a boondoggle, that this bitch is trying to get back, obviously, into Trump, which we kind of know because he's already saying it. So it's not like that's a big revelation. But I also think it could be a Witkoff kind of thing to say, let's just shut him up because he's a loose cannon. And he does know shit. And this Rule 35 email just came out. Remember that. Remember that. That Rule 35 email of Michael asking for consideration of his prison sentence because he has information about Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. That email just was brought into the public eye literally in the last couple of months, or in the last month or so. Like, I'm not very good at putting complex plans together, but this seems pretty obvious to me. I don't know. It just seems pretty obvious because if Michael Cohen has information on Epstein and it then becomes publicly known that Michael Cohen has information on Epstein, so much so that he was willing to trade that information and then then get a lighter sentence. I could see if I were Donald Dump or Turd Blanche or any of those guys, probably Turd Blanche. He's probably the one behind this, actually. If I were Turd Blanche, I would definitely want to get Michael back under my thumb. I would definitely want Michael under my thumb where I can keep a motherfucking eye on him. Because now the pressure is going to be on for him to say what he knows. So sometimes the answer is the simplest explanation. And maybe not. I could be wrong. Yeah, Lev definitely jumped on this. Tara Palmieri is really the one who caught all this. Tara Palmieri deserves... No, Tara Palmieri did. Tara Palmieri's viewer caught the email. Lev did not catch the email. No. This was women. This was not Lev. Here's another one that needs to tell us more of what he knows. Sorry, not sorry. Stop just assuming that they've told us everything that they know. Okay? Stop assuming that they're telling everything that they know. So fucking Lev, and I said this to him in Spaces, so don't fucking come for me. I want to hear what you know. I want to hear everything you know. I'm willing to sit in a space with you because you know shit. And you can give me the cult story. Yeah. I don't believe that motherfucker because I lived in Brooklyn. I know guys like you. You have been a fucking hustler from the jump. No shame. You hustle your way wherever you want to hustle. I don't give a shit. But at the end of the day, Lev, you've been a hustler from the beginning. You fucking took that job with Rudy Giuliani. You engaged in the fuckery. You fucking engaged in it. And now you know that it is in your best interest, especially when Biden was president, to go ham on Trump. And now, thankfully, you're not backing down like Michael is, or at least not at this point, so whatever. But I'm going to tell you right now, any of these people that have come out of Trump world or whatever, they owe it to this country to spill everything. If Lev Parnas really, and I'm not assuming he knows more than he's already told, but I kind of have to believe that, gosh, it's just not in the ether. It's not in the ether that Rudy Giuliani created the Hunter laptop, that they curated it after stealing, bits and pieces from this and that. And Lev knows that story. So I need more. And I guess some was in his book, and not enough, because guess what? Everyone still acts like Rudy Giuliani's claim to fame is, getting away with not having to pay for all his crimes. I don't even know what happened to the Noelle Dunphy sex abuse case that was up against So yeah, I fucking want anyone who has like information and has the inclination to turn towards democracy and justice for victims. Tell us more. And Lev has been all over this. I will give him credit for that. He has been all over calling out Michael Cohen, right? Like he has called him out ever since Tara brought all this out. And then it came up on another podcast where Michael was a guest and Zev Shalev, who I can't stand. I think Zev is a fucking op. You all know how I feel about Zev Shalev because he hang out with Chuck Johnson. Okay. So I have a really good reason to question anything that Zev Shalev does. Because he fucking hangs out with Eric Garland and fucking Chuck Johnson, who went after my friends and doxed them. So fuck Zev Shalev. But nonetheless, Zev was also pushing on Michael Cohen during this particular other podcast after the Tara podcast. And Michael blew a gasket and Lev really jumped on it and was really like dogging. And I'm down with that. That's fine. Yeah. There's a pod where Lev tells Cohen that the Russians drugged Hunter and took photos of him. So here's my point is that, and I think, and I know Lev has wanted to tell his story. When I knew him, he was really just getting into the spaces stuff and really talking and really challenging maggots and stuff like that, which was great to see, great to hear. It was nice to have his voice, you know, in that regard. But now what? You know, now Lev has had a platform. Now Lev is with Midas Touch. Now Lev has he had an MSNBC movie, right? So Lev has had a lot of opportunities given to him. And all I'm asking is make sure, Lev, that you're absolutely coming clean. Because now more than ever, people are being shot in the face. So actually, everything that this is talking about, as fucking weird and salacious as it is, very much impacts where we are right now as a country in the fascist timeline. Because if we cannot break the spell of certain members of this administration, then we can't have anything back because the disinformation will hold. So I don't know. That's how I feel about it. I'm not trying to be really judgy. I like Lev. He's a nice person, you know, and I respect the hustle. But I also know that at this point, we need to kind of fucking, you know, and Lev called by, well, okay, can we, let me just say a little bit about that. I don't want to get too into it, but here's what I saw from the outside looking in. I don't have any inside information. But when I saw Michael, what's his name? Lev go after Midas for the Michael stuff, it was because, who was it? Somebody wanted to invite Aaron. Michael was going to invite Aaron on to have Aaron Parnas, who is Lev's son, to have a conversation about Epstein. And Lev blew a gasket saying, why is my son going on Michael's podcast to talk about Epstein? So here's what I also think. Hi, TV2. How are you, darling? Let me tell you what I really think is happening here. I think Lev, and I love you, and I have my own petty feelings about other creators, by the way. So I'm just as petty as the next person. However, what I think Lev also is very upset about is the fact that Michael Cohen, and it's because he mentioned this in one of his rants, Michael Cohen has had 3 shows that were sponsored by Midas Touch, that every time he turned around, Michael Cohen was on. I think Lev was jealous. And Lev also complained consistently throughout those first few days where he was going after Michael and Midas. I watched all those. He said that he couldn't get Midas to platform any of the breaking news that Lev was trying to bring to them. And he was frustrated. He was fucking frustrated that Midas wouldn't platform what he was doing, but was platforming Michael. So guess what? I absolutely think Lev probably is definitely on the right side of this in terms of like Michael needs to say what he knows about Epstein. At the same time, methinks that this also might have something to do with the fact that Michael Cohen was getting a lot of Midas exposure, probably had a bigger contract, and Lev was not. And so taking Michael out, not that Lev did it because Michael took himself out. Nobody had to take Michael out. But it's very convenient for Lev. I'm just saying, he complained about it. I didn't exactly. The Ukraine updates. Thank you, Pep. I'm not the only one that heard all this. Like, this is what he fucking ranted for fucking 96 hours a few weeks ago. He would go on every hour and just like, which I get it. I get it. Sometimes I don't hit the live button when I'm really upset, but okay, some people do. Anyway, sorry, brain dump. All to say, anybody who has had anything to do with this motherfucker, I got to get off here. We've been on 7 hours. Jesus Christ. Anyone who has anything to do with the oh my God, Jay Rants. Oh my God. Oh my God. Boop, boop. TV2, you got a membership. Whoop, 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 whoop. Our poll, he doesn't like. Oh, Jack Talcott got a number membership. Let's see. Denham Smith, I don't know you. Not that great. I don't know. Oh, Noah the Great. Oh, I don't know you. Spin. Bob LeBlanc, I don't think you like me. That's okay, though. Tammy Zulu, I'm pretty sure you don't. Oh, no, Tammy likes us. She's a friend. Yay. Brett got one. And Snooze Buster? Brent, yeah, I know. Snooze Buster got one? I don't know. I'm not a snooze buster. I'm a snooze encourager. Jay, thank you. Wait. Oh, no, that's not it. Thank Jay Rants. Good job, Jay. You always get good people. That's great. Thank you, Jay. You're the sweetest. You're so kind. I'm so glad when friends get memberships. We don't do terribly special things with members, and I apologize, but you do get some emojis and shit. Podcasts are too consuming for me, and that makes that Midas dude just has any... And and you know what? I get mad at them for selling Moink, but there's a whole thing about Midas Touch. Never mind. Thank you. Thank you guys for being here for such a long time. Oh my gosh. And engaging so much. I love it. Gosh, this is so nice. You're so nice. Aw, thanks, Oren. Thank you. Dolly'll never go away until she has the next breakdown. No, 2026 is the year of less breakdowns. That's right. I said it. And I meant it. A lovely day. It was a lovely day being with you all during some really hard information. So I know we all have to get back to our lives and also check in on Minnesota and hope that we get some relief. Oh, we didn't watch the Tom Homan thing, but I understand that he's going to do a slow pull. The year of Lev's breakdowns, what does that mean? Which breakdowns? Which breakdowns? I don't know when he broke down. When did we do the spaces? Was that 2023? Was that 2023 when we all started doing spaces together? I think it was. I think it was then. Maybe. No, it wasn't 2020. Was it 2022? No. I think it was 2023. Anyway, I have to take a misdelivered package over to the neighbors, but I don't want to. Can you call them and say, I have your package over here, come and get it? Oh, it's a pun for less. Oh, I see. The year of less is breakdowns. I think it was 2023, right, Pep? Yeah. All right. Well, my goodness. Jesus Christ on a cracker. Here we've done it again. I just brought rays of sunshine into your life for 7 hours today. Jeez. I know Adriana's like, I can't remember. The summer of spaces. It was supposed to be our hot fed summer, but it wasn't. That fucking sucked. Maybe next time. Anyway, fight the good fight. Fight for other people. Fight for people's rights that you have no idea who they are. But as long as all boats are rising, we're all going to be okay. And God bless the memories of the people who have lost their lives, both standing up to ICE and those in detention and those in parts unknown. We are crying for you. And we're going to fight with everything we've got. All right. I'll see you later. Thank you so much. I'll see you tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. Pacific, 10 a.m. Eastern. Everything inside and out. That's right. We're going to do it. Bye. Bingo cards are the best, Audrey. I love those. Oh my gosh. That was, well, we did bingo in 2024, I think. Well, maybe 2023. I'll have to check. I have all the old bingo cards. Have a great day, everyone.